So, very good morning, friends. Okay, am I audible? I, yeah, I think so. Fine. Right. So today we'll be talking about or discussing about some of the very important concepts, but not in terms of concepts, but I'll be taking in terms of what, say, for example, the MCQs as such, my dear friends. Okay. Now, yeah. If you have any comments, also you can leave it. Right. So I also have right almost one more screen where I can see your comments. Any doubts in between? Okay, you can post it as a comment. We can discuss the same also. Okay. So right, my dear friends. Now, as I said, some of the concepts also I'm just trying to integrate through MCQs, and mostly things what was there in current affairs somewhere I'm just trying to integrate it. Okay. So having said that, another 1.5 hours we'll be discussing about the MCQs, right? Multiple choice questions. See, and one more thing, kindly you have to understand that in examination, knowledge is a very important component. We are not denying the fact. Without knowledge, you cannot succeed this examination. We know that fact. Okay. But it's all about 80-20 ratio. Knowledge is 80 percentage. And what is very, very important is your ability to somewhere convert this knowledge into marks. That is very important, right? There comes the technique. What we very popularly call them as what? Elimination technique, right? See, most of the time, the words what exactly UPSC uses actually helps you in somewhere identifying what can be the best option. And let me also tell you, my dear friends, whenever you go to the examination, kindly have this in mind. What I'm going to say, for example, almost arrive at is that best option and not the correct option. See, I'm not saying that you should not go for a correct option, but what is correct, we do not know. Among the four options given, right, what you call them as A, B, C, D, right, whatever you assume that this is best, am I right? That one I have to go for it. Okay. Not necessarily that the best answer will always be the right answer. Am I right? There is a major difference between what is being best and what is being right. Okay. Right, my dear friends. With that, we'll just get into the discussion part. Okay. Okay, fine. Now, this question I have just taken it in the light of this Joshimat issue. Okay. So somewhere, this is what the statement is. Consider the following statement regarding the land subsidence, right? Regarding the land subsidence. Somewhere I understand what exactly is land subsidence. It is more like epirogenic process. Okay. See, actually, when I talk about the lithosphere can vertically go for two types of movement. Either it can go for upliftment or it can go for what? Subsidence. Okay. Now here, land subsidence, the statement one says land subsidence is the sinking of the ground because of underground material movement. Number one, see, it is more like assertion and reason. What exactly is land subsidence? Part one, it has explained. It has been explained or defined. Okay. So part two, the reason for the same is what? Somewhere given. Okay. So it says that, say for example, mostly it is because of the underground material movement. Am I right? Of course, this is obviously right. Coming to the second part or second statement, it can happen only by natural causes such as earthquake, landslide, etc. See, what I should understand, whenever you look for these extreme words in examination, kindly take a note of it. For example, here you come across words like only. I'm telling you, extreme statements, my dear friends. Whenever you come across words like only, right, every, am I right, all, right, all, these we call them as what? Extreme words, my dear friends. It means wherever 100 percentage or the 0 percentage is covered. Okay, maybe I'll just write it elsewhere. Whenever I just talk about these extreme words, only, right, all, every, correct? All these words I understand, right? Either they'll be covering 100 percentage or they'll be covering 0 percentage. So whenever You come across such a statement, you have to be very cautious. You have to be very cautious. See, I'm not saying that whenever only comes, it will be wrong. No. But I'll tell you, nearly 80% of the time, when you come across these extreme words, the statement will be wrong. See, again, you should not treat this as a universal fact. Don't treat it. Okay. But only thing is that with a word of caution, I should say, for example, treat it. Now, okay. What they're saying that land subsidence is sinking off the ground. That I understand. They say, the statement says it happens or it happens only by what? Natural causes. Okay. Only by natural causes. But I understand Joshimat itself, when I just talk about the causes, it is not natural. Right? Natural cause can be one thing, but what is blamed? Say, for example, the unsustainable developmental practice what we have in Himalayas is blamed, right? The roads that is connecting the Chardham regions was blamed. The power projects that has been, say, for example, developed in that region is blamed for the subsidence. It means not only natural, it can also be because of what? Man-made reasons. Am I right? Okay, right? So what exactly is saving me or somewhere making me to arrive at a right answer is what this word called as only. Okay. So what exactly is the option? The statement 2 is wrong. So the best option what is available is what? One only. Okay. One only. Right, my dear friends. Now, coming to the second question. Consider the following statements with respect to Fujiwara. Right. Fujiwara effect. See, recently, all some of the concepts what I'm just taking here, they are some of the concepts what you come across in the news, right? Say, for example, the daily news and others. Okay. The last 1 year, some of the very important geographical events, news also I've just tried incorporating here. Okay, in that regard. Okay. What is this Fujiwara effect? Right. When I talk about this Fujiwara effect, they say the Fujiwara effect is any interaction between the temperate cyclone formed around the same time in the same ocean region. Okay. We'll just come to this one, right? Fujiwara effect. Okay. But my dear friends, let me tell you this Fujiwara effect, everything is fine, but only thing is that it is not temperate cyclones. It is not temperate cyclones, rather it is tropical cyclones. Rather it is tropical cyclones. So tropical cyclone, Fujiwara effect is any interaction between the tropical cyclones formed around the same time in the ocean. See, there is always a chance that more than one cyclone can be formed, say for example, in one region. Right? For example, Bay of Bengal, if you take it, there are chance where exactly more than one cyclone can be formed in one region, but it is not very common. It is rare. Okay. So Fujiwara effect explains the same. The only problem here, it is not temperate cyclones, it is tropical cyclones. So this statement is wrong. Now coming to the second statement, my dear friends. Second statement. It says when two systems interact, they always merge to form a bigger cyclone, creating drastic impact. See, my difference again, the word what I should take it is what? Always. Right? Always is again what? One extreme word. Always means what? Again what? 100%. It says that, okay, if two cyclones are formed at one place, it means these two cyclones, for sure, they'll be converging with each other. Right? My dear friends, it is not always, only sometimes. Am I right? Again, what is the word which is helping me to take a decision is this word called as what? Always. Okay? Right, my dear friends. So both the statements are wrong. But see, examiner is asking you what? Which of the above statement is incorrect? And let me tell you, whenever you come across an affirmative word or a negative word, right? For example, not correct, incorrect, am I right? All these words, as a convention, UPSC will be giving in bold letters and UPSC will be giving in what? Italics. They'll be giving in bold letters and italics, right? This is a very common practice so that you will not miss it. But let me tell you, my dear friends, excuse me. Kindly excuse me. Right. I was just talking about this. Okay. The practice of almost, say, for example, using this word called as incorrect, my dear friends. Okay. Incorrect. Uh, when I was just talking about this incorrect as a statement, right? I talk about incorrect as a statement. Okay. As I said, UPSC has a practice of almost bringing this affirmative words, affirmative words, uh, given in bold and italic so that you will not miss it. Ordinarily, you will not miss it. Okay. And one more thing, let me tell you. Only if these words are part of, say, for example, the statement, it means in the sense question. If it is part of a question, say, for example, it will be given in italics and bold. If it is part of the statement, they'll not give you. Okay, fine. Having said this, I know that both the statements are incorrect. It means my answer here will be right. Both 1 and 2 will be my answer because again I'm telling you what examiner is asking is about incorrect answer and I know the fact that both 1 is also incorrect, 2 is also incorrect. Okay, right, fine. Again the third question which was there in news. No, third question, my friends. Uh, the river Sukapaika, which stopped flowing 70 years ago, is said to be rejuvenated following a recent direction from National Green Tribunal. The Sukapaika River is found in which state? See, this is a very direct question. Very direct question in the sense it's just a factual question. Only thing is that I have to know the fact, right? So only thing is that let me add some of the facts to it. When I talk about, say, for example, this Sukapaika River is a river of Odisha. It is a distributary of Mahanadi. I hope you understand what exactly is a distributary. For example, mostly deltaic region, this distributaries is very common. Say, for example, one river will start distributing its water into many distributaries. It means one river will become many. That is what we call them as what? Distributaries, right? You call them as what? Distributaries, my dear friends. One river becoming many. That's what means. You call them as a braided profile or you call them as what? A deltaic region as such. Okay, right. Now, when I talk about, say, for example, the Sukapaika River, say, for example, it's a tributary of Mahanadi. And as I said, the statement said it said, say, for example, before 70 years ago, it has become almost dry. Only thing is that now it's been again integrated or rejuvenated. See, there are n number of, say, for example, reason for the rejuvenation of the same. Very importantly for flood mitigation, my dear friends, right? Flood mitigation. If more number of distributaries are there, see why exactly distributaries are formed, if you ask me. Somewhere, if the carrying capacity of the river decreases, right? If the carrying capacity decreases, that's the time when exactly, say for example, this flood or the distribution as such happens. Overflowing of the river will be happening, right? So it means having more number of distributaries will be increasing the carrying capacity of a river. Okay. So answer is Odisha. Okay. Now going to this another question, my dear friends. Okay, just read the question. Just give me a 10 minutes, 10 seconds. Sorry, I'll be back. So reading this question, consider the following statement with regard to lightning. Lightning, right? See, lightning is the process of occurrence of a natural electrical discharge of a very long duration and high voltage between a cloud and the ground or within a cloud. See here, read this statement very carefully. Everything looks fine. But imagine, see, for example, most of the time what we say, for answering the question, what you need knowledge. Again, I am not denying that fact, but more than that, common sense. Lightning, right? Now I have to ask myself, is this lightning process happens for a very long time if you ask me? Correct. What is the word? What exactly is the trap? What was laid here is what? Very long duration. Actually, it is not a very long duration, my dear friends. It is actually very short duration. See, the extremality. Okay. I'm not saying, say, for example, I'm not making long as very long, right? Very short, I am making it as what? Very long. Okay. Anybody, even who do not have the basic knowledge about the lightning, this particular word will give you a clue that the statement is wrong. See, every sentence or every question you take it, you will be finding some word or another which will be helping you to take a decision. Okay. Right, my dear friends. Now, it is not very long. As I said, it is very short. Okay. It is very short. So, as the fact says, statement one is wrong. Right. The statement two, interclouds or intra-cloud, my dear friends. Interclouds or intra-cloud, when I just talk about it. Intra-cloud. See, intra-cloud means between clouds. Intra-cloud means within the same cloud. Right? Lightning which are visible, right, are dangerous, whereas cloud to ground lightning is harmless. Again, see what is see there are lightning can happen in three ways. For example, assume mostly it is associated with the cloud called as cumulonimbus cloud. For example, right, number one says okay, intercloud. It means cloud number one to cloud number two, there will be some discharge. This is one possibility. Okay. The second possibility, what they say, same cloud, but from one place to another place, it can be a discharge. Lightning can happen. Right? Say, for example, this is what this intercloud says. Second is intra-cloud. Third is cloud to ground. Cloud to ground. Okay. Say, for example, somewhere. I can understand that. Say, for example, three types of lightning can take place. Between two clouds, right? There can be, say, for example, the passage of this electricity within the same cloud. And of course, as I said, say, for example, from the cloud to the ground. And see, they say intercloud and intra-cloud lightning which are visible are dangerous, whereas cloud, that means that lightning which is happening from the cloud to the ground is harmless. Exactly opposite. What is very harmful is this lightning which comes from the cloud to the ground. See, that's what we say, lightning strikes, right? When I talk about the disaster that is caused by lightning, lightning in the last 10 years has caused more casualties than they say, for example, casualties what the natural disasters have caused, including the earthquake, I'm saying, right? See, after 2001 Bhuj earthquake, we never had any devastating earthquake epicenter within what? India. Okay. So if that is the case, last 10 years data, if I just take it, and I understand lightning has resulted in more casualties than any other disasters you take it for that case. Okay. In that way, my dear friends, which lightning is more disastrous? Obviously, that lightning which will be striking the ground will be disastrous. That's the reason most of the buildings will be having this lightning arresters and others. All right. So again, they have interchanged this statement. Okay. Right. See, this I can understand. Anybody with the common sense should be right answering this question. Okay. Since I'm just talking about this question, I understand, say, for example, both the right statement are wrong. Why exactly I'm saying both the statement are wrong? Statement one, it is not long duration, rather it is short duration. Number two, cloud to ground, they say harmless, but it is dangerous. Okay. But intercloud and intracloud is not danger. See, whenever I say danger, harmful, etc., I am talking about the influence of these mechanisms, right, or phenomena which is affecting the human life as such. See, for example, these are geophysical phenomena, accepted. But if at all, if it is having an influence, it can result in loss of property or life. Then you call them as what? Hazard, right? Okay. So now comes the question: which of the following is correct? None of them are correct, right? It means neither one nor two is correct, my dear friends. Okay. And one small difference you must be knowing: lightning versus thunder. Lightning produces only light, thunder produces a sound. But interestingly, even lightning produces a sound, but a very minimal sound it produces. Okay. Intensified lightning, you can call it as what? Thunder. But why thunder produces that sound, if you ask me? Because whenever this electricity is passing through the moist air mass, somewhere it increases the temperature of the air mass to somewhere around 30,000 degrees centigrade. My friends, it is unimaginable, right? 30,000 degrees centigrade. 30,000 degrees centigrade is nearly somewhere around 5 times the temperature what we have in Earth's interior. It is nearly 5 times warmer than the surface temperature of the sun as such. Now, somewhere I can imagine if this passage of this current, or the, say for example this, right, almost say for example lightning or thunder, if it can produce somewhere the temperature of 30,000 degrees centigrade, imagine there's a rate at which 30,000 degrees centigrade means this air mass will be expanding at a very fast rate. And once it passes, the air mass will be contracting as the equally faster rate. Am I right? The sudden expansion and contraction of the air mass is the one which is producing that light. Not sorry, excuse me, that sound as such. Okay. Right. Now coming to the answer, as already it is marked, when I talk about the answer, it is neither one nor two is the correct answer. Right. Now proceeding further, my dear friends. This is regarding the Karakoram anomaly. Okay, Karakoram anomaly. What is this Karakoram anomaly? Consider the following statement regarding Karakoram anomaly. See, anomaly means what? Anything which is slightly deviant from the normal, you call them as what? Anomaly. Okay, deviation from the normal. Right? It means abnormal condition. Okay. Now, what is normal condition? First, we'll try to understand, then we'll talk about the anomaly. Few pockets of glaciers in Karakoram range are resisting glacial melt due to global warming, defying the trend of glaciers losing mass across the globe. Right? Now, here, the statement, the second part of the statement says what exactly is normally happening to the glaciers around the world. The statement is perfectly correct because around the world, what we generally find, these glaciers, my dear friends, they are melting at a faster rate. And what can be the reason for that rate? Obviously, we know, right? Global warming, climate change is the, say, for example, reason cited, right? Somewhere we are witnessing, right? Our generation is witnessing one of the fastest rate of melt of glaciers, correct? Excuse me. Okay. Phenomena, right? Somewhere, what happens globally, we have an idea. Now comes the question, right? Anomaly. Somewhere I'm just trying to understand what is normal. Glacial retreat is normal. What does glacial retreat means? See, normally every glacier you take, right? Wherever the precipitation happens, glacial will grow in size. Whenever precipitation happens, glacier will start getting accumulated. It will grow in size. On the other hand, the glacier will also melt. If the rate of melting of glacier is more than the rate at which the glacier gets accumulated, we call them as what? Glacial retreat. So slowly, steadily over the period of time, this size of the glacier will start reducing. Okay, it will start reducing by difference. Whereas when I talk about the other way around, if the glacier starts accumulating at a faster rate, whereas the melting is comparatively minimum, the glacier will start growing. This we call them as what? Glacial accumulation. Okay. Now, somewhere Karakoram ranges, slightly the glacial accumulation is taking place. That's what you call them as what? The Karakoram anomaly. So, statement one perfectly defines what exactly this Karakoram anomaly is all about. I have plenty of glaciers there. Siachen Glacier, Biofo, Baltora, Hispar, right, Batura, plenty of glaciers over there. And they're very large glaciers. Siachen Glacier is one of the largest glacier in the world outside the temperate region. Undoubtedly, India, this is the largest glacier what we have, right? And okay, so somewhere I understand these glaciers are slightly increasing in their size. This phenomena is attributed to the revival of Western disturbance. Very much true, because what is Western disturbance, my dear friends? The winter rains in India. The winter precipitation in India, we call them as what? Western disturbance. Winter rains, right? And this winter precipitation, my dear friends, normally we'll be experiencing this winter precipitation, particularly in the northwestern part of India, even Ladakh as a region. The major source of precipitation is this western disturbance. Excuse me. Excuse me. Right. So mostly it is the western disturbance is the major source of precipitation. So somewhere the glacial accumulation takes place. Okay. And one more thing, this western disturbance is caused due to a jet stream. This jet stream we call them as what? Subtropical jet. We call them as what? Subtropical jet. Okay. Right, my dear friend. So here both the statements are correct. So both 1 and 2 is the right option. Okay, right. And see this Karakoram range, given the continentality, they do not experience or receive precipitation from southwest monsoon. Very near to Karakoram range, we also have a desert called as Ladakh. Ladakh is a cold desert. Okay, we do have a desert there. Okay, so the answer here, the perfect answer here is both 1 and 2 is the right answer. Okay, right. Right, my friends. So now, again, a term what I have just taken from news, right? The last 1 year, geographical terms. Okay. The term derecho. Derecho is often seen in news as linked with which of the following? Karst topography, polymetallic nodules, windstorms, minor plates. Directly, I'll tell you what exactly is derecho. Derecho is a windstorm. Okay, I'll just give you the picture of this derecho also. How exactly this derecho looks like. See here, it's a windstorm, as I said. You'll be finding a kind of a linear pattern of a wind. A linear pattern of a wind. It's a quasi-linear, not only quasi-linear. I should say it is more like a linear convective system what we have, right? Along that, it also carries, say, for example, the cloud along with it, right? Somewhere this phenomenon you'll be finding it's very common, right? Not only common. This image, it's a very popular image. I should not use this word called as common. Very popular image, right? We'll be having, say, for example, a band of a linear clouds or a linear regions of precipitation will be having it. Okay. So this derecho, so mostly this derecho is associated with, say, for example, this frontal mechanism. So mostly, right? So this linear pattern of the clouds or the linear pattern of this wind storms, you call them as what? Derecho. You call them as what? Derecho. Right, my friends. Now, again, India-China border issues always it is there in news. So that's the reason somewhere I'm also bringing some of the facts and locations which is located very near to this region. Okay. In that way, arrange the following places along LAC, line of actual control from north to south. Right. Dolat Begoldi, Hot Spring, Galwan Valley, Pangong. See here, Hot Spring is that place which was there in news, right? Since 1962, Sino-Indian War, Hot Spring is there in news. Okay. Okay, whatever it is the case, these are some of the very important locations what you have it along this line of actual control. Dowlat Begoldi. See, Dowlat Begoldi is a very important location because this is very, very near to Siachen Glacier. And you know the fact that Siachen Glacier is one of the highest, no, why I should say one of the highest. This is the highest battlefield of the world. If you ask me which is the highest latitude, sorry, excuse me, highest altitude, which is occupied by an armed force, if you ask me, it is Siachen Glacier. Okay. India has conducted an operation called as Operation Meghdoot, and accordingly means we have captured this Siachen. Okay. Otherwise, we are the first one to occupy this Siachen. Siachen gives you a strategic advantage because it is a kind of a tri-junction what I have. One side POK, one side, say for example, China occupied Kashmir. My friends, kindly excuse me. Slightly I'm getting disturbed because of the cold, right? So kindly excuse me. In less than 10-15 seconds, I'll be back. Yeah, okay. Now, as I was discussing about these facts or some of the very important locations here, right? We talk about Daulat Begoldi, Hot Spring, Galwan Valley, Pangong Tso, etc. Daulat Begoldi is a very important location because this is very near to Siachen Glacier, as I said. And this is one of the northernmost air base, right? What we have, of course, for the armed forces as such. Okay. Galwan Valley, again, repeatedly it is there in news. Galwan itself is a river which is a tributary of Shayok, right? Pangong, so again, a very important lake. Again, say for example, the fingers of the Pangong, so we have the issue between India and China. Okay. Now, approximately, I'm just showing you where exactly all these features are, right? Daulat Begoldi, as I said, already said, very near to Siachen Glacier, very near to Siachen Glacier, Daulat Begoldi. Okay. And say, for example, we have a hot spring somewhere here, Galwan River. Galwan River is a right bank tributary of Shayok. Shayok is a right bank tributary of Indus. Okay. Then, say, for example, we do have Pangong Tso along this India and China border. See, in your map, Pangong Tso is a salt lake. We call them as a brackish water lake, right? So it appears more like a river, but it's a very long river, somewhere around 134, 136 kilometers of length it has. Part of it in India, and most of it is there in what? China, Pangongs. Okay. Now here, most of the time, see, remembering all the order may not be ordinarily possible. Okay. But at least I should know that where exactly this Daulat Begoldi is there, right? It is one of the northernmost locations along this LAC. This is your LAC. Am I right? Only the points along the LAC I'm just taking. Okay. Right. Right, my dear friend. So somewhere you can somewhere try to have Daulat Begoldi as first. If I'm placing Daulat Begoldi as first, the only option what I have is what? Northernmost. I have a choice between, right, A and B. Now here, this A and B as a choice also says that among them, Pangong Tso, say for example, is the option what I have in number 4. Now here, see for example, this type of question, assuming that not necessarily that in all the questions I'll be knowing all the facts, right? Assuming here, question number 7, I know only one fact. What is the only fact I know? Among the location, whatever is the location, the most noticeable location here is Daulat Begolti, assuming that this is the northernmost location what I have. Assuming that I do not know any further information regarding the same. But still I'm telling you, with one fact, I am making this question as a 50-50 question, my dear friends. I am making it as what? 50-50 questions. Okay. Now see, when I say 50-50 questions, what exactly is a 50-50 questions? Let me give you one small strategy in the examination. See, in examination, when I analyze the question, forget about the degree of difficulty and all, you forget about it. Very hard, easy, medium, that and all you forget about it. For me as a candidate, I have only 4 types of questions. What are the 4 types of questions what I come across if you ask me? Normally, say for example, I would say that one type of a question I call them as what? Sure shot question. I call them as what? Sure shot. What is this sure shot question if you ask me? See, say for example, questions A, B, C, D will be given. I know that A is the right answer. Not necessarily that every time it is A, but somewhere assuming that A is the right answer. Correct? I call them as what? Sure shot questions. Okay, I know the answer. I read the question, I know the answer. Right? I know that B is wrong, I know C is wrong, I know D is wrong. Sure short question. The second type of question, we call them as what? 50-50 questions. 50-50. Now see, with one fact, this question also we have made it as a 50-50. It means what? I have a choice between two. Classical example, I'll just take it. It means I know I have A, B, C, and D is given. I know that D and C is a wrong answer. Okay, I know that answer lies within A or B, but I'm not very sure that what exactly is the answer. Whether it is A or whether it is B, I'm not very sure about it. This is what we call them as what? 50-50, right? Now, the third type of questions, we call them as what? 3/4. What is this 3/4? Again, A, B, C, D is given. Somewhere I have eliminated D. I have a doubt between A, B, and C. You call them as 3/4. Fourth type of question, I call them as what? In my parlance, I call them as what? Blinder. I call them as blinder. It means I have not even heard about it. I have no clue that what exactly is the answer. Right? I have a choice between A, B, C, and D. Okay. You call them as what? Blinder, my dear friends. Now, in examination, what type of question I should somewhere attend if you ask me, right? Somewhere I should attend. Obviously, I should attend this. Sure short questions I should attend. There is no go. Very, very important because obviously my target is to attend all the sure short questions possible. Correct? Right. All sure short questions, right? You should attend. No other go as I said. But what about 50-50? Let me tell you, 50-50 is a game changer. Is a game changer. For example, my difference, if I somewhere, see for example, assume that I have 30 questions which comes under the classification of 50-50. Assume 30 such questions are there, which is coming under the classification of 50-50. And simply if I'm applying the rule of probability, simply the rule of probability. I do not know what exactly is the answer. I'm not, say, for example, going to ask myself that what is the answer. And let me tell you, when I talk about 50-50 questions, I have a choice between two, right? Say, for example, out of two, I have to select one. Assume that, say, for example, AB, for just example sake, I'm just taking the case AB. Either I should select A or I should select B. In that way, say, for example, assume that I'm just going for A. All 30, I'm just going for A. Law of probability says that, say, for example, this number of right answers will be 15 and the number of wrong answers will be 15. Law of probability. I'm not saying law of probability is saying. Correct. For my difference, for 15 wrong answer, what I'll be losing is what? Minus 5 marks approximately. Okay. I'll be losing 1/3 of it, right? Or even say, for example, I take 0.33 or 0.66, whatever it is the case, approximately I'll be losing minus 5 marks, right? But still, what exactly is the effective marks what I get? Questions I'll put it so, right? I get 10 questions, convert into marks. It is 20 marks. What I get extra is plus 20 marks. Am I right? Plus 20 marks is very huge, my dear friends, right? It is not a small thing. It's very huge. It is very, very huge. Plus 20 marks as such. Plus 20 marks is somebody who's not getting qualified. And finally, say for example, he's even qualifying for what? IFS examination, forest service examination, where the cutoff mark is generally 15 to 18 marks more than what? The civil service examination mark as such. Okay, now, having said this, right, this 50-50 is going to be a game changer. It is going to be a game changer as such. Okay, right. Now, you may somewhere, most of the time, my difference complaints comes, right? What is this? You said 50 will be correct and 15 will be wrong, right? But I tried, right? Only one was right and 29 was wrong. What you said is absolutely nonsense. Somewhere you can say that. But let me tell you, my dear friends, Somewhere if you claim what I got is only 1, sometimes people say 0 also. I got 0, right is 0. What I had 30, all 30 were wrong for me. For that, first and foremost, let me tell you, first and foremost, I should ensure whether my categorization of this statement as 50-50 itself is right or wrong. When this question becomes 50-50, I have a doubt between A and B. Either A should be the answer or B should be the answer. Only then I call them as what? 50-50, right? Sometimes you check the answer key, right? You have a doubt between A and B, but the answer given is C. That is not 50-50. Okay. Once you take 50-50, right? Once it is purely 50-50, right? Or I'll put it this way, right? It is real 50-50. If it is a real 50-50, my difference, most of the time, this distribution will be correct. But still, if you want to increase this number, and let me tell you, once I know that, okay, this comes under a 50-50 category, never apply your mind. Mind in the sense, never apply your knowledge part. Apply your common sense, I'm not denying the fact. But do not apply the knowledge component because I should understand this question has become 50-50 just because there was a lack of knowledge. Right? So there, you can look for these extreme words. Extreme words. I told you, right? Whenever, say, for example, words like only, always, always, never, right? Never, every, am I right? Every, all these words if comes in, mark it wrong. On the other hand, my dear friends, whenever I come across some, right, maybe, right, may, here I'll include one more word called as shall. Okay. When talk about may, right, maybe, right, or simply you put it as what? May. Okay. All these words, if I just take it, right, some, maybe, okay. Say, for example, mostly, right? Mostly, right? Very rarely, something like that. Even very rarely, I would say it is an extreme word, okay, right? But these are the words what I should treat it as a right when taking a decision on 50-50 questions, okay? And say, for example, I'll also include some of the connecting words. If I somewhere I just have a connecting word of or, most of the time it will be right. If I have a connecting word called as and, most of the time it will be wrong. Because why I say and, the probability of this option being wrong is more and or is more or right is more, I'll tell you. For example, in that way, if I'm just taking it and, right, two statement A and B, right? Somewhere let me put this way, right? A and B versus A or B if I just take it by difference. Okay. First, I'll just go for this A and B. When exactly the answer will be right, I'll tell you. Right? Answer will be right, I'll tell you. For example, option. If A is wrong, B is right, answer is wrong. If A is right, B is wrong, answer is still wrong. If both of them are wrong, answer is still wrong. This answer will be right only when both of them are right. It means when I just have two statements integrated by this word called as and, the probability of my answer being right is only what? 1/4, right? Or 25%. Okay. Take it for or, my dear friends. You just take it for or. When I talk about A or B, if I just take it, if A is right, right? Say, for example, right? I'll just take the answer. If A is right, B is wrong, still my answer is right. If A is wrong, B is right, my answer is right. If A is right, B is right, my answer is right. My answer will be wrong only when A and B both are wrong. Only then my answer will be wrong. It means what is the probability of my answer being right is what? 3/4, 75%. That's the reason I say mostly taking a decision, particularly if it is a 50-50 type of a question. If your knowledge is somewhere a limitation, look for these words. And comes in, mark it wrong. Or comes in, mark it right. See, I'm not saying that it means, say, for example, and will be wrong or will be right. No, not like that. Only I'm increasing the probability. Okay. So these are some of the very important techniques that has to be followed. Okay. Right, my dear friends. Now, going to another question. Which of the following are possible impact of a volcanic eruption? What they are saying is a possible impact of a volcanic eruption, right? Tsunami, yes. If at all, say for example, if submarine volcanic activity takes place, tsunami can occur. Okay. Even say for example, when I talk about Tonga, 2022, the year started with a tsunami, very minor tsunami, Tonga tsunami. What was the reason for Tonga tsunami? Is a volcanic eruption. Earthquake obviously is. Tsunami, you call them as what? Seismic sea wave, right? Okay. Sorry, excuse me. Volcanic activity resulting in earthquake, right? Somewhere we are just talking about volcanic eruption and volcanic eruption resulting in the same. See, volcanic eruption, can it cause an earthquake? Obviously, yes. We call them as what? Earthquake swamps. When one dormant volcano, if it becomes active, the indication what exactly it gives you, it will be giving you what? Earthquakes as such. Okay? Right. So, earthquakes. Can volcanic activity result in acid rains, if you ask me? Again, answer is yes. Because during any volcanic activity, what are the gases that gets emitted, if you ask me? The most popular gas, 70% of the gas emitted is what? Water vapor. Apart from water vapor, you do have carbon dioxide. And apart from carbon dioxide, you have sulfur dioxide. If water vapor and sulfur dioxide comes together, it can form what? Right? Precipitation, but this precipitation can be what? Acid precipitation. Answer is yes. See, 1, 2, 3 itself, somewhere I have just marked it. From here itself, I can go for selecting an option, right? Wherever 1, 2, 3 comes, okay? It means I have only two choice, right? Two choice, right? So what exactly makes the difference between the two choice is statement number 5, correct? So reading statement 4 itself is not needed. Okay, I have to go for statement 5 and I have to check whether the statement 5 is right or wrong. The statement right is 5 is right, then my option will be D. Statement 5 is wrong, then my option will be A. Okay. Global cooling. Now comes the question. Volcanic activity resulting in global cooling. Is it so if you ask me? I would say answer is yes. Because any volcanic eruption will be resulting in aerosols. It will be somewhere emitting aerosols, my friends. What exactly aerosol does, I'll tell you. Right? When we talk about aerosol, more is the aerosol supply in the atmosphere, more will be the scattering of insolation. The net insolation received by Earth itself will be less. That's the reason. Whenever I just talk about, say, for example, it is more like Krakatoa incident, one small island blast in Indonesia, way back in 1883. For another 5 years, my dear friends, till 1888, it has reduced the global temperature by 1.25 degrees centigrade. Only one volcano has reduced the global temperature for 5 years. Imagine. That's the reason most of the time when I talk about reglaciation, now we are talking about the period of deglaciation. When I talk about reglaciation, most of the phases of deglaciation occurred with increasing volcanic eruption. So here, the answer given is all of the above. Okay, right. All of the above. Right, my dear friends. Going to the next question. Okay, just give me a few seconds. Often, kindly excuse me. Just taking too many excuses. Kindly. Here. Question number 9. Which among the following are factors responsible for summer solstice? See, what is a summer solstice? For northern hemisphere, the summer solstice occurs on June 21st. It occurs on June 21st. Summer solstice. And summer solstice, I know some of the very important facts that this is the longest day of northern hemisphere. Okay. These are some of the known facts, my friends. Okay. Now, which of the following are responsible for summer solstice? Summer solstice is a peak day of a summer. Summer is a season. If that is the case, what exactly is the reason for season? It is revolution and the tilt of the earth. Over 1 and 2 is my option. Ozone hole and all plays no role. Now, only thing is that whether to include this rotation of the earth is a question. Okay. Whether I should include this rotation of the earth, I should somewhere talk about the same. Ozone hole, wherever ozone hole comes in and all, you can take it outrightly, you can take it. Even solar storms do not have any role to be played. You got the answer that 1, 2, and 4, but one exactly, how exactly I'm justifying 4, I'll tell you. Because when I say longest day, my dear friends, I should understand this day itself is resulted due to what? Rotation of the earth. If earth is not rotating, I'll not have this day and night difference. Okay. So ozone hole and solar storm, you remove it. What exactly is the option? What I have is what? B. B is the best option what we have. Right. Right, my friends. Now, Sea of Marmara connects which of the following two seas? See here, let me tell you, this Mediterranean Sea region. Mediterranean Sea region is very, 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 very important. West Asia. I have also included one map, right? Suggesting some of the very important places of the world. I'm just suggesting that somewhere before going to the examination, somewhere you should look at those areas as such. In that way, Mediterranean Sea region is very, very important. Now comes the Sea of Marmara. Sea of Marmara is the one which connects this Mediterranean Sea and Black Sea as such. Okay, but it does not connect Mediterranean Sea directly with the Black Sea, right? Of course, right? This Black Sea and Aegean Sea is connected through Aegean Sea. Mediterranean Sea is connected. For example, from Mediterranean Sea, if you want to go to Black Sea, how exactly you will be moving? From Mediterranean Sea, you will be going to Aegean Sea. From Aegean Sea, you will be going to Sea of Marmara, and Sea of Marmara, you will be going to what? Black Sea. Okay. I have just placed a slide here, right? Here. Okay, I have just placed a slide. We talk about, say, for example, how exactly you venture from Black Sea. It is Sea of Marmara. From Sea of Marmara, you'll be entering this Aegean Sea. From Aegean Sea, you'll be entering what? Mediterranean Sea. I'm telling you, my difference. Mediterranean Sea is very, very important when it comes to UPSC examination. 8 years. All 8 years, word Mediterranean Sea will be there in your question paper. Okay, right. Okay, right, my dear friends. Now, what is interesting, not necessarily that every time you'll be having the Mediterranean Sea as the right option. Sometimes even as a wrong option also Mediterranean Sea is given. I always feel that UPSC has an emotional attachment with Mediterranean Sea. Okay, not for that reason. Mediterranean Sea is always there in news, right? Even say for example, Turkey was there in news again. I should go for Mediterranean Sea. Whenever Syria is there in news, I have to go for Mediterranean Sea. When I talk about Israel and Palestine is there in news, I have to go for Mediterranean Sea. It means West Asia in general. I'll tell you what exactly is that areas or the regions what you have to concentrate. I'll tell you. Okay, right. Going further, my dear friends, a small concept you might be knowing it. Consider the following statement regarding the zero shadow day. Right, very recently now, all latitudes, for example, Chennai, Bengaluru, now say for example, right, Hyderabad and other places, they say you're going to experience a zero shadow day. What is a zero shadow day? Whichever latitude experience the sun's vertical rays falling, right, wherever it is falling. Okay. There, even sun will be there at the sky. It means what? Head sun position. Whenever you experience this head sun position, when sun is exactly placed above your head, right? This is the time when exactly you experience what? Zero shadow. Sun will be there, but the shadow of the object will not fall on the ground. It means that the shadow will be falling within the object itself. All side it will be sunlit. That's the meaning. Okay, it exactly goes hand in hand with vertical sun's rays. So they say, okay, zero shadow day occurs once a year for every point on the earth between Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. Obviously, yes. Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn is the place where exactly I'll be having this phenomena called as zero shadow or sun's vertical rays. But what is the key here, thread here? Once a year. It is not once a year, my dear friends. Actually speaking, it is twice a year. For example, forget about everything. Equator alone, you take it. First and foremost, equator lies between Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. I know it. How many days equator will experience the sun's vertical rays? 2 days, twice a year. March 21st and September 23rd. Right? Spring equinox and vernal equinox. Both I can take it. Correct? Right, my friends. Both I can take. So it is not once a year. It is twice a year. But we do have an exception. If I take only Tropic of Cancer or only Tropic of Capricorn, it is only one day. Cancer, it is June 21st. Capricorn, it is December 22nd. But any other place located between Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, am I right? They say every point, right? Every point, everything they are including, right? It is not once a year, it is twice a year, right? So this statement is wrong. The second statement, all places located, see again, word all, see all places located between Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, whose longitudes are equal, will experience zero shadow phenomena on the same day. My dear friends, it is nothing to do with the longitude. It is everything about what? Latitude. Am I right? Tropic of Cancer is a latitude. Equator is a latitude. Right? Longitude means all the places having along the same longitude will not experience it. Okay. It is all with the latitude. So what exactly is the word which is making the statement wrong is what? Longitude. Okay. So both the statements are incorrect. Okay. So option is neither one nor two. Right. Now moving forward. Again, I've just taken from this Sudan evacuation. Operation Kaveri is related to the evacuation of Indians and the foreign nationals from Sudan. Consider the following statement of regarding Sudan. Nothing to do with Kaveri. Only thing is that, excuse me, excuse me. Sorry, my friends. This is a live class. All this should have been edited in recording, but not possible. So kindly excuse, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, Operation Kaveri is related to evacuations of Indians and foreign nationals from Sudan. Okay. As I said, the question and the statement given actually is irrelevant. The question is all about Sudan, right? Now, let me say, for example, understand the Tropic of Cancer passes through Sudan. Sudan is a landlocked country. The Nile River does not pass through Sudan. First, I will mark whether the statement is correct or wrong. The Tropic of Cancer passes through Sudan, right? If I'm right, the statement is wrong. Tropic of Cancer does not passes through Sudan. Sudan is a landlocked country. No. Sudan has its coastline with the Red Sea, very near to this Nubian desert. We have a mountain called as Red Sea Mountains, very near to it. It has a coastline. Nile River does not pass through Sudan. No. Nile River, one of the longest course of the Nile River is through Sudan. Right? South Sudan and both the Sudan as such, one of the longest course, right? It goes with Sudan, right? If that is the case, Tropic of Cancer, Nile does not passes. Sudan is a landlocked country, right? Only Tropic of Cancer, if I'm just right, okay. Somewhere, yeah. Nile River does not passes, okay, right, through Sudan. It means all the statement given is incorrect, okay. All the statements given is incorrect. The question is about incorrect. Again, I'm telling you, Whenever an incorrect statement is asked, always they have a habit of somewhere giving it in bold and italics. All the above is incorrect. Again, my dear friends, Sudan is very important given the news is very important. So kindly go through the Sudan also. Okay, the regions of Sudan, kindly go through the regions of Sudan. Right. So I have just given you a map just for your reference purpose. Darfur region, the region which is generally comes under the attack is this Darfur region. Okay. And as I said, Sudan has a coastline, considerable coastline with the Red Sea. See, word itself, the name of the place itself is called as Port to Sudan. When I can have a place called as Port to Sudan, this itself tells you that you have a port, you have a coastline. See, River Nile has one of the longest coasts, and Sudan is the place where exactly this Blue Nile and White Nile confluence with each other. Okay, right. So Sudan again becomes very important given the news, my dear friends. Okay, see here, not only Sudan. Along with Sudan, you also take this Horn of Africa, my dear friends. So, given the current importance, this Horn of Africa as a region is also very important, right? Kindly note it down, right? Horn of Africa. Horn of Africa is also given, right? Right now, it is there in news. Okay, right. Furthermore, again, which was there in news, that Kushiara River Treaty is the first river treaty after 25 years between India and Bangladesh. Because way back in 1996, right, we have signed a treaty for this rivers that is associated with Ganga, nearly about 30 rivers, say somewhere, right? A treaty was signed between India and Bangladesh as such. Okay. After 1996, maybe after 25 years of that, say for example, this period, right? We have signed an agreement between India and Bangladesh with respect to this Kushiara River. Only thing is that some of the facts regarding this Kushiara River, we have to take it. And let me tell you, my dear friends, just for the factual purpose, information purpose, the statement what I have given is both are correct. It is a distributary of Barak River, yes. It is not a tributary, it is a distributary, yes. It flows in the west direction from its origin and drains into the Bay of Bengal, yes. See, Barak flows in northeastern state. Only if it is flowing towards the west, it can eventually enter what? Bangladesh. That is logic. Correct. So both the statements what I have just given is here is perfectly right. Just for an information purpose, I am just giving you this statement. Okay. Right, my difference. Okay. This Kushiara River also I have just given you for that case. Right. Further, the advanced Dorok technique is pronounced as Dorok technique is used for forecasting which of the following. Again, let me tell you, it is for tropical cyclone. So, based on the wind pattern and cloud pattern, somewhere you can somewhere predict the formation of the cyclones as such. The technique of prediction, we call them as what? Advanced Dorok technique. It is with respect to tropical cyclone. It is directly the factual information I'm just giving you. Okay, right. Right. Now, again, a very important, interesting concept. Which of the following are possible impact of a heat dome? See, what exactly is a heat dome? A place where exactly a higher temperature is being concentrated here, right? A warm conditions are being concentrated. You call them as a heat dome. And see, wherever temperature, equatorial region also experience warm condition, but what happens is air mass will be rising. But somewhere here, this is the place where you already have the presence of high pressure. Whenever you have a presence of high pressure and somewhere the temperature increases, this high pressure will not allow the warm air mass to, say, for example, expand or rise further. So it forms a dome. Okay, it forms a dome, my dear friends. That's what you call them as heat dome. Heat dome is not universal. Wherever you have the presence of high pressure already there, for example, subtropical high pressure system is there. Okay, wherever I have the presence of high pressure already there, if the temperature starts increasing, it may result in what? The creation of a heat dome or heat dome. Okay, right. Now talking about it, heat dome. And one more thing, heat dome is a negative concept. If that is the case, options here should also be what? Negative. Okay. So if the concept is negative, implication should also be what? Negative. In that way, if I just take it, I do not know whether it can result or not? But somewhere crop damage, is it a negative aspect? Yes, it is. Decrease in energy demand, my dear friends, decrease in energy demand is actually positive impact. See, when decrease energy demand decreases, obviously energy production will be what? Decreasing. It means the depletion of the natural resource will be decreasing. It means energy demand decreasing is a positive impact. Okay. Heat dome will be increasing what? Energy demand. For example, if heat dome is there, automatically I'll be going for what? ACs. I'll be switching off the ACs. Okay. I'll also do that. Okay. Something like that, right? Energy demand will increase, but what they're saying is what? Decrease. No, it is wrong. Forest fire, maybe. Drought, yes, negative. Increase in cloud formation, no, because this region is a high pressure. If it is a low pressure, it can result in what? Cloud formation. But it is high pressure. Am I right? There's high pressure by default. So 215, if I remove it, I got the answer. Right? Most of the time. The concept is negative. Right? Concept is negative. It is effectivity will also be what? Negative. Okay, once they have asked a question, right? Somewhere, this sand mining in the river, they say will increase the salinity of the water. Maybe. Concept is negative, so the impact is also negative. They said it can raise the groundwater table, right? That is wrong because raising the groundwater table is a positive impact. Okay. So again, one more type where I can answer the question in geography. If the concept is negative, the implication can also be what? Negative. Okay, right. Now, my dear friends, which of the following is or weight losing industry? See, this what is weight losing industries? Sometimes it is also called as raw material oriented industries. Raw material oriented industries. It means these are the industries which will be located very near to the place where you get the raw material. Because every time when you manufacture it, right, when you process it, it will start losing its weight, right? It means, say, for example, right, you'll be losing this weight as such. You'll be losing the weight. So what happens at every time it becomes what? The weight of the product will becomes lesser, 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 and lesser. Okay. So normally, in order to save transportation cost, these industries are normally located near the place where you have raw materials, mostly impure raw material. Sugar mills, yes. Sugar canes are perishable. Sucrose content, you will start losing it as the time advances and the distance advances. So most of the sugar mills will be located near the place of the raw material itself. Yes. Pulp industries, because everything of the wood will not be converted into pulp. You have some of the plenty of residues or impure materials. Am I right? So it will be weight losing. Iron and steel industries. See, today when I talk about iron and steel industries, most of them I have in Jharkhand. Why in Jharkhand? Because Chotanagpur plateau is rich in metalliferous minerals. That's the reason we are having it in what? Jharkhand. Food industries, given the perishable nature, yes, food industries is also what? Food processing industries, I should take it this way, right? Fruit processing industries, somewhere they are weight losing. The only exception is what? Cotton textile industries, because cotton textile industry is based on pure raw material, right? Either these industries can be placed near the place of market or near the place where exactly you get the raw material, right? Or anywhere in between, wherever you can have it, right? So once you remove this cotton textile industry, right, I get the answer. Answer is 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, right. Right, my dear friends. And one more thing again, this La Nina and El Nino is very important, my dear friends, because it is after 2018, this year, we are experiencing this El Nino. Okay, right. Now, talking about this La Nina and El Nino, which statement is regarding, right? Which of the following statement regarding La Nina is true? La Nina. The question is not about El Nino, the question is about La Nina. Okay. La Nina event can occur at any time during a year. Obviously, it is correct. It is not necessarily that only in the month of January, February it will be happening. No, any time of the year it can happen. Okay. La Nina always precedes by El Nino. It is wrong. It is not preceded by El Nino. It is succeeded by El Nino. Right? Whenever the normalcy returns after an El Nino, you call them as what? La Nina. La Nina is more like a normal condition. El Nino is an abnormal condition or a reversed condition of tropical Pacific Ocean. Okay. So it doesn't precede, it follows, it succeeds. Okay. The statement 2 is right. Wrong. It is a principal factor behind the creation of the geographical phenomena called as heat dome in any part of the world. See, how many words are there? Principal factor, qualifying word. Behind the creation of a geographical phenomena called as heat dome in any part of the world. No, no, not at all. It means it's mostly important, or say, for example, influence will be felt in what? The Pacific Ocean region. Why to go beyond it? Am I right? Whether La Nina can be resulting in heat dome or not itself is a question mark. Okay. But any part of the world is the one which makes this answer what? Wrong. Right? So select the correct answer using the code. Only one statement is correct. And let me tell you, my dear friends, this type of question as of now, this type of question is what is actually regarded as one of the toughest question. Why I'm saying this type of question is the toughest question, because elimination technique may not work in this type of question. Right? This type of question you can answer only with the application of what? Knowledge, nothing else. Okay? Right. Okay, right. Right, my friends. So La Nina, I have also given you what exactly is El Nino and La Nina. Normal condition, see, what is a normal condition? Any ocean you take it. Any ocean you take it. Any ocean. Normal condition is west is warm. Because any ocean you take it, normally, I'm saying this normally, abnormal conditions we have. Normally, the western section of the ocean will come under the influence of warm current. So it will be warm. The things are somewhere changing it. Somewhere you find El Nino is a condition where the cold Peruvian current is being replaced by what? Warm water. Otherwise, any ocean you take it, west is warm and east is cold. That's a normal condition. The things reverse it, you call them as what? Reversal condition. El Nino is a reversed condition. La Nina is a normal condition. Already we talked about in special classes, important topics also. We talked about this fact. Okay. Again, one of the fact which is associated with this El Nino and La Nina, my dear friends. Consider the following statement regarding this Indian Ocean dipole and Madden-Julian oscillation. Both are important. That's the reason I have just included. Indian Ocean dipole. See, even if El Nino occurs, if I have this Indian Ocean dipole positive phase, that will be yielding much needed precipitation in India. Okay, fine. Now, trying to understand, in Indian Ocean positive phase, in positive IOD, Western Indian Ocean will be warmer and gives good rainfall to India. The statement is right, but I'll explain it. Madden-Julian oscillation is a eastward moving pulse of clouds and wind. This is also correct. When Madden-Julian oscillation is over Indian Ocean, India faces drought condition. This is wrong because, see, I'll tell you, the statement is wrong, right? First and foremost, first, one by one, I'll just take it. Indian Ocean dipole positive phase. When I talk about Indian Ocean dipole positive phase, my dear friend, see, Indian Ocean dipole positive phase is that phase where western side of Indian Ocean will be warmer, eastern side of Indian Ocean will be cooler. So what happens here? See, what is southwest monsoon? The southeastern trade of Indian Ocean eventually becomes southwest monsoon. Correct? So it means if I have a low pressure that is developed near African coast and a high pressure developed near Australian coast, the southeastern trade of Indian Ocean will be strong. Southwest monsoon will be what? Strong. Am I right? It will be strong. If that is the case, IOD positive phase is very favorable for Indian monsoon. Very much favorable. Okay. This is fact number one. The second statement says Madden-Julian oscillation is a eastward moving pulse of cloud, band of cloud. Yes, it is true. Right? When say, for example, this is a band of cloud in an equatorial belt, they'll be moving towards what? Eastern side. But whenever this southeastern trade meets this band of clouds will be carried along with it, and it will be resulting in what? Say, for example, the sudden burst of monsoon. See, most of the time, you have this monsoonal burst and break of monsoon, right? This monsoonal burst is associated with this Madden-Julian oscillation. So, Madden-Julian oscillation, the band of cloud brings more precipitation to India. But what exactly the statement says? It says that MJO over Indian Ocean faces drought. India faces drought-like condition. No, my dear friends. It increases. Suddenly the precipitation will increase. Exactly opposite. Not drought-like condition. Sometimes flood-like condition also you can experience. Right? So which statement is incorrect? Here I have not marked it, but in your question paper, This incorrect will be given in bold and italics as I repeatedly say. Okay. So what is the answer? Answer is 3 only. Okay. Incorrect statement. Right. Now, India's first lichen park has recently been developed in which of the following state? Lichens. See, tundra vegetation. If you're there in tundra vegetation is known for lichen and mosses. Okay. So mostly it will be frosted winters, long winters, right? It will be frosted. And very brief summers you'll be having. So, for example, you'll be having the primary producers called as lichens and mosses. Small, tiny leaves and plants you'll be having it. Okay. Now, only thing is that when I say lichens park, first and foremost, I should understand among the 4 options given, which part of this place can experience, right, tundra-like vegetation. Uttar Pradesh ruled out because Uttar Pradesh is plains, right? See, tundra is a latitude. When I talk about latitude, my difference, tundra somewhere exists between 70° to 80° in both the hemispheres. It means outer margins of Antarctica and the Siberian region. That condition I should have experienced. If that is the case, Uttar Pradesh is ruled out because it is a plain. Kerala is ruled out, again it is tropical region, right? My option lies between Meghalaya and Uttarakhand. My difference, Meghalaya versus Uttarakhand. When I talk about altitude wise, Uttarakhand, I understand. I have more high altitudinal mountains. I have, say, for example, mountains like Kamet. I have mountains like Nanda Devi. Am I right? So it means my logic says I am going with what? High altitude. Even Meghalayan mountains are not so high when it comes to the altitudes as such. Okay. So answer is Uttar Pradesh, or excuse me, it is Uttarakhand. And of course, the park in Uttarakhand, you call them as what? Munsiari. This park you call them as what? Munsiari. Okay, this is the Lichens Park. 2000 way back in 2019 we started developing it, right? But somewhere it is full-fledged as of now. Right, my dear friends. This question, somewhere I am just taking the influence because this question is already asked, right, in the previous examination, right? Some of them. Okay, now jet streams, also known as Rossby waves, are found only in northern hemisphere. This question was already asked, right? It is not only northern hemisphere, both the hemispheres you find it. Okay, you go for the right answer. It means one is wrong. If one is wrong, I can eliminate A, I can eliminate B. My option lies between C and D. Reading the second statement itself is not needed unless and until we have much of the time. Reading the same is not needed. Okay. Now only the third statement I have to take it and I have to see whether it is right or wrong. Jet stream influence the western disturbance rains in northwestern part of India. Absolutely right. Right. What brings the winter precipitation to India? That too during the months of, say, for example, that too, right? Winter precipitation is a jet stream. This jet stream, we call them as what? Subtropical jet. Even say, for example, we talked about this Karakoram anomaly. What exactly results in this accumulation of the glaciers in Karakoram region? Jet stream. Subtropical jet, right? You call them as what? Western disturbance, right? Very important. Even for Rabi cultivation, western disturbance is what? Very, very important. Winter precipitation. Okay. So, option is both 2 and 3. Just read it. We know that 2 and 3 is the right answer, but somewhere I'm just reading this too. Jet stream plays a very crucial role in the onset and delay of the monsoon. So this particular monsoon, we call them as what? Tropical easterly jet. Right? Not necessarily that all jet streams are westerly in nature. We do have easterly, but this jet stream, easterly jet is not a permanent jet. Okay? Right. Right, my friends. Again, this question is also kind of interesting, I would say. Consider the following statement about rare earth elements. Rare earth elements. Okay. They are rarely to be found on the earth, so they are called as rare earth elements. Actually, the statement is wrong. See, just because they are rare, you don't call it as a rare. Because when we used to call it as a rare, the exploration technique or extraction techniques were very primitive. It means it was very difficult for us to extract these minerals, particularly when they are present in their oxidized forms. Not necessarily they are rare, we call them as rare earth elements. No, not like that. Their extraction is comparatively difficult. Particularly when I talk about they, say for example, exist in form of what? Oxidized form. Okay, that's why we call them as what? Rare earth elements. Okay, not because they are rare. They are not so rare. Okay, hard to extract. Very good. They're hard to extract. That's the reason you call them as what? Rare earth. Rare earth minerals. Lithium, cobalt, and graphite. Again, see my difference? And graphite are part of 17 rare earth minerals. And my difference, lithium, cobalt, and graphite, even if I know that one is not a rare earth materials or minerals, the statement will be wrong because the statement is integrated by this word called as and. It means lithium should also be rare earth, cobalt should also be rare earth, graphite should also be rare earth, right? I can remove it because I know all three are not rare earth. Even one, if I'm satisfied that is not rare earth, I can eliminate this option as such. Okay, two I'm eliminating. Recently, India and Australia have signed an MOU regarding critical mineral investment partnership. For 3 years, they have signed it. Okay, so whichever minerals is needed for the day-to-day, say for example, supply chain management, and most of the things, say for example, car manufacturing industries, they suffer, right? Particularly because most of the when I talk about this car manufacturing company, when I talk about these chips, silicon chips, they depend more on this Chinese imports, right? Because, say, for example, there is a raw material shortage. Car manufacturing industries, as such, they suffers a lot, right? Not only that, even say, for example, wherever the chip manufacturing company is there, they are suffering a lot. Okay, right. In that way, say, for example, India and Australia signed an MOU that, so, for example, they'll be mutually, right? So, they'll be ensuring that the supply chain management is somewhere around is taken care of it. Okay, this is just a fact what I have just added it. Okay, right, my dear friends. So now, if that is the case, statement 1 is wrong, statement 2 is wrong, statement 3 alone is what? Correct. Okay. For your reference, I have also given you the list of this rare earth materials. All these rare earth materials, the reference I have just given. Okay. And why exactly it is not, why it is called as a rare earth mineral, somewhere I have also taken from this, right, vmminerals.com site, right? Somewhere a graphical representation, somewhere you just go through it, you'll also understand that why exactly it is called as a rare earth minerals. Okay, right, my friends. So now, question number 22 again, a very unique fact I would call it as. Which of the following statement about dry evergreen forest is incorrect? Just a minute, please. So, which of the following regarding the dry evergreen forest? See, this word itself looks like an oxymoron. Dry evergreen, right? Normally, evergreen forests are associated with wet condition, but I am talking about condition is dry, but the forest is evergreen. Okay, since it is a part of a statement, no need to think about it. Okay, because it's a part of the question. Correct. Only thing is that dry evergreen forest is incorrect. First and foremost, it is a unique forest habitat found only in western Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. Now, see, you do not know about it unless and until you know the facts about it. Okay. See, this dry evergreen forest is also called as what? East Deccan evergreen forest. When I say East Deccan evergreen forest in Deccan Plateau, somewhere I am talking about the eastern side. But the statement given is here what? Western side. It is not the western side, it is Bay of Bengal coastline is the one which experiences this dry evergreen forest. Okay. So the statement 1 is wrong. Gindi National Park, Chennai. Gindi National Park, Chennai. And Point Calimar, Vedaranyam. Right? You call them as what? Kodikarai or Point Calimar. Exactly along the coastline of Bay of Bengal. Wildlife and bird sanctuaries are part of this evergreen forest. Let me tell you, this is a fact. Take it as a right. India's dry evergreen forest is the one of the only 3 dry evergreen forest found in the world. Answer is actually right. What are the other two if you ask me? Tamil Nadu, right? We have what? Apart from that, Sri Lanka is another two. And Indo-China Peninsular, my dear friends. Indo-China Peninsular is the third one. Okay. Here the answer, right? What exactly is the question examiner is asking? Examiner is asking you about incorrect answer. Okay. Only statement one is incorrect. Okay. And coming to the last question of the day, my dear friends. Which of the following countries shares the land boundary with Turkey? I've just given you the list, but Romania and Russia do not form the boundary. Directly, I'm giving you the answer. Answer is 1, 2, 3, and 4 only. But see, this question can be answered only with the help of a map. Again, Turkey is there consistently in there in news. That's the reason somewhere I'm just giving you Turkey also. And Turkey is present both in Asia as well as Europe. That's the reason Turkey has a nickname called as Sick Man of Europe. Correct? You call them as what? Sick Man of Europe. Okay. In that way, my dear friends. Again, when I talk about Sea of Marmara, both side what I have is what Turkey. So Turkey, consistently it was there in news, continuous earthquakes. I mean, for that reason, Turkey is very, very important, my dear friends. Right? So kindly take it. And I am also including these regions, right? So kindly make a note. What is important for your examination for map-based question? West Asia, very, very important. How many into Mars you can mark it, you mark it. West Asia along with Mediterranean Sea. Central Asia is also important, my dear friends. Right? And Southeast Asia. These three regions you give utmost important. West Asia, very, very important. Central Asia to some extent. And Southeast Asia to some other extent. Okay? Right. So these are some of the questions what I have taken for today's discussion. Right? Coriolis force also we can leave it because it is a conventional question what can be asked. Okay, right, my dear friends. Right. So this is all about geography. Uh, it will be followed by polity session. So kindly stay tuned. Right. Just to continue with polity. So my dear friends, I'm wishing you all the best and good luck for the examination. See, you would have studied a lot. Right. Believe in yourself. Knowledge is one component, but apply the techniques, apply the so-called common sense, and eventually come out with successful flying colors. Thank you and God bless.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody's lively and as sparkling as I am right now because we are going to discuss important topics, relevant topics for you guys and for Prelims 2023. Now, in this session, I want your attention to be focused purely on polity. From this portion, we will be starting questions, MCQs based on polity. Now, guys, if you have attended our previous sessions on 7th, you would have noticed we had covered important relevant topics as far as prelims is concerned. Now we are going to take things forward. We want to understand in a holistic manner all the topics that we have covered. So मैं आपके लिए लेकर आया हूं important questions. Now these important questions, before we go on to that, let me give you a brief introduction about all the initiatives that Sriram IAS has brought to you guys on Unacademy platform as well as on UPSC Articulate channel. The first and foremost thing that you see right here is the foundation batch. Now, the foundation batch as such is relevant for all those individuals who are preparing for 2024. Now, you might be thinking, sir, 2024 वाले बच्चे यहाँ पर क्या करेंगे? In this marathon session, you would have an analysis of how UPSC tends to ask questions. For that reason, you should also, if you are preparing for the next year, you should also attend these sessions, these marathon sessions. आप आज नहीं देखेंगे तो आप कुछ समय बाद इन्हीं marathon sessions को ढूंढ रहे होंगे और उनको visit कर रहे होंगे to attend certain topics. Further, we have also got for you important courses with respect to various optional subjects, including public administration that I am taking on the Unacademy platform through Sriram IAS. Further, you also have another marathon session that is coming up that is relevant for current affairs, जो कि होगा 21 मई को, that is the next Sunday. I told you every Sunday before your exam, make yourself available for these marathon sessions. Apart from that, uh, now let's begin with our very first question. The very first question is right here in front of you guys on your screens. Just go through this question and read it with me, and let's try and understand as to what is the relevance of chief minister of a state. See guys, very recently there was an update and there was a case that was decided by the Honorable Supreme Court. And because of that, it is relevant for us as well. It is important for us to understand what is the relationship of a state's CM with the governor and a state CM with the lieutenant governor in case of the UTs of Delhi and Puducherry. So we will be covering those questions. Now make sure to mention your answers in the chat section. I will be explaining the question and we will be reading through the question and understand the statement of the question. Now, the first question is in the context of the appointment of the chief minister, appointing of chief minister. If you've noticed, with respect to Goa, with respect to Karnataka, with respect to Tamil Nadu, with respect to Madhya Pradesh, with respect to Rajasthan, there have been instances with respect to appointment of chief ministers, and that is why it is relevant for us. Now, this statement you have to find which is correct and which is not. Now, सबसे पहली चीज every student has to do is make sure that they read this term correctly, because if you get confused and you find the incorrect ones, or when you find the incorrect ones in the case of correct, or vice versa, right? So that should not happen. It is a silly mistake. You should avoid that. Now, in the context of appointment of chief minister, the first statement says constitution contains specific procedure for the appointment of chief minister. So there is a specific procedure that is mentioned in the constitution. Further, the second statement says that the constitution requires that a person has to prove his or her majority in the state assembly before he is appointed as the chief minister. Majority proof करनी पड़ेगी तभी आपको appointment मिल सकती है. Further, the chief minister may be member of any of the two houses of the state legislature. You have to find out which of the following statements, which of the above given statements are correct. Now you can mention your answers in the poll section. Excellent classes is saying D. 1, 2, and 3. All statements are correct. Now, if you correlate it with rest of the happenings around you, you would realize, see, number one thing, there is no set out procedure for the appointment of the chief minister in the constitution. In fact, if you remember, there is a movie based on that as well. And that movie is, for example, I think you might have seen that movie, and that is Nayak, I think, if you remember that movie. Anil Kapoor ji ki movie hai na? A very heart-wrenching movie. Now, reference to that movie, you would realize that there is no specific procedure mentioned in the constitution with respect to appointment. It is only mentioning how the appointment happens. That is it. No specific procedure. Or who appoints the chief minister. That is it. Acha. Second thing, he or she, they do not have to prove the majority. I got the idea, Deepak ji. I got the idea. Now, आपको मेजॉरिटी प्रूव करने की आवश्यकता नहीं होती है. सेकंड, थर्ड, chief minister may be a member of any house of the state legislature. That is of course correct. Now, once you've once you've understood this, let's understand what is going to be the answer. आपने D बोला है, आंसर देखते हैं. The answer to this question is basically C, which is 3 only. The third statement is correct. He may be a member, he or she may be a member of any of the two houses of the state legislature. In fact, आप 6 महीने तक मेंबर नहीं भी होते तो भी आपको, अगर आप देखें, इवन इन केस ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर, यू कैन बी प्राइम मिनिस्टर फॉर 6 मंथ्स, क्योंकि आप 6 महीने तक बिना मेंबर बने भी ये काम कर सकते हैं. For that reason, in fact, if you remember, Shri Manmohan Singh ji was the prime minister and he was not a member, and he became a member of Rajya Sabha, and through that he became the prime minister. So let's understand this concept now. The constitution, number one, does not provide any specific procedure. So no specific procedure is available, number one. Number two, Article 164 only talks about the fact that chief minister has to be appointed by the governor. तो अपॉइंटिंग अथॉरिटी बता दी गई है. सेकंड, थर्ड, constitution does not require that a person must prove his or her majority. So no need to prove your majority. That is also proven. So this is the third point. Fourth, he may first appoint him as the CM and then ask him to prove the majority, which can be based on floor test. So having a floor test is not a precondition, or having a majority is not a precondition to be appointed as a CM. Fifth, a person who is not a member of state legislature can be appointed. 6 महीने का time है. For 6 months, anybody can be the chief minister. And in fact, there have been movies on it, and there have been instances based on that. 6 महीने के अंदर अंदर, either in the legislative council or by some by election or something like that, some MLA resigns, and on that seat, that person contests the election, wins the seat, and becomes a member, which basically within which time he has to be elected. In 6 महीनों में election होगा and he has to be a member. Now this 6 months precondition is an exceptional situation. This is merely an exception. ऐसा नहीं है कि you can use this every single time and appoint someone not a member. This is not a precondition. This is not a part of the condition. It is merely an exception that anyone can be a member, cannot be a member and yet become a chief minister. Achha. According to the constitution, the chief minister may be a member of any of the houses. So this is how you will have to perceive. चलिए अब आगे चलते हैं अगले क्वेश्चन की ओर. The next question is about the concurrent list. Very recently you had your agricultural laws taken aback, right? Further, when you talk about the tussle that Delhi chief minister has with the lieutenant governor, or various other cases where you have the non-ruling parties of center ruling the states, you will find a little bit of tussle between the governor and the chief ministers and the council of ministers of that state, or the governments of that state. Now that tussle is based on various aspects, including GST, including various other things which have been enlisted in the 7th schedule of the Indian Constitution. 7th schedule के अंदर 3 lists हैं. उन तीनों lists की items को आपने अच्छे से पढ़ के जाना है. Make sure that you go through the entire set of lists. My suggestion would be read 2 small portions, जो कि 2 छोटी lists हैं, उनको पढ़ लीजिए. At least 2 should be read. बाकी बचा हुआ थर्ड में है तो आप रूलिंग आउट कर सकेंगे. यू विल बी एबल टू एलिमिनेट. रीड एटलीस्ट 2 lists. This is an easy way out because now the exam is approaching. Now for this question, they are asking what all subjects are a part of the concurrent list. Census, electricity, weights and measures, public order, labor welfare. Now all of these terminologies were a part and parcel of basically the entire set of things that were happening in the recent past after COVID-19. And you must have noticed UPSC tends to go deeper into the history, deeper into last 1 to 2 years to dwell into all these matters. तो आपको realize होता है कि 1 से 2 साल के बीच में बहुत सारी चीजें हुई होती हैं, उससे relevant questions पूछ लिया जाते हैं. The answer to this question that Deepak is saying is C. Anybody else who wants to answer? देखिए, you will have to participate in these sessions because then only you will get an insight of how people are faring well. So for example, अगर आप इस क्वेश्चन की बात करते हैं, सबसे पहली चीज, सेंसस कौन कंडक्ट करता है? सेंसस इज कंडक्टेड बाय द सेंटर. सेकेंड थिंग, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी. Now, electricity has relevance with respect to state as well as center. And for that reason, electricity is a part of concurrent list. So, second is a part, census नहीं है. अच्छा, census नहीं है तो first option को rule out करके देखते हैं. So, this can be ruled out, this can be ruled out. We have two options, 2, 3, 5 and 2 and 3. Right? These, both these में से एक कोई आंसर होगा. So, either B is the answer or C is the answer. आप में से I think many of you guys might have ruled out first, and on that basis you might have gone to B or C. B और C में एक fifth option है, which is labor welfare. Now, to understand that, understand this. Do we have state specific labor codes? Do we have state specific labor laws? No. Labor laws जो हैं वो basically आपके सेंटर के important, you know, important aspects और nuances में आते हैं. For that reason, what we need to understand is that, and further, labor laws are also having state specific amendments. So, आते तो सेंटर के परव्यू में है. You have codes created by the center, but there are state specific amendments, state specific orders. स्टैंडिंग ऑर्डर्स होते हैं. इंडस्ट्रियल एम्प्लॉयमेंट स्टैंडिंग ऑर्डर्स एक्ट है एक, जो कि इंडस्ट्रियल रिलेशंस का एक पार्ट है, इंडस्ट्रियल रिलेशंस कोड का पार्ट है. नाउ, स्टैंडिंग ऑर्डर्स आर विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द लेबर कंडीशंस ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर सेट ऑफ फैक्ट्रीज और एन इंडिविजुअल यूनिट ऑफ दैट फैक्ट्री, फॉर एग्जांपल. तो इस तरीके से स्टैंडिंग ऑर्डर्स हो गए या इंडस्ट्रियल रिलेशंस हो गए. ऑल दीज आर आल्सो हैविंग स्टेट स्पेसिफिक ऑर्डर्स और अमेंडमेंट्स. एक स्टैंडर्ड कोड क्रिएट कर दिया सेंटर ने, एक अम्ब्रेला लॉ क्रिएट कर दिया और उसके अंदर स्टेट स्पेसिफिक अमेंडमेंट्स भी हो जाती है. नाउ, इफ यू गेट व्हाट आई एम सेइंग, you would realize that labor welfare, because it was in news since 2019 2020 as well, this can be asked in your questions. Good morning, Pooja ji. Now, second, third and fifth, all these are a part of the concurrent list. फोर्थ, पब्लिक ऑर्डर नहीं है, सेंसस नहीं है. लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड हाउ. द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन has to be not C, दीपक जी. The answer to this question has to be B. इसको नोट कर लीजिएगा. Now, this question, I had come up with this question particularly for one reason, that I wanted you guys to cover this topic. ये टॉपिक स्किप हो जाता है. अच्छा, इसी से मिलता जुलता एक और टॉपिक है that you have to cover, and that is your order of precedence. Order of precedence. Make sure that you cover that topic as well. Chalo, let's understand this entire answer. Now, the constitution has provided for union list, state list and concurrent list. Now, concurrent list has 52 subjects, including सिविल प्रोसीजर कोड, क्रिमिनल लॉज एंड क्रिमिनल प्रोसीजर कोड्स. आप आईपीसी का बेयर एक्ट खोलिएगा, आप क्रिमिनल प्रोसीजर कोड का बेयर एक्ट खोलिए, सिविल प्रोसीजर कोड का बेयर एक्ट खोलिए, यू विल फाइंड स्टेट स्पेसिफिक अमेंडमेंट्स इन दोज बुकलेट्स. मैरिज एंड डिवोर्स लॉज भी स्टेट स्पेसिफिक है, बिकॉज इट इज अ मैटर ऑफ सोसाइटी. ये सोशल लॉज होते हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशनल लॉज इन सोसाइटीज. चाहे मैरिज है चाहे डिवोर्स है, देर आर सर्कमस्टांसेस. आई विल गिव यू एन एग्जांपल. देर आर सर्टेन कम्युनिटीज which follow matriarchy, and for them जो स्टैंडर्ड हिंदू मैरिज एक्ट है और जो दूसरे मैरिज लॉज हैं वो नहीं एप्लीकेबल होते हैं. दे आर नॉट एप्लीकेबल टू देम, और दे आर एप्लीकेबल एज टू अ सर्टेन अमेंडमेंट, एंड फॉर दैट रीजन स्टेट स्पेसिफिक अमेंडमेंट्स की रिक्वायरमेंट होती है. But then you cannot put the entire onus on the states, because then you will not have uniformity, and that is why they have kept all these, for example, a couple of, a couple of items have been listed here. All these items have been listed in the concurrent list, not in the state list and not in the central list, क्योंकि उसमें स्टेट्स को अलाउ करना था कि वो लॉ बना सके. ठीक है जी, चलिए मूविंग ऑन. For example, acha, 42nd amendment has also transferred 5 subjects to the concurrent list. from state list. Now, if any item from the state list is transferred to the concurrent list, जहां पर state and center दोनों laws बना सकते हैं, that is a shift towards a non-federal unitary aspect of the constitution. This is unitarization of Indian constitution. Unitarization, ध्रुवीकरण हो रहा है, पोलराइजेशन हो रही है towards the center. Education, forest, weights and measures, protection of wild animals and birds, administration of justice, constitution and organization of all courts except the Supreme Court and the High Court. Because it was a part of the state list, now it has become a part of the union list. Now, because this fifth topic, this fifth item has been added to the concurrent list, sorry, if because it has been added to the concurrent list, there are instances and chances that you can have all India judicial services. This can become the basis of having all India judicial services. Remember that. Census union list का subject है, public order state list का subject. That we all know, है ना? चलो. Now let's move further. Moving on to the next question. Which of the following is the best justification for the affirmative action policies in India? Affirmative action policies are related to, for example, recently you had the EWS amendment. Economically weaker sections के लिए amendment हुई है. Go through this question: principle of non-discrimination, equal opportunity, group disadvantage, radical redistribution. What should be the answer to this question? Try it out, read out the question perfectly, and then try to answer the question. Very recently, if you have noticed, what has happened is UPSC has shifted its focus towards asking you more conceptual and more theoretical questions. Here, principle of non-discrimination is not the case. Group disadvantage bhi nahi hai. Radical redistribution bhi nahi hai. See, the process here that you have to realize is that when you read about reservation, what is the purpose of reservation? Is it to create absolute equality? No. It is not about absolute equality. Absolute equality क्या चीज है? It is a utopian idea where everybody would be equal. That is not what any state, howsoever egalitarian it wants the society to be, egalitarian, not equal. There will always be a difference. It is egalitarian. Deepak ji has said the answer should be B, and not equal. There is a difference. There's a difference in that. And the difference lies in the answer to this question. And the answer to this question is B. Your answer is correct, Deepak ji. The answer is B. The principle of equal opportunity. We do not want equality of outcome. There is a very famous individual, abhi to thoda sa wo there, he's going down the hill. Jordan Peterson is one clinical psychologist that you can go and listen to when you talk about the kind of equality that there should be in the society. It should be equality of opportunity, but not of outcome. Because then nobody would want to work at all. For example, if I say everybody will get selected, so what will be the difference? What will be the difference if you are putting in extra efforts? For example, Deepak ji, you are putting in extra efforts, and everybody else is not putting in that effort. What would happen then? You would not want to put in extra efforts. आप कहेंगे जब ऐसे ही हो रहा है तो why should I put in extra efforts? And that is why we need equality of opportunity and not of outcome. Make sure that you know that. So answer to this question is of course B. Now moving further to the next question. Answer is B because of equality of opportunity. We want that there should be no discrimination in offering equal opportunities. So आप opportunity के basis पर कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करते हैं. दैट इज हाउ द सोसाइटी डेवलप्स. आप कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के ऊपर फोकस रखते हैं और कैपेबिलिटीज के ऊपर फोकस रखते हैं, एज अमर्त्य सेन हैड आल्सो टॉक्ड अबाउट, राइट? Based on that, you enhance the capabilities and you go beyond what you were already as a person. Moving on to the next question. Which among the following are true with regard to fundamental rights? Fundamental rights से related question. Make sure that you read the question carefully before answering. What does the question say? They help you to promote political democracy, the ideals of political democracy. Second thing, they help to prevent the establishment of an authoritarian and despotic rule in the country. Third, they operate as limitations on the tyranny of the executive and arbitrary laws of the legislature. They aim at establishing a government of laws and not of men. ठीक है जी, चलो फटाफट से try answering this question. Read the question carefully and then try to answer. Although it's not too difficult a question, a fairly simple one, लेकिन फिर भी let's try it out. Helping to promote the ideals of political democracy. What does it ensure? It ensures people's participation. It ensures establishment of rule of law, for example, and it ensures that there is prevention of establishment of authoritarian and a despotic rule. First statement में doubt हो सकता है and that might be the reason आप first C option D option and B option को rule out कर दें, but that doubt is ruled out when you understand that ideals of political democracy हैं क्या. Basic ideal of political democracy is people's participation, and where the political interests of everyone are taken care of when they are represented for. That is what political democracy is, where you have a say, a certain level of say in the democratic setup based on your political ideologies, for example, or based on your political interests. तो वो पॉलिटिक आपके खुद के जो सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट है और इवन योर ग्रुप इंटरेस्ट और इंटरेस्ट ग्रुप्स के जो स्टैंडर्ड कॉमन गुड इंटरेस्ट हैं, they are established through the level of participation in a democratic manner. So that is why people's participation is relevant. Now, political democracy is closely associated and is a precursor to social democracy. You cannot have social democracy without political democracy. ये कॉमन टर्मिनोलॉजीज हैं, यू शुड नो दीज टर्मिनोलॉजीज, इनके बारे में पढ़ते रहिएगा. इट इज रिलेवेंट फॉर एवरी वन ऑफ अस. कूल, चलो. सो द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज गोइंग टू बी नॉट 2 and 3, of course. First is correct, second is correct, third is correct, and fourth of course is correct. हाँ, यहाँ पर अगर कह देते the government of men and not laws, and government of laws means a government which is subservient to the word of law. Word of law is supreme, not sovereign but supreme. You will have sovereignty of men, you will have sovereignty of men, वो गलत नहीं है. Because we the people give to ourselves what? This constitution. हमने एक constitution create किया अपने ही ऊपर, उसी constitution का role, उसी की significance बढ़ा दी. And we are now subservient to the ideals of those which are mentioned in the constitution. Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic, republic. That is the kind of state that we have established. But that word of law is going to be limiting the role of government, or limited government, which means limiting the authority of the government. कहां से हो रही है? Constitution से हो रही. कहां से? It is coming from the constitution. अच्छा, मेरा जो पेन है, द कलर ऑफ द पेन, आई होप इट इज legible to everyone, it is visible for everyone. If you want, I can change the color as well, or let me give you an option if this works fine. I think blue works better, है ना? So let's use blue only. अच्छा, the answer to this question, we have gotten the idea. It is simple. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Option D is the answer, है ना? चलो, moving on to the next question. The next question is related to Indian scheme of things, the Indian system. The constitution is the result of the rights of individuals as defined and enforced by courts of law, sorry. Fundamental rights in India are not absolute but qualified. Find the correct statement. Correct statement ढूंढनी है. Make sure that you mention your answers in the chat section. अपने अपने answers को chat section में mention जरूर कीजिएगा. Which of the following statements, above given statements, are correct? Simple, fair and simple question based on the philosophical framework of Indian Constitution, based on the understanding that you develop when you read Lakshmikant, when you read the Bare Acts. Guys, when you're revising polity, revise polity by using the Bare Act. You should have Bare Acts handy. Latest wala le lijiyega. It is hardly, I think, 200 odd rupees. Any Bare Act would work of the Constitution, but latest ho with the latest amendment, very much necessary. Deepak ji, the answer here should be second first statement. Let's understand. देखो, the Constitution is not the result of rights that have been created or defined or enforced by the courts of law. No, courts of law are not defining the fundamental rights or any kind of rights. Rights are in fact a part of Constitution. It is in fact the other way around. Constitution defines the rights. This happens in United States of America. This does not happen in India. ये US में होता है. Constitution defines the fundamental rights. It is not that you already had rights. Like for example, in the United Kingdom, you had the Magna Carta, which became a part of the constitutional list of precedents in the United Kingdom. हमारे यहाँ ऐसा नहीं है. Here we define the we define the fundamental rights in the Constitution. But that does not mean that we did not have rights per se, or a rights based society नहीं थी, ऐसा नहीं है. But then the Indian system today has its source in the Constitution for the fundamental rights. It is not the courts of law that have defined the fundamental rights. They have only interpreted. हमारे यहाँ courts of law ने सिर्फ interpret किया है. They have only interpreted the Constitution or the fundamental rights within the Constitution. We have not worked on creating the rights and then made a constitution over and above it and then made it a part of that. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं हुआ. Quite the contrary. So fundamental rights वाले statement में ये पहली statement हो जाती है गलत. That means this cannot be the answer. This cannot be the answer. Let's understand the second statement. Fundamental rights in India, they are not absolute. सही तो कह रहे हैं. What happens in the emergency case? There are certain fundamental rights that automatically are taken away, or rather, the enforcement of those fundamental rights. Enforcement of certain fundamental rights are immediately, it is immediately taken away. Fundamental rights immediately taken away. क्योंकि emergency कर दी, emergency लगा दी, immediately आपके कुछ fundamental rights ले लिए जाते. But they are qualified. That means if you perform certain basic duties, if you remember, for example, in 27, I think it was in 2019, not 2017, there was a statement on rights and duties. The answer to that question, I'm paraphrasing that question, the answer to that question was every right has a has a corresponding has a corresponding duty associated with it. Now, this is something that every student of law tends to read but associated with it. You will be surprised, ये statement NCRTs में भी mentioned है. It is a part of NCRTs of polity. Imagine that every right has a corresponding duty associated with it. That means if the duties are performed fine, then the rights are also ensured. And it is a process of give and take. एक give and take का process है, which means तुम मुझे duties दो, मैं तुम्हें rights दूं. Further, you have to understand, if you read Article 19, I'm giving you multiple examples of qualification in the matters of fundamental rights. Qualified क्यों कहते हैं इन्हें? Article 19 उठा लेते. 19(1) के अंदर A, B, C, D, E, F, for example, all the six freedoms, right? Start reading Article 19, Clause 2, Clause 3, Clause 4, so on and so forth. You would realize the exceptions and conditions of Article 19(1)(a) have been mentioned in Article 19, Clause 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on and so forth. So, अपने को ये समझना होगा, these are qualified. That means they have certain preconditions associated with them. Even if you talk about Article 14, there was for a very long time a debate. Article 14 के ऊपर ना एक debate चलती थी that 15 and 16 are exceptions to Article 14. The Honorable Supreme Court, in fact, had been saying that. But then the Honorable Supreme Court clarified that 15 and 16 are not exceptions to 14, but they create a certain level of qualification for the kind of equality that 14 talks about. So the precedent, the judicial precedent that Honorable Supreme Court came up with for Article 15 and 16 explaining कि भाई 15 और 16 के अंदर जो reservation modules बताए गए हैं, they are not exceptions to 14 or exceptions to equality. No, they are a part and parcel of the reality of equality that we perceive. It is a part of right to equality. That means that these are not absolute. If Article 14 would have been absolute, reservation would not have been possible, because we as people have created Article 14 as a part of our fundamental rights, Part 3 of the Constitution. Acha, one more thing that you have to understand. The answer to this question we know is now second option is correct, first statement is incorrect. But one more thing that we need to understand now is that you know फंडामेंटल राइट्स आर अ पार्ट ऑफ दीपक जी, मैं सही बोल रहा हूं अगर मैं ये स्टेटमेंट बोलता हूं फंडामेंटल राइट्स आर अ पार्ट ऑफ द बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर डॉक्ट्रिन, दे आर अ पार्ट ऑफ द बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन. एम आई राइट इन सेइंग दैट? You would be surprised to know that this statement that fundamental rights are a part of basic structure is a wrong statement. This is a wrong statement. The right statement would be, in fact, the principles of fundamental rights, the principles or the philosophical framework of the philosophy of fundamental rights is a part of basic structure. That means the rights that have been enshrined verbatim, अगर मैं उनको word to word उठाऊं, they are not absolute. They are not absolute. They are qualified. How are they qualified? Based on all the examples that I have given you, is a part of the basic structure. This second statement is correct. Remember that, which brings us to the point that make sure that you have a list. Even Lakshmikant mentions that list. It will work for us. The उसकी चिंता मत कीजिएगा, उतनी भी list अगर आप पढ़ लेते, you will get a very basic idea of all the things that are a part of the basic structure doctrine. So make sure that you go through that. Cool? Chal. Let's proceed further. Moving on to the next question. Which among the following is or are the elements of concept of rule of law in India? The concept of rule of law in India Is it absence of arbitrary power? Is it equality before law? The primacy of rights of the individuals? Which all of which among the following statements are basically the answer? First, second only, one and three, one, two, and three. Try answering this question as well. Okay. तो ये भी एक philosophical question है. This is also based on the philosophy of Indian Constitution, philosophy of fundamental rights basically, है ना? And also philosophy of rule of law. Now, rule of law, which is also a part of fundamental rights in Article 14, basically. See, absence of arbitrary power, rule of law के अंदर क्या होता है? Despotism के को रोकने के लिए, authoritarianism को रोकने के लिए, you have limited government. When I say limited government, it means that the government's roles and responsibilities have certain checks and balances, certain level of accountability. Accountability ensures that there is an absence of arbitrary power. Despotism नहीं होगा, tyranny नहीं होगी, तानाशाही नहीं होगी. Then equality before law and equal protection of laws as well, that is also a part, है ना? But the question comes, would or should primacy of rights of individuals be a part? If you remember, only a couple of seconds back, a couple of minutes back maybe, we had talked about primacy of fundamental rights in the manner where we had discussed that constitution is the source of fundamental rights, is the source of rights, and it is not the other way around. That means the constitution, because it can be amended, that means the rights can be amended. One, only the philosophy is a part of basic structure. Philosophy को ना change करते हुए the rights of individuals are not primal. You cannot say कि भाई rights सर्वोपरि हैं. The rights cannot be touched. They are not the supreme because they are a part of the constitution. Number one. Second, they are not a result of any fundamental rights based movements that happened in the West. जैसे आप यूएस की बात कीजिए, in the US you have primacy of rights of individuals. For example, let me tell you one thing. There is a difference between rights and liberties. Rights और liberties के बीच में एक फर्क होता है. What is a right and what is a liberty? Liberty is something which comes with the right along with certain level of independence and freedom to exercise those rights. It is having a broader connotation as compared to rights. थोड़ा broad connotation होता है liberty का as compared to rights. That means where you have liberties, you will have primacy of rights of individuals. Where you have rights, there will be no primacy for certain reasons. जब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अंदर राइट्स मैनेज किए जाते हैं, जब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अंदर राइट्स लिखे जाते हैं, when you mention those rights, you subserve them or make them subservient to the overall scheme of the constitution. Howsoever strongly you protect them, be it through the basic structure doctrine. But when it comes to liberty, which is a case of the West, people would quote their rights to stop the state from interfering in the freedom of exercise of those rights. The state's control of the rights is not just limited, it is almost negligible. Whereas we receive our rights. Now, this is a difference in the manner a society evolves. That is the basis of having a different form or a different connotation with respect to what are rights and what are liberties. इंडिया के अंदर राइट्स हैव ऑलवेज बीन कमिंग फ्रॉम टॉप डाउन अप्रोच. लिबर्टी इज मोर ऑफ अ बॉटम अप अप्रोच. दिस इज अ बॉटम अप अप्रोच. ये टॉप डाउन अप्रोच होते हैं. राइट्स आपको मिलते हैं from some authority. Here the authority is the constitution. We the people, we created the constitution, हमें वहां से rights मिल गए. That means the rights of individuals are not primal, they are not having any form of primacy or supremacy. कि सबसे पहले इंडिविजुअल राइट्स को सेफगार्ड किया जाए, नहीं, ऐसा कुछ. In fact, so much so that it has been mentioned and has been iterated, reiterated multiple number of times. जब भी fundamental rights और directive principles of state policy के बीच में tussle होगा, then directive principles are to have primacy. They will have primacy over fundamental rights. Of course, subject to the basic structure. You cannot implement any directive principle of state policy while offending the basic structure. But still, you can create laws which are not in line with fundamental rights, but without hampering or without, tuning away the basic structure doctrine. Basic structure doctrine को ना छेड़ो. Directive principles will have supremacy of over fundamental rights. That means you do not have in India, in Indian system particularly, because question says in India. In general बोलते तो primacy of rights हो जाता. And this is the basic difference of rule of law in India and in the rest of the world. या जो लोग इंडियन सिस्टम फॉलो करते हैं उनमें ये चीज नहीं होती है. They also follow primacy of the constitution, for example. But here you have primacy of, for example, in India you have primacy of constitution, not of fundamental rights. ये कारण है, ये reason. I hope you get the point now. So that means the third statement is not a part. तो third statement यहाँ है, ये इसको हटा देते हैं, यहाँ है, इसको हटा देते हैं. First तो definitely है ही. So the answer to this question becomes A, 1 and 2. ठीक है जी, and that is the answer. चलो, moving on to the next question. Very recently many committees have been a part of various discussions because they ensure accountability of the government की accountability fixate करते हैं. ठीक है जी. अच्छा, one more piece of information guys. Very soon you will be having a video session on YouTube, Unacademy UPSC Articulate channel पर ही I will be delivering a lecture on the verdict that has come up by the Honorable Supreme Court. So we will understand the role and responsibilities of Lieutenant Governor in case of Delhi as far as India's system is concerned. तो इंडिया का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल स्कीम ऑफ थिंग्स पढ़ेंगे, समझेंगे, बिकॉज दैट इज हाउ यूपीएससी इज गोइंग टू क्रिएट क्वेश्चंस फॉर अस. चलो, मूविंग टू दिस क्वेश्चन. ध्यान से पढ़ना है सवाल को और फिर आंसर करना है. वी हैव बीन आस्क्ड करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट. नाउ व्हाट आई सजेस्ट एवरी स्टूडेंट टू डू इज, आप ना हमेशा इसको हाईलाइट कर लिया कीजिए इस तरीके से ऑन द पेपर इटसेल्फ एज वेल, सो दैट यू नो दैट आई हैव टू मार्क द करेक्ट आंसर, नॉट द इनकरेक्ट वन. All parties get due representation in the committee on public undertakings. Number first statement. Second statement says any members of the committee is appointed as its chairman. Any member of the committee can be appointed as its chairman by the speaker. Third statement says it has no authority to examine the reports of the CAG. CAG की रिपोर्ट को एग्जामिन करने की कोई अथॉरिटी नहीं है. Read the question carefully and give your answers. ध्यान से पढ़ लीजिएगा. I'm giving you some time. 30 seconds तो एटलीस्ट क्वेश्चन पढ़ने में लगा लिया कीजिए and then answer the question. A, one only. All parties get due representation in the committee. That is what you are saying. Okay, not D, A. सही, ठीक, good, very good. Now let's understand this. All parties get due representation. Yes, because it is based on, see, selection or rather election to these committees, the parliamentary committees, is based on proportional representation based on single transferable vote. So जब proportional representation हो जाती है तो due representation आ जाती है. So this process helps you achieve that. The first statement is correct. So wherever you don't have the first statement, let's rule that out. Second statement, any member of the committee can be appointed as its chairman by the speaker. Now, yes, chairman is appointed by the speaker, but not any member. Only those members who are from Lok Sabha, but not from Rajya Sabha. लोकसभा वाले ही मेंबर्स को आप चेयरमैन अपॉइंट कर सकते हैं, नॉट राज्यसभा. दैट मींस द सेकंड स्टेटमेंट बिकम्स रॉन्ग. इट इज अ मैटर ऑफ एनी मेंबर. यहां पर ये गलत हो जाता है. दिस पार्ट ऑफ द स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट. इट हैज नो अथॉरिटी टू एग्जामिन द कैग रिपोर्ट्स. Wrong. It has the authority to examine the CAG reports and understand how the government companies, public sector undertakings, and CPSEs, Central Public Sector Enterprises, they have been functioning. और CAG की reports को examine करना इसका काम है. The third statement, because it says that no authority, it becomes wrong. The answer to this question is one only. Now let's understand a little bit more in detail what Committee on Public Undertakings is all about. This was created in 1964 based on the recommendations of Krishna Menon Committee. 1964 say this has been a part of Indian parliamentary system, consists of 22 members, 15 from Lok Sabha, 7 from Rajya Sabha. Now read the whenever you're reading the constitution, whenever you're reading Lakshmikant, make sure that you read the statements correctly. When I say not more than 7 members from Rajya Sabha, for example, when I say that, you know what it means? It means it can be less than. This is similar to saying less than. Not more than 7 मतलब 7 या 7 से कम. So it is either less than or equal to 7. ठीक कह रहा हूं मैं, कुछ गलत नहीं है. That means even 0 is less than or equal to less than 7. 0 also defines this statement. That means wherever you find written in the rules that Rajya Sabha में says 7, not more than 7 members, that means even without members, even without the members of Rajya Sabha, members from Rajya Sabha, the committee can function. मतलब कमिटी के अंदर राज्यसभा के मेंबर्स हैं ही नहीं. हम जनरली जब फटाफट से पढ़ते हैं ना लक्ष्मीकांत को, क्विक रिवीजन देते हैं, what happens is we skip on these phrases, and reading between the lines is the art of cracking the exam. So remember this. जहां पर not more than 7 लिखा हो या not more than x number of members लिखा हो, that means it is meaning less than 7, and even 0 is less than 7. तो वहां पर उस पर्टिकुलर कमिटी के अंदर मेक श्योर दैट यू नो दिस, दैट इवन इफ देर आर नो मेंबर्स कमिंग फ्रॉम राज्यसभा फॉर एनी रीजन व्हाटसोएवर, even then the committee will function, and that becomes the reason that the chairman has to be appointed from Lok Sabha, because from Lok Sabha you will have to have 15 members based on PRSTV, that is proportional representation, single transferable vote. I hope you get the idea. Deepak ji, I hope I'm making my point clear. Everybody else, हाँ जी, सबको समझ में आ रहा है? कुछ नहीं समझ में आ रहा है तो you can ask. This is a live session. You can ask me your doubts. Now, the term of the office of members is 1 year. A minister cannot be elected as a member of the committee. Minister को member of committee नहीं बनाया जाता. Why? Because this committee is based on the principles of accountability. We are wanting to establish the accountability of the government. If you have a member from the government, फिर कहां से accountability हो जाएगी? अच्छा, the chairman is appointed by the speaker from members drawn from Lok Sabha only. नॉट फ्रॉम राज्यसभा. आई गेव यू द रीजन बिकॉज राज्यसभा से नहीं भी मेंबर होगा तब भी कमेटी को फंक्शन करना होगा. अदरवाइज अगर मेंबर नहीं होगा फिर आप चेयरमैन कैसे अपॉइंट करेंगे, वो इशू आ जाता है. फॉर दैट रीजन दिस पर्टिकुलर कंडीशन हैज बीन एडेड. एंड यस, it functions to examine the reports of CAG on various public sector undertakings, and other functions of public committee on public undertakings is to examine the reports of accounts of various public undertakings, government companies, for example, how, in context of their autonomy and efficiency, these undertakings are functioning, whether affairs are in line, they are managed in accordance with the sound business principles and prudent commercial practices. कहीं पर धांधलेबाजी तो नहीं हो रही है, तो that is what they are looking for, है ना, as a matter of accountability towards the parliament. This is a tool of accountability against the governments, and this is one of the principles that are used to establish a limited government. Three pillars. One is this committee on public undertakings. The second one is your estimates committee. 30 members from Lok Sabha only. And then your PAC, Public Accounts Committee. ये तीन हैं. These are the three pillars of accountability in India, of government accountability towards the parliament in India. चलो, moving on to the next question. अगले question की ओर बढ़ते हैं. Which of the following pairs is not placed at the same rank in the order of precedence? Order of precedence से related मैंने अभी आपको थोड़ी देर पहले बताया था. It has always been a part of news. It has always been relevant right from Kyoto Holohan case. Right from Kyoto case, it has been relevant because Speaker and Chief Justice of India, because various other individuals that have been mentioned here. अब यहां पर not placed पूछा है, not को highlight कर लेना. That means majority of ABCD would be at the same rank. Order of precedence is updated regularly because there are new offices that are created. For example, the vice chairman and chairman of नीति आयोग, फॉर एग्जाम्पल, है ना. सो बेस्ड ऑन दैट. अच्छा, अब इसमें थोड़ा सा बताइए. लेट्स ट्राई टू सॉल्व दिस क्वेश्चन. आई एम वेटिंग फॉर यू गाइस टू आंसर द क्वेश्चन. मेक श्योर टू मेंशन द आंसर्स इन द चैट सेक्शन. Okay, so here, see, the order of precedence is a bit confusing as well for many students. So what I've done is I've brought to you the entire set of list as well. जो मेजर इंपॉर्टेंट आपके इंपॉर्टेंट डिग्नेटरीज हैं, इंपॉर्टेंट ऑफिशियल्स हैं, उसके लिए लिस्ट में लेकर आया हूं आप सब लोगों के लिए. मेक श्योर टू टेक स्क्रीनशॉट्स ऑफ दैट एज वेल, or read it from the Lakshmikant, because Lakshmikant, the latest one, would have been mentioning the latest updates. It was updated in 2019. So make sure that you know that 2019 के अंदर कुछ लेटेस्ट अपडेट्स आई थी, एंड उन अपडेट्स के साथ ही मैं ये ऑर्डर ऑफ प्रेसिडेंस लेकर आया हूं आप लोगों के लिए. हियर चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया एंड लोकसभा स्पीकर, they are at the same level of order of precedence. First is not the answer, and that is why Kyoto Holohan case के बाद से it is difficult for the Chief Justice of India through judicial pronouncements order the Speaker of Lok Sabha how, and in manners of the discretion that Lok Sabha Speaker has with respect to disqualification of members of Parliament. How much time frame should be there available with the Speaker to deliver on that decision? This is a major challenge for, insofar as the matters of disqualification of MPs are concerned, because many a times the speaker sits on the decision. वो पॉकेट वीटो जैसा सिचुएशन हो जाती है, एंड the judicial review is against the decision of the speaker, not the indecisiveness of the speaker. तो स्पीकर ने अगर डिसीजन नहीं लिया, उसके ऊपर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में मामला नहीं जा सकता है कि अभी तक डिसीजन नहीं लिया, बट द आर्बिट्रेरीनेस ऑफ द डिसीजन कैन बी क्वेश्चन. So that is where the question comes up. Can the Chief Justice of India order the speaker who is at the same level? Can I order my peers? आप क्या अपने साथियों को ऑर्डर कर सकते हो? नहीं. सजेस्टिव मेजर्स होते हैं, सजेशन दे सकते हो कि ऐसा कर लेना चाहिए. He, the speaker, may or may not accept that, and that has become a challenge as to whether the Supreme Court can order against the speaker while creating a precedent that you should come up with the decision of disqualification and qualification of membership of any member of parliament जब भी मैटर आता है एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ से रिलेटेड या एनी अदर मैटर इंसिडेंटल एंड कोइंसिडेंटल, उन मैटर्स के अंदर आप कितने दिनों में डिसीजन लेंगे, कितने घंटों में, कितने सेकंड्स में डिसीजन लेंगे, सो टू से, कैन आई एज अ चीफ जस्टिस being at the same level do that? That was the question. So एक major challenge है while moving forward from Kihoto Holohan case. Further, leader of opposition in Lok Sabha and former prime ministers, they are at the same level of order of precedence. ये भी same level पर है. Chairman of UPSC and vice chairperson of नीति आयोग, दोनों सेम लेवल पर नहीं है. दे आर नॉट एट द सेम लेवल. डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर्स ऑफ स्टेट एंड डेप्यूटी चेयरमैन ऑफ राज्यसभा, दे आर एट सिमिलर लेवल. नाउ लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड दिस एंटायर टॉपिक. द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज ऑफ कोर्स सी, बट लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड दिस एंटायर टॉपिक थ्रू द एंटायर लिस्ट. एक बार जरा ध्यान से समझते. President, of course, is supreme. Then comes the vice president. This was updated in 2019. जो मैंने highlight किया है, these highlights are from the question. अच्छा, then comes the prime minister. Then come the governors of respective states. Then within their states. Outside the states, nahi. Within their respective states. Further, former presidents, then deputy prime minister, then Chief Justice of India and Speaker of Lok Sabha. That means Deputy Prime Minister is above in the order of precedence of Chief Justice of India as to who is supposed to receive whom. तो ये ऑर्डर ऑफ प्रेसिडेंस का रेलेवेंस जो है, ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ डे टू डे बिजनेस ऑफ गवर्नमेंट से रिलेटेड है. इसका कोई खास कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल सिग्निफिकेंस नहीं है. बट देन इट हैज बिकम रेलिवेंट फॉर पर्टिकुलरली द फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट, दिस वन, चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया एंड स्पीकर ऑफ लोकसभा. इससे इसकी वजह से रेलेवेंस बढ़ गया है. नाउ चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया एंड स्पीकर ऑफ लोकसभा, सेम ऑर्डर ऑफ प्रेसिडेंस. देन कम्स द कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर्स ऑफ द यूनियन, ये बाद में आ रहे हैं. कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर्स, सो कैबिनेट रैंक के जितने भी मिनिस्टर्स हैं. वाइस चेयरपर्सन ऑफ नीति आयोग, व्हेन वी से दैट दिस इंडिविजुअल हैज द सेम रैंक एज फॉर एग्जांपल द कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर्स, वो इस वजह से कहते हैं. ऑर्डर ऑफ प्रेसिडेंस से निकल कर आती है सारी बातें. चीफ मिनिस्टर्स ऑफ स्टेट्स within their respective states, but if they go out of their respective states, then of course there will be they will come below the chief minister of that state जहां पर वो visit कर रहे हैं, right? Then former prime ministers, leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, these are all at same level. Further, holders of Bharat Ratna decoration यहीं पर आ रहे हैं. They are just below the cabinet ministers. Imagine the level of reverence that we have offered to Bharat Ratna holders. Then ambassadors, extraordinary and plenipotentiary and high commissioners of Commonwealth countries accredited to India. These are foreign dignitaries. These are ambassadors, plenipotentiary commissioners, high commissioners of Commonwealth countries, chief ministers of states outside their respective states. तो within their respective states के बाद आएंगे governors of states outside their respective states. Imagine that you are a CM of your own state. and then a governor of some other state comes to you, then you are above in the order of precedence. Imagine that. Then judges of Supreme Court Chief Justice is way above on sixth number. Then comes cabinet ministers and various other chief ministers within the state. In fact, chief ministers outside their own states are also above in the order of precedence. That means you get an idea as to what is this is basically based on ceremonial reasons, but it has relevance. It has relevance. Acha, chairperson of UPSC, chief election commissioner, CAG, all these constitutional posts come below the judges of Supreme Court. Why? If you notice in many of these or institutions, you will find that their procedure of removal is similar to that of judges of Supreme Court. For example, sometimes it is said that the salaries and allowances are going to be the same as the judges of Supreme Court. ये जो conditions of service हैं या फिर the manner of removal है, when it is similar to someone, then that means this person that you are similarly to, जिसके आप जैसे हैं, वो of course आपसे ऊपर है. That is why they have been kept below, just below the judges of Supreme Court. ये reason है. Further, you have the deputy chairman of Rajya Sabha, deputy chief ministers of state, deputy speaker of Lok Sabha. Imagine deputy CM and deputy speaker Lok Sabha, same level. Members of Niti Aayog, far below. Attorney General, Cabinet Secretary, Lieutenant Governors within their respective states, Chief of Staff holding the rank of full general or an equivalent rank. तो अब आर्मी के ऑफिसर्स भी आ गए. Then envoys, extraordinary ministers, plenipotentiary accredited to India. These are all foreign dignitaries. Chairmen and speakers of state legislatures. तो अब officers of state legislature आ जाते हैं, and so on and so forth. So this list is relevant for us. अपने को ये list ध्यान से पढ़नी जरूर है. Make sure to go through this list. Moving on to the next question. Which of the following conditions is fulfilled? If fulfilled, will enable the party to be recognized as a state party by the Election Commission. Recently, something happened in Maharashtra. Things have happened already in Tamil Nadu. There have been instances of, situations in Punjab, in Rajasthan. That is why this question becomes relevant. Go through this question, read this question. What are the conditions for any party? If they fulfill these conditions, they become as recognized to be called as the state party. एक बार ध्यान से क्वेश्चन को पढ़िए and then answer it. It will be made available. You have all the links. दीपक जी, आपको ना सभी links available हैं Telegram groups के और WhatsApp groups के. I think all the groups are available in the description of this video. If you go through the description of this video lecture, you will be able to find those links, and through those links you can get access. Don't worry. And everyone should make sure to like this session as well. And chalo. Acha, as far as the answer to this question is concerned, see, if a party secures 8% of total valid votes polled, right? Total valid votes polled in the state, not overall, but valid votes polled in the state at a general election to the Lok Sabha from the state. So state से लोक सभा में उनको एटलीस्ट 8% वोट्स मिले. 8% वोट्स मिले हैं. Won the election or lost? Not a case. यहाँ पर second. If they secure 6% of valid votes polled in the state at general election of legislative assembly of that state concerned, if they win, not secure votes, win 2% of the seats in the state legislative assembly at a general election to the legislative assembly of the state concerned. Hanji. Now, let's understand this. See, as far as the first statement is concerned, The first statement is correct. The first statement is correct, and that is why the answer to this question cannot be C. पहली स्टेटमेंट जो है वो करेक्ट है. जरा आप समझ लेते. The second statement is in fact incorrect. In fact, जो ये थर्ड स्टेटमेंट है, the third statement is not 2% of the seats. It is 2 seats. दो नंबर, 2 सीट्स जीतनी जरूरी, नॉट 2%. 2% जो है वो एक रैंडम नंबर हो सकता है. सो दैट इज नॉट द केस. सो थर्ड ऑप्शन तो रूल आउट हो ही जाता है. The only doubt that you would have is this 2%, this 6% and this 8%. पहले तो अब समझ लेते हैं कि क्या सिचुएशन है. The answer to this question is one only, but इसको थोड़ा समझ लेते हैं. चलो. Election Commission, the Central Election Commission, the election commission that sits at the hem, state नहीं, center वाला. It registers the political parties for elections, grants them recognitions as national parties and state parties as well on the basis of their performances in various elections. Now, certain preconditions for state parties: they need to have 6% valid votes polled in the state at general elections to the assembly of the state concerned, and in addition have to win 2 seats in the assembly of the state concerned. And if it secures 6% of those valid votes in the state at a general election of the Lok Sabha for the state concerned, and in addition wins 1 seat in the Lok Sabha. So this condition as such is not a full-fledged condition. It is as an option. आप या तो 6% स्टेट के लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली के अंदर वोट्स गैदर कर लें, वैलिड वोट्स, एंड या फिर आप जनरल इलेक्शन लोकसभा में ये चीज कर लें एंड विन 1 सीट इन लोकसभा. Then you can be recognized as a state political party or a state party. Further, if somebody wins 3% of seats in the legislative assembly at a general election of state legislative assembly of the state, or 3 seats in the assembly, whichever is more. So 6% वाला जो statement है, it is not an absolute statement. 8% वाला statement absolute है. For that 6%, you have a condition that you have to win in addition to that 2 seats. In addition to that, you have to win 2 seats. So the second and third statements should have been combined. तभी वो सही होता. पहली चीज. दूसरी चीज, the second and third statements have an option available. You may get 6% seats in the state from the state towards Lok Sabha, win 1 seat, or 3% and 3 seats, right? Or you can win 1 seat in the Lok Sabha for every 25 seats or any fraction thereof allotted to the state for the general elections of Lok Sabha. Sorry. That means 2024 के elections आ रहे हैं. If any party has to be considered as state party, they might have to win. If, say, for example, the state of Haryana had, if they had 25 seats, तो उसमें से एक सीट भी अगर जीत जाती कोई पार्टी, तो they would have been considered a state party. एक सीट जीतनी थी, that is it, in the general elections 2024. Or they win 3% of they win 3% of the seats in the legislative assembly, and then or the 3 number of seats in the assembly, whichever is more. जो भी ज्यादा है, 3% ज्यादा है तो 3% सीट्स जीतनी है. Just make sure to go through these provisions and read it out loud so you understand, and simplify these terms. For example, 3% or 3, whichever is more. And this is for state legislative assembly. Shorten it out, all these provisions, for making it easier to remember. ये याद रखनी पड़ेंगी, but these are updated from time to time and it has significance from the election commission. At present, from 2019, basically, these are the conditions. 2019 से ये conditions हैं. These conditions are given out by election commission. ये national parties और state parties दोनों के लिए रहती हैं. Moving on to the next question. Which of the following situations can be considered proper for the imposition of president rule in a state? Maladministration in the state, hung assembly हो जाए अगर स्टेट के अंदर, constitutional direction of the central government is disregarded, ruling party in the state has suffered a massive defeat in the Lok Sabha. Goa, Maharashtra, even Tamil Nadu, even Karnataka, many a times, many people think that they can, basically call for emergency in many states just because of many random reasons. That is not the case, and that is why I've brought to you this question. Make sure to go through this question and थोड़ा सा इसको आंसर करिएगा, जल्दी जल्दी करना है फटाफट से. चलो. Which of the following are proper reasons, correct reasons for imposition of president's rule, जिसको स्टेट इमरजेंसी भी बोल देते हैं. Deepak ji, you can be said to be partially correct, but there is no partial correction in MCQs, so I would call you wrong in that sense. Given that, these conditions of imposition of president rule, proper preconditions, they were given to us by various judicial pronouncements, and even the Sarkaria Commission had mentioned these conditions. Let's understand this. Maladministration in the state requires the overhauling from the state itself. It should not be coming from the center. But if you call for a constitutional breakdown, constitutional machinery is broken down. Breaking down of constitutional machinery. That is not the same as, sorry, that is not the same as maladministration. That is not the same as maladministration. I think you might have misunderstood this with this. So, first is actually not the correct statement. So, maladministration should not be the proper reason for imposition of president's rule. फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट को रूल आउट करते हैं. यू हैव ओनली बी एंड डी ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल. हंग असेंबली इन द स्टेट. In fact, Supreme Court in the SR Bomai case of 1994 had talked about this, and they had said जहां पर भी जनरल इलेक्शन हो रहे हैं असेंबली के अंदर and no party secures a majority rule, then it is hung assembly. Let's understand this. The answer to this question is this statement is correct. This statement is correct. ठीक है जी. तो second and third statement correct है. Fourth statement says the ruling party has suffered a massive defeat. This of course is not correct. This was a case in the past. पुराने समय में there was a case where this happened, and that is why it is now ruled out. The Honorable Supreme Court has said this multiple number of times now, and you don't have to, you should not impose president's rule just because our ruling party जो है center की जो उसको ruling party in the state has suffered a massive defeat in the general elections of Lok Sabha. Because center के elections और लोक सभा के elections have very less significance with the elections of your state. So there can be multiple aspirations meted out. Answer to this question becomes 2 and 3. Let's understand how. The imposition of president's rule is said to be proper in certain conditions based on these judicial presidents and also Sarkaria Commission. Number one, if there is a hung assembly, no party secures majority. So who would rule? Who would be given the right rule? क्योंकि floor test होता जाएगा and every time you create a government, it will fall off. It will basically break down. When the party having majority in the assembly declines to form the ministry, जिसके पास मेजोरिटी है वो कह रहा है मैंने सरकार ही नहीं बनानी है, and the governor cannot find a coalition ministry. The governor, even with his discretion, is not able to do that. Where the ministry resigns after its defeat in the assembly and no other party is willing to form the ministry. even then this can be applied. There is a constitutional direction that came from center and the state government is not implementing that. Internal subversion, if it is happening, a government is deliberately acting against the constitution, breakdown of constitutional machinery is there. Physical breakdown, where the government willfully refuses to discharge its constitutional obligations, or the president rule can be said to be improper if the ministry resigns or dismissed on losing majority support. उसकी वजह से आप प्रेसिडेंट रूल नहीं लगा सकते without probing the possibility if there can be an alternative ministry, if there can be an alternative government that can be created. If you are not working on that, then certainly president's rule will be improper. Further, where the where the governor makes his own assessment of the support of the assembly and recommends imposition of president's rule. फ्लोर टेस्ट किया नहीं और पहले से ही खुद से ही बोल दिया प्रेसिडेंट साहब को कि प्रेसिडेंट रूल लगा दो जी, that will also be wrong. Ruling party enjoying majority support in the assembly suffers massive defeat. For example, it happened in 1977 and also in 1980. This will be an improper reason. Internal disturbances not amounting to internal subversion. Maladministration in the state is corruption ke charges. These are not going to be the reasons of president rule. Further, where the state government is not given prior warning to rectify itself without extreme urgency leading to disastrous consequences. Anything that the government in the state is doing, उसको रोकने के लिए आप उनको बिना वार्निंग के अगर disastrous consequences कर देते हैं, that is also improper imposition of president's rule, where the power is used to sort out intra-party problems, something that happened in Maharashtra recently, but it did not lead to president's rule, but it still happened, right? Chalo. Now, for today's polity component, that is it. Stay tuned for the next portion of this marathon session. This is Sanat Bhardwaj, and I have brought to you questions and relevant topics with respect to polity. Again, giving out certain information. This is a marathon session. Next will be economics, and then environment and history. Make sure to go through the entire list of offerings that Sriram IAS bring to you guys. All the subscriptions, if you use SRIRAMS referral code, you can get a flat discount of 20%. And yes, we have a foundation batch running for 2024. We have optional batches running for 2024, and for all those students wanting to pursue this: sociology, public administration, PSIR, economics, history, everything. There is another marathon session next week coming up for current affairs. Make sure to be a part of that as well. All right, chaliye. Thank you so much, guys, for being a part of this. Stay tuned for the upcoming part. Thank you. This is Sanat signing off.
Our country is likely to cause an increasing divergence between the NEER and REER. That that is the that is the uh, that is the question, and the statement is, which of the following statements are correct? The problem here is that most of you don't understand what is the nominal effective exchange rate and what is the real effective exchange rate. You are aware of the exchange rate systems. For example, the exchange rate is the price of a currency in terms of any other currency. Simple. And when we talk about the real exchange rate, we enter the prices into the system. If suppose the rupee, um, the price of Indian rupee divided by price of dollar is the exchange rate for rupee vis-a-vis dollar. That is the nominal exchange rate. But when we multiply this ratio by the price ratio, for example, the Indian rupee multiplied by price of Indian rupee, suppose I write R divided by price of dollar. This is normally the nominal exchange rate. But when we add the price index in the domestic economy and price index in the US, then it becomes the real exchange rate of India vis-a-vis the US. The question is, in the question, it is not simply the nominal exchange rate or the real exchange rate. It is nominal effective exchange rate. Nominal effective exchange rate. And therefore, when we talk about nominal effective exchange rate, then obviously we have to add something else. And therefore, nominal effective exchange rate is the weighted average of India's rupee vis-a-vis the value of currencies in the basket with which we are exchanging, because every country has some basket of currencies, and vis-a-vis basket of currency we find out the effective exchange rate of the rupee. When, for example, we have a five currency in the basket, and we want to find out the national nominal effective exchange rate of Indian rupee. And what we do is we take the weighted average of these five currencies. We multiply the weighted average we take, and weights are assigned the proportion of trade we are having with that particular country. Out of the total trade, how much trade we are having with that particular country. For example, in US, suppose we have 30% of trade is with the US, then value of dollar multiplied by 30% is added. Similarly, suppose Germany, we have 20% trade, then the German mark multiplied by 0.2%. When we add all the currencies together, that gives you the effective exchange rate. That gives the effective exchange rate. And therefore, there is a difference between the simple nominal exchange rate, simple real exchange rate, and the nominal effective exchange rate. When we add the price ratio along with the NEER, suppose you know the NEER, and then we add the price ratio, price index in rupee in India, and the price in foreign country. When you add this, then it becomes the real effective exchange rate. Real effective exchange rate. If these concepts are clear to you, only then such kind of questions you will be able to answer. You will be able to answer here. And that's why you see that in this case, an increase in the nominal effective exchange rate indicate the appreciation of the rupee. Indicate the appreciation of the rupee. Yes, increase in nominal effective exchange rate means that now you need less rupee to buy a weighted average of the currencies. When you need less rupee, it means rupee is appreciated. And when if the real effective exchange rate rises, it means that that your rupee is appreciated. Rupee is appreciated. Rupee may be appreciated because of change in the value of the currency, or rupee may be appreciated with respect to change in the price ratio of the two countries. And therefore the system you have to find out the impact. That's why the question is, an increase in the nominal effective exchange rate indicate the appreciation of rupee. That is correct. An increase in the real effective exchange rate indicates an improvement in trade competitiveness. This is wrong, because your trade competitiveness will improve only when real effective exchange rate falls. When the price of export falls, and you are able to sell more of your product in the international market, only then the trade competitiveness will improve. But increase in real exchange rate means maybe the price of domestic exports have risen, or maybe that rupee has appreciated. Anything may happen, and therefore it will not improve your competitiveness. That's why the answer is the one that the two is wrong, one is correct, and third is when there is a divergence between inflation between domestic economy and the US economy or the rest of the world, then the gap between nominal effective exchange rate and real effective exchange rate will rise. Everything if remains constant, then the gap between the two will rise. And this is the question. And this question came, I believe, last year. So therefore, you need to have the concept very clear about the exchange rates, real exchange rate, the effective exchange rate, effective nominal exchange rate, or effective real exchange rate. So all these four concepts need to be very clear to answer any question relating to the exchange rate. Similarly, the second question is that with reference to the India's economy, consider the following statements. If the inflation is too high, the Reserve Bank of India is likely to buy government securities. If the rupee is rapidly depreciating, RBI is likely to sell dollars in the market. If interest rate in the US or European Union were to fall, that is likely to induce RBI to buy dollars. Now, you need to understand the economics behind it. If the inflation is too high, what is the role of the RBI? What is the role of the RBI? Role of the RBI will be to reduce the money supply in the economy. Because if inflation is mainly because of the excessive demand, then demand need to be reduced. And to reduce the demand, the Reserve Bank have to reduce the money supply. And if RBI buy the government securities, it means RBI is increasing the money supply in the economy. When you are buying the government securities, it means you are releasing the new money in the economy. Therefore, first cannot be the solution. And if the rupee is rapidly depreciating, means if the value of rupee is falling in the international market, how can we stabilize the value of the rupee? The RBI need to intervene in the market, and when RBI intervene in the market, then RBI is sell dollars in the market. When RBI sell dollars in the market, then RBI is extracting rupee from the market. When rupee supply in the exchange market falls, then rupee tend to stabilize. And this has happened in the current year also, when due to Russian-Ukraine conflict, the exchange rate of rupee vis-a-vis dollar immediately jumped by 10 rupees. Therefore, RBI intervened in the market, sell the dollars, and stabilize the value of rupee. And that's why in this process, the foreign exchange reserve of the country depleted. And the third statement in the question is, if the interest rate in the US or European Union were to fall, then likely to induce RBI to buy dollars. How will you explain this? How will you explain this that the RBI will induce to buy the dollars? Because the interest rate and the government securities, they have the reverse relationship. The price of government securities or price of bonds or the price of they have the inverse relationship, price of securities or price of bonds, they have inverse relationship with the price of bonds, they have inverse relationship with the rate of interest. If the rate of interest, if rate of interest in US and European countries falls, it means the the government securities or the bonds in the US market and European market falls. And if you buy now, then you will be able to earn more interest in near future when their value further rises. Therefore, what you need to remember is there is an inverse relationship between the price of the bond, maybe government bond, maybe corporate bond, and the interest rate prevailing in the market. If interest rate fall, the 1 upon R rises, yield on the bond may rise, and therefore you are induced to buy more of the bond in the market. Therefore, in these questions, you need to understand basically the relationship between the variables, economic variables. Similarly, in case of the next question, with reference to Indian economy, what are the advantages of inflation indexed bonds? When we say inflation indexed bonds, we mean that the return on the bond are are indexed with the inflation. Means if inflation is rising, then obviously the return on the bond may also rise to give you the same real rate of return as it was at the time of purchase of the bond. And some of the bonds are called inflation indexed. Means there will be no impact of rise in prices on the return of the bonds. If that is the case, then the question says government can reduce the coupon rates on its borrowing by way of IIBs. Is it true that if the government is issuing the inflation index bonds, then they can reduce the coupon rates on its borrowing by way of IIBs, means inflation index bonds? And second is the inflation index uh, bonds provide protection to the investor from uncertainty regarding inflation. And third is the interest received as well as capital gains on IIBs are not taxable. Third is totally unrelated with the topic. Here we are only linking the rate of inflation in the economy with the rate of return on the bonds. Suppose you are earning some return on the bonds, say 5% return is there, and inflation rate is 6% in the economy. Then obviously the real rate of return will be negative for you, because the inflation is rising by 6%, the return is 5%. Therefore, to provide you the protection against the inflation, the most of the corporate houses or sometimes the government also issues inflation index bonds. It means at the end of the maturity, if inflation has increased by say 10% during that period, your return will also increase by the same amount, so that the real rate of return remains the same. Real rate of return remains the same. That's why the first two uh, options given in the questions are correct. Third is totally unrelated. In the second, obviously, we are providing protection to the investors from uncertainty regarding inflation. In the high price rise situation, most of the people do not invest in the fixed bonds, because these bonds will give you the fixed income. And if your income is fixed and inflation is rising, then real income is falling. Real income is falling. And therefore, to protect your real income intact, sometimes we index your return with the inflation. That's why the option 3 is totally unrelated, and option 1 and 2 are clear. In the blue, I mentioned the correct answer. In the which of the following activities constitute the real sector in the economy? Let me first explain to you that in any of the economy, we have normally the two sectors. We can classify the economy broadly into two sectors. One sector is called real sector, where the actual physical activity takes place, where actual output is being produced, where the food grains are grown, where the industry is producing some tangible output, some tangible services are being delivered. So therefore, there are sectors which are producing the output in physical terms, in tangible terms. But there are the other sectors which we call financial sector, which provides the requisite resources to the real sector to undertake the particular production activity. And therefore, the normally the every economy can be bifurcated into real sectors and the financial sectors. In this option, obviously now you can easily find out the farmers harvesting their crops. This is a real sector. because ultimately the final output will be tangible in the form of particular crops. Similarly, textile mills are producing the fabrics using the raw cotton. This is also a physical activity. But a commercial bank lending money to trading company only providing financial assistance to a company to undertake any production activity. Therefore, this is a financial sector. Similarly, the corporate body issuing rupee denominated bonds overseas. If any corporate body wants to raise funds from abroad, they may issue the rupee denominated bonds. There is no physical activity involved. You are issuing the bonds and the money is raised from the market, and that money could be used in any of the production activity. So therefore, you always keep in mind that economy can be bifurcated in two sectors. One normally we call real sector and other is called the financial sector. In the financial sector, we may have money market or we may have capital market separately, but both are the financial sectors. Therefore, sometimes such kind of bifurcations you receive questions in the exam. For example, the next I have picked up certain questions which I hope will add to your knowledge and I'll be able to explain because I thought these are the questions which require some kind of explanation. With reference to the expenditure made by an organization or a company, which of the following statement is correct? Acquiring new technology is a capital expenditure. Here again, let me distinguish first the expenditure of the firm or expenditure of the government in two basic categories. Expenditure may be classified as revenue expenditure, and it may be classified as the capital expenditure and capital expenditure. The difference between the two types of expenditure is the capital expenditure always results into creation of any kind of asset. Asset may be physical or asset may be human, but any kind of assets is being created with the capital expenditure. If therefore any expenditure resulting into creation of any kind of asset I am just again qualifying, asset may be physical, asset may be in the form of the human capital formation, that is in building skills and in somebody. So therefore any kind of expenditure resulting into creation of asset is always defined as capital expenditure. And the revenue expenditure is generally done, this is called consumption expenditure. Once it is done, it is over. It is over. Means it has not resulted into any asset creation. For example, if you have given a salary to somebody or if you have given a pension to somebody, then this is termed as a revenue expenditure of the government. Revenue expenditure of the government. If you are giving subsidies to the food or to the farmers, then it is a revenue expenditure. So revenue expenditure never resulted into creation of any kind of assets. Of course, it may help the others in different ways, but it doesn't result into creation of the assets. And that's why the question is that, and with reference to the expenditure, acquiring the new capital, new technologies, capital expenditure, yes, it is fine. But debt financing is considered capital expenditure? No. Debt financing is not a capital expenditure. Debt means you have a debt and you have raised the funds to finance your debt. So it is not a capital expenditure. It is not a capital expenditure. And equity financing is considered to be revenue expenditure. This is wrong. Whenever you buy the equity is an asset. If you buy any equity of any company, then it is an asset. Therefore, investing in the equity is a capital expenditure. Therefore, in this option, is the correct answer. The second answer is not correct. Therefore, you need to understand the classification of expenditure. With reference to the Indian economy, consider the following statement. A share of the household financial savings goes towards government borrowings, and dated securities issued at the market related rates in auctions form a large component of internal debt. It means here the question is that the the investable funds or resources available in the economy, which may be available to the government. The one source is the savings mobilized by the bankings and other capital markets in the economy. The savings mobilized by the banks and other financial institutions in the economy. Because all of us save, but we save our money and keep in the bank. And the bank channelize these savings into investable funds. Investable funds. And therefore, whatever we save in the bank may invest in any return earning assets. And therefore, the whatever you save, the bank may be investing that money in financing the government expenditure. Similarly, the government may raise the money from the market by issuing the dated securities, in the open market. So here you need to understand the economics of government borrowing. When government expenditure is more than the revenue, then government has to borrow to balance the budget. If government expenditure is more than the revenue, then the deficit is there in the budget, and to meet the deficit, government has to mobilize the resources. The mobilization of resources may be done through various routes. But after the FRBM Act was enacted, the only way available for the government to raise the resources is through open market. You cannot ask now the RBI to print the note and finance the deficit. That kind of deficit financing is not available today. That was done in the 50s and 60s, but not available today. In such a situation, what the government will do, government may request the RBI to raise the SLR. This is SLR is statutory liquidity ratio. The statutory liquidity ratio is one of the instrument in the hands of the RBI. But the value of SLR is determined by RBI in consultation with the government. And the SLR means then the percentage of the total investable funds the banks have, they invest in the government securities. And how much they should invest in the government securities will be determined by the SLR. Suppose SLR is 10%. It means 10% of the resources mobilized by the banks will have to be invested in the government securities. It means 10% of the savings mobilized by the banks are invested in the government securities, and therefore it reaches to the government for financing their borrowings. Similarly, the other way out is, instead of raising the SLR, government itself float the securities in the market. They may call the treasury bills, they may also be called the government bonds. The government securities are floated in the market, and when they are floated in the market, they are floated with some coupon rate, some interest rate is there, and therefore people invest in these government securities and buy them. So it is their capital expenditure because they are acquiring the asset. But the money you have invested in the government securities ultimately reaches the government to finance their need. So therefore, the government have many options to raise the funds from the market. It was having many options, but after the FRBM Act is enacted, only option available with the government today is to raise the funds from the open market, as the other corporate institutions are raising the funds in the market. So that you need to always keep in mind, because deficit financing option is closed. RBI is not allowed to invest in the government securities, both in the primary market and in the secondary market. And therefore, RBI will not provide any funds for financing the government deficit. RBI only provides some ways and means advances, that is short-term advances for 1 month or 2 months or 15 days to meet any emergency need of the government. That's why today the government has only one option, that is to enter into the open market, issue the government securities, government bonds, or dated security. When we say dated security, it means they have fixed maturity term, 3 years or 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 180 days, every dated security has the definite maturity time, and after that maturity, the money is given back to you plus interest rate on that, as mentioned in the security itself. Therefore, government has many sources of financing internally. If government is not able to raise finances internally, only then government may enter into the external market and raise the external debt. But as far as India is concerned, India's more than 95% of the debt is internal. Means that 95% of the debt raised by the government of India is from the internal market. External debt constitutes hardly 3.5 or 3.7% of the total debt. That's why the debt, external debt is not so significant as far as the Indian economy is concerned. Internal debt is significant. One more point which I thought let me tell you in this regard. When government intervenes in the internal market in a big way, because when government raises the funds, government raises in lakhs of crores. For example, our fiscal deficit is 17 lakh crore, and therefore 17 lakh crore fiscal deficit in the budget has to be financed from the internal market, and therefore government has to issue the dated securities or treasury bills in the internal market to raise the funds. But when the government intervenes in such a big way in the market, the price of the government bonds in the internal market falls. Of course, its coupon rate remains the fixed, its face value remains the fixed. But since it's a tradable commodity, its market price varies in the market. And therefore, when the market price of the government bond falls, it means rate of interest rises. As I said above, that the price of the government bonds or price of any kind of bonds in the market is inverse of the rate of interest. When the government issued the government securities excessively in the market, because government has to raise huge funds from the market, then the price of bond falls. Price of bond fall means R rises. Interest rate always rises in the market. If interest rate rises, it may crowd out the private investors from the market. It means it will raise the cost of funding for the private sector. So therefore, the government monetary policy and fiscal policy, they have to be implemented in tandem, so that when government intervenes in the market, it is not impacting adversely the private investment. So therefore, this aspect also you have to keep in mind as far as the government borrowing is concerned. Therefore, if you have any question, you can ask here, and I can respond to it. The next question is the consider the following statement. Most of the question I have taken relating to the finance and the international trade, because these are the two areas which appears to be difficult for the students. So I thought, let me explain some typical concepts relating to the money and finance, as well as the balance of payment or international trade. And only in very few questions I have picked up from the other sectors. Maybe that is in some other cases I'll take the questions from other topics. Here you consider the statement. Tight monetary policy of US could lead to capital flight. Tight monetary policy of US could lead to capital flight, and capital flight may increase the interest cost of firms with existing external commercial borrowings. And a devaluation of domestic currency decreases the currency risk associated with the ECBs. Which of the statement is correct? Tight monetary policy means the money supply by the US Federal Reserve is reduced, or they have raised the rate of interest. The tight monetary policy could be by reducing the money supply in the economy, or by making the cost of funds costly. And therefore, when the money supply reduces in the economy, rate of interest rises. Rate of interest rises means that the bond prices in the US market falls. And therefore, when bond prices in the US market falls, from all over the world, investors would try to make investment in the US bonds. Well, US bonds are considered to be more safe. And therefore, the capital started flighting from the other countries into US market. And this is what is happening today. This question I have put because after the Russian-Ukraine conflict, inflation rate in the US economy is very high. It was around 15-16%. At some point of time, it also touches 20%. And therefore, when the inflation rate is too high in the US economy, the US Federal Reserve has adopted the very tight monetary policy. Tight monetary policy means the money supply has been reduced, or as a result, or deliberately cause the rate of interest has been raised. And in both the cases, the the value of the price of the government bonds or price of the corporate bonds in the US market falls, which become attractive for investors because they know that when the rate of interest fall in the US market, the price of the bonds will further rise. And that's why the capital started flowing from many other countries to the US market, and this has happened in the last 1 year. From India itself, around 2 lakh crore rupees have been flighted from the Indian market to the US market because investors find the investing in the US bonds is more profitable today. And when the capital flight takes place, the interest cost of firms with existing external commercial borrowings rises because external commercial borrowings means that when you are borrowing from international private financial institutions, private financial institutions. When the interest rate in US market is rising, obviously it will lead to increase in the interest rate of the other markets also. And as a result, the interest cost of the firms who are borrowing from the international financial institutions, both private and the government, their cost rises. Their cost rises. That's why the statement 1 and 2 are correct. Third statement is nothing to do with this devaluation because we have not talked about here the devaluation or exchange rate. That's why the first and second statement need to be correct. This question I have kept to make you understand that how the capital is flowing from the one country to another country. The capital only flies when there is a differences in the return on the investment. Only then the capital flight from one country to another country. And the return depends upon the price of bonds or price of securities in a particular market. If price is falling, it is always better to make investment so that if in future if price rises, they earn huge profit out of that. That's why the monetary policy is directly related to the capital flight in any of the economy. It may happen with any of the economy. Similarly, the rating agencies, because now question is when you issue the bonds, the credibility of the bonds need to be established. Government bonds doesn't require the credibility because everyone has belief in the sovereign government. Government, if they have taken a debt from you in the form of bonds, your debt is safe and it will be returned. But this is not so sure if the private agency or private corporate house is involved. And therefore, to have a credibility in the market, the private corporate bonds and private debentures, they have to be rated by reputed rating agencies. And once the rating agencies term them AAA or A plus A or B plus B plus B, they give different kind of rating to different kind of bonds. This will give some credibility to the investors. Yes, some reputed agency has rated this bond at triple A, and therefore it is profitable to make investment in this. Your money will not be will be safe and will be returned with interest. And therefore, in India, who control the rating agencies? RBI doesn't control or regulate the rating agencies. The first statement is incorrect. RBI role is only to control banking and non-banking and other financial institutions. But the rating agencies are not the financial institutions. Therefore, the first statement is wrong. And the second statement is the ICRA. This is the Indian Credit Rating Agency. And therefore, this is obviously an agency created by the government in the public sector. And Brickwork Rating is an Indian credit rating agency. This is also true. Therefore, the 2 and 3 are the correct answers. The important point here is that RBI do not regulate or control any kind of rating agencies in the country. That is the point I wanted to highlight through this question. Now, this question has been taken from the previous year's questions with respect to the Banks Board Bureau. Which of the following statements are? This is a factual question because Banks Board Bureau is appointed after the after the reorganization of the banking system and as suggested by the Reforms Committee, and therefore the Banks Board Bureau is to maintain the structure of the bank almost uniform and to select the more qualified, skillful person at the chairperson or CMDs or MDs of the banking system. And therefore, this is a factual question. The Banks Board Bureau is nothing to do with the RBI, and therefore this is the autonomous institutions which make the selections for the heads of the public sector banks and give their recommendations. And on the request of the bank, the bureau may also suggest strategies for the capital structure of the banking system. So that's why the 2 and 3 are the right answer. And here again, I wanted to just pick up this question to highlight the fact that the RBI has no interest whatsoever in the appointment of the top officials in the bankings are concerned. RBI is not concerned with that. That's why this is very, very important. The next question is convertible bonds. Convertible bonds. Now let me explain here the bonds which may be convertible or which may be non-convertible. Convertible bonds means that after holding a bond for a certain period of time, now you have an option to convert your bond into equity, or you may get the money back. And if that option is there in the bond, then it is called convertible bonds. But if that option is not there in the bond, then they are called non-convertible bonds. Means the bonds will not be converted into equity. As and when the bond matures, it will be money will be given back to you along with the rate of interest mentioned in the bond option. So therefore, you have to keep in mind two types of bonds are there: the convertible bonds and non-convertible bonds. So therefore, in case of convertible bonds, question says, as there is an option to exchange the bond for equity, convertible bonds pay a lower rate of interest. Yes, because we are giving you the option to share in the to share the profit of the company. When the bonds are converted into equity, then you have certain ownership in the company, and in proportion to your ownership, the profits is given to you in the form of dividend. And if that option is there, then obviously the coupon rate or rate of interest on such bonds will be lower as compared to the non-convertible bonds. Non-convertible bonds are nothing but debt instrument. You have nothing to do. You have bought a bond. Bond may be for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. After the bond become mature, the money will be refunded to you along with the fixed rate of interest as mentioned in the bond terms and conditions. But if there is an option for convertibility into the equity, then the rate of interest is lower because we are giving this option to you. After say 1 year or 2 years, you find that the company is doing very well and this option is there, then you would like to convert your investment in the form of bond into equity of the company. And if that option is given to you, then you have to sacrifice some profitability in terms of the lower rate of interest. That's why both the options are the correct. Both the options are the correct. So therefore, the convertible bonds and non-convertible bonds you have to keep in mind. For example, this is a very simple question. Which one of the following is responsible for maintaining price stability by controlling inflation? Everybody knows today that after 2016, we have given the inflation target to the RBI, and therefore RBI is responsible for maintaining the price stability in the country. And RBI has to maintain the stability of prices within the within the within the given target range, and target range is fixed by the government. The next question is very, very important. Money multiplier. Money multiplier in an economy increases with which one of the following? Question is, what is money multiplier? Normally, because this is relating to GS paper, I'll not go into the economics of money multiplier, but I'll simply explain to you that when the money supply takes place, we have the money which normally classified in two categories. Money which is called high powered money, and the other is the normal money. High powered money and the normal money supply which we are seeing, the money supply. And the high powered money is when the government or RBI increases the money supply in the economy, that raises the reserves in the economy. That raises the reserves. And therefore, the high powered money is defined as the currency held by the public and reserves held by the banking system and the RBI in the economy. And the money supply, when we define, is C plus D, that is currency held by the public and the deposit held by the public with the banking system. Deposit may be saving deposit, current deposit, time deposit, any kind of deposit. And therefore, the M is some multiple. M is some multiple of H. M is some multiple of H. And what is the multiple of that is called multiplier. M is some multiple of H. This is H. M is some multiple of H. And this M is called money multiplier. Means that suppose the money multiplier is 2 and H is 100, money supply will be 200. Money supply will be 200. Of course, equally the 100 crore rupees are supplied additionally, but since M is money multiplier, the actual money supply in the economy will be 200. Now the question is, what is M? This is what the question is asking. The money multiplier in an economy increases with which one of the following? Money multiplier is normally depends upon how the people behave. Whether people behave that is in the form of keeping more currency with them or they keep more money with the bank. And therefore the banking habit of the people will determine the value of M. You see in these two definitions, the only difference is the R and D. C is the same. Only difference is R and D. And therefore, if people would like to keep more money in the form of cash, obviously the money supply will be reduced. If people will keep more money in the form of deposit and they will keep minimum cash with them, then deposit will be utilized by the banks in further creation of the credit. And therefore, money supply will increase. And therefore, the money multiplier, you can remember that is a function of the behavior, banking habit of the people. If people are more habitual of keeping their money in the bank, then obviously value of money multiplier will rise. And therefore, the money supply will increase in the economy, given the value of H. So I'm not entering into the further details of H or M, what is H or what is M, but you need to understand that the money is some multiplier of the value of H, and H is defined as the currency held by the public plus reserves held by the banks. Reserves held by the banks. And what are the reserves held by the banks? You know that whenever the banks mobilize some deposits, some proportion of the funds they have to keep in the form of cash reserve ratio, and that is the reserves. And some money they have to keep in the form of excess reserve ratio, because they have to meet the demand of the public. And over and above, whatever money is there, they give for credit. And whatever the R is a component of the H. And the total deposits is the money kept by you and me in the bank, that is deposits. And deposits leads to creation of the reserves. So therefore, the reserves may be created either through deposit or by directly by the RBI. If RBI increases the money supply in the economy, they increases the R. If government make the huge expenditure in the economy, they increase the R. They don't increase the D. D is only increases when the people deposit their money in the bank. So that's why this difference you have to keep in mind, and you always have to remember that the money which you see in the economy is some multiple of the high powered money. And what is that multiple is called money multiplier. And the value of money multiplier depends upon how the people behave in the economy, whether they want to hoard the money in the form of cash. It means you are withdrawing the money from the system. It will not be used for further creation of the credit. Or the you are keeping your money, excess money with you in the bank, and bank will use that money in creation of the credit, and money supply will rise in the economy. Therefore, the money supply is also a very, very important concept. Sometimes question comes on the money supply also, and demand for money also. I think I have kept few questions on the demand for money also here. Now, the next question is with reference to the Indian economy, demand pull inflation can be caused by cause or increased by which of the following? So, as I said, the inflation normally, not always, but inflation is normally is 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 classified into the demand pull and cost push. Demand pull and cost push. Demand pull or cost push inflation. If the inflation is rising because of excess demand, then it is called demand pull inflation. And excess demand may emerge because money supply is increasing in the economy, government is spending the lot of money in the economy, or your salary and wages are indexed with the prices, and therefore your demand is rising and supply is not rising commensurate to your demand, and therefore the demand pull inflation may take place. That is demand pull inflation. And cost push is if demand is not changing, but the cost of some critical inputs is rising. For example, in case of the recent inflation in India, what happened that because of the Russian-Ukraine conflict, the commodity prices started rising. And among the commodity prices, the most important item was relating to the crude oil. And we are the major importer of the crude oil. And therefore, when we had to import the crude oil at the higher prices, that led to the increase in the cost of production wherever the crude oil is used as an input. And crude oil is also used in the form of diesel and petrol in transportation, which has a cascading effect all over the economy. And therefore, the cost of transportation, cost of production has increased. That is, if price has increased because of the cost side, then it's called cost push inflation. Cost push inflation. So here he is asking the demand pull inflation. Which are the factors which lead to demand pull inflation? You see, expansionary policies. Expansionary policies means it may be monetary expansion policy or it may be fiscally expansion policy. Expansion means you are either supplying more money or you are spending more money in the economy. When the government spends the money, it comes in the hands of the people, and people raises the demand. of demand in the market, and therefore the expansionary policies may lead to the increase in demand. Fiscal stimulus. Fiscal stimulus means the government is having the obviously the fiscal they want to expand huge money. For example, in this budget, the government has decided that 10 lakh crore rupees will be spent as a capital expenditure. It means 10 lakh crore rupees which government is going to is to spend in the economy will provide stimulus in the demand, because whosoever will receive these 10 lakh crore in various sectors, their demand will rise immediately, and they will put forward more demand for goods and services in the market. And therefore, whenever the government spends more, it always leads to increase in demand. This is a very important um, component, because you know that when government is spent, it directly and comes in the hands of the people. It directly comes in the hands of the people. And if government is spending 10 lakh crore rupees, it means at a point of time, the income of the people is rises by 10 lakh crore rupees. This may not be true for any other sector, but when government spends, it directly raises the income of the people who first receive that income from the government. Suppose you are a builder and constructing the road for the government, and government is spending 1,000 crore in construction of a road. When the government releases the money to you, immediately your income by that amount rises, and then you start spending that money. Therefore, the demand rises in the economy if if the the government is spending more money in the economy. Their fiscal stimulus is also responsible for the the demand pull inflation. For the demand pull inflation, inflation indexing wages. How in the inflation indexing wages means when your wages are linked with the inflation, obviously your demand will not rise, because we are only compensating your purchasing power vis-a-vis rising prices. For example, in government announces the DA for the government employees. The government announces the DA for the government employees to index their expenditure with the rise in prices, so that their real purchasing power remains constant, and therefore it will not lead to the increase in the demand for the goods and services. Higher purchasing power is obviously will increase the demand. But higher purchasing power may come from any point of any side. Either your income has increased, or your wealth has increased, or some windfall gain has come to you and you want to spend more in the market. The high purchasing power will lead to demand for inflation. Rising rate of interest will not, because rising rate of interest will control the demand. Therefore, the answer is 1 to 4. So, therefore, the inflation, you need to understand the demand pull and cost push inflation is there. And this question is relevant because in the last 1 year, we have experienced the inflation. And this inflation which we have experienced is largely cost push. Largely cost push because we have imported the inflation from abroad in the form of high price of crude oil, and that impacted the domestic prices in the economy in the second stage. But therefore, this question becomes important from this year point of view. The central bank function, the Reserve Bank of India or central bank of any country have various functions which they have to perform, and one of the important function is lender of the last resort. Lender of the last resort means whenever there is a crisis in the economy, crisis with any banking system, the the RBI will always come to rescue for to any bank, any financial institution, or overall economy if they are facing any kind of the currency crisis, and therefore the lender of last resort. What does it mean? And does it mean that lending to trade and industry bodies? No. RBI never directly lend to any industry, any trade, any company directly. Never. It never do that. But the RBI will inject liquidity in the system through banking system, through banks. And you must be aware that how the banks and RBI they function together, and to maintain the liquidity in the economy. Let me explain to you. The RBI has created a LAF window, that is liquidity adjustment facility window, that is created by the RBI, liquidity adjustment facility. This is the window created by the RBI in its website. And if any bank is facing any liquidity crisis, then they can approach to RBI through LAF. LAF is a kind of window, and LAF this is kind of window, and its rate of interest in between is the policy rate, that is the repo rate, and the lower bound is the reverse repo rate, and the other upper bound is the marginal standing facility rate, MSF rate. These are the three rates are available, and the every bank has some limit, some ceiling they can raise from the RBI at the repo rate, maybe 1% of their total demand and time liabilities. And therefore, if any bank have any liquidity crisis, they can approach the RBI through LAF, and they can place their demand for say 50 crores or 100 crores of rupees they need immediately to meet their liquidity crisis. And therefore RBI will provide them the loan against the mortgage securities. This is always secured loans. RBI always provide the secured loans. They keep the securities as the mortgage from the bank and provide the money to them. If it is within the limit, then it is at the repo rate. If they have already exhausted their limit and they are asking more than their limit, then the RBI may charge MSF rate. MSF rate is today is 0.25%, 0.25% above the repo rate, and this is the minus 0.25% below the repo rate, reverse repo rate. This is the system prevailing at present. And therefore, this question is asking, as a lender of last resort, how the RBI meets the liquidity requirement in the economy. And therefore, the answer is only two, because the lending to government to finance budget deficit is already over. I have already told you that after the enactment of FRBM Act in 2003, this window is closed. This window is closed for the government. And the RBI never lend directly to any industry or to corporation. The RBI only help the banking system if they are facing any kind of liquidity crisis. And therefore, as a lender of last resort, they provide liquidity to the banks having a temporary crisis. This is the answer. So therefore, I have explained to you how the banks and RBI they work together to stabilize the liquidity position in the economy. I hope it is clear to you. Now, again, this is a factual question, and therefore I don't want to waste time. In this factual question. I am leaving, which you can read yourself, but I am just focusing on those questions which require some kind of explanation to you. For example, the question number 20. Indian government bond yields are influenced by which of the following? Again, the relationship between the India's financial market and the other market is important. Actions of the United States Federal Reserve. The question you read carefully, Indian government bond yields are influenced by which of the following? Which of the following? Actions of the United States Federal Reserve. Yes, because if they reduce the rate of interest or if they increase the rate of interest, the yield on the US bonds will fall or rise and capital will start flighting from here, and that will impact the government bond yields. Actions of the Reserve Bank of India, yes. Because as I said that the yield on the government bonds is determined by the interest rate prevailing in the economy. Whatever factor changes the interest rate in the economy will influence the bond yield, will influence the yield on the bond, and therefore the the any action either of the international banks or the Reserve Bank or any other mechanism through which we influence the rate of interest that will impact the yield on the government bonds. The yield on the government bonds is how much you earn on the government bond in the market by selling it. By selling it, as I said, that in government bonds or in, for that matter, in any of the corporate bond, two things are fixed. One is their face value, and the other is the coupon rate. Coupon rate is the minimum rate of return which the supplier of the bond will provide you at the time of maturity. These two are fixed; they will never change. Then what changes in about the government bonds? The price of the bond changes in the market, and when because bonds are trading commodities, they can be traded in the stock market, they can be bought and sold in the financial market, capital market. Therefore, the when this sale and purchase of the bonds takes place, their price either increases or decreases, and the change in the price of the bonds results into change in the yield on the bond, and that's why the yield on the bond is always related to the the change in the price of the bond, and that's why the all these actions will affect the interest rate in the economy, which obviously impact the yield on the government bonds. So therefore, the you need to understand this kind of this part of economics, because in prelim I have seen in many years, last years, most of you do all these questions not correct in the exam because the conceptual relationship between various institutions and various variables may not be very clear to you. That's why I always pick up the question where we some explanation is required and some um, additional information we may be able to give you. The next question is again I am taking from relating to this financial market. Consider the following statement: foreign currency convertible bonds, foreign institutional investment with certain conditions, global depository receipt, non-resident external deposits. Which of which of the above can be included in the foreign direct investment? Which can be included into the foreign direct investments? Foreign direct investment, because the foreign direct investment we have defined the money which is flowing into your country in terms of obviously the foreign exchange, largely or mostly with the technology. But apart from that kind of investment which is coming along with the technology, some part of investment which is coming in the form of institutional investment or in the form of the portfolio investment is also included as a part of the FDI. The definition is clearly given. For each country, definition is different, but as far as Indian definition is concerned, the definition is very clear that the apart from the investment which is coming along with the technology for starting any the production of any kind of commodity or services in the economy, that is obviously a foreign direct investment. But if somebody is investing the 10% or more in the equity of the company, that is also considered to be the FDI. That is also considered to be FDI. Similarly, FII, with certain conditions imposed by the government, if they satisfy that, that is also part of the FII. Global depository receipt. This is a very important term, and therefore the receipt received through the global depository mechanism is also FDI. But this is not. Non-resident external deposits, they form the part of the banking system here. They are deposits in the banking system. And therefore, the 1, 2, 3 is the answer. But question is, I don't know how many of you may be knowing about the global depository receipts. But let me explain to you what is global depository receipt. Sometimes what happens that our corporate houses, which are quite big and confident also, they want to raise the funds from the international markets. They find that it is profitable to raise the funds from the international financial markets. But if they upload the shares or they float the shares and bonds in rupee terms, then maybe that foreign investors are not invested in making the investment in government in the corporate bonds and equity shares. So what these corporate houses do is they enter into agreement with some reputed financial institution in that particular country in which market you are planning to float your bonds and equity shares. And that financial institution may be a reputed bank, may be a reputed financial institution, or maybe non-banking financial institution, anything which you think is good for you, you may enter into agreement with them. And that, for example, if you want to float the bonds and equity in the European market, then maybe European bank, you may engage the European bank as a partner with you, and you ask the European bank, we will give you some commission to you, and we want say 5,000 crores of rupees we want to raise from the London market. Then the European bank may convert these 5,000 crores into their own currency deposits or own currency bonds and the shares and float in the London market. But the right, this is being mobilized for investment by the Indian company. They make it very clear. But this kind of agreement between the Indian company and the foreign company, which on behalf of the Indian company is floating the bonds and shares in the international market and raises the funds from the market and pass on to the Indian company, of course based on certain commission, then this is called global depository receipt. Global depository receipt. And if you are doing the same exercise with the American market, then it is called American depository receipt. So therefore, this is one way of raising the funds from the international market. So any fund which is coming through this mechanism also form the part of the foreign investment in India. So therefore, if the question is asking you what is the foreign direct investment, you should know the definition of foreign direct investment which we have adopted. And the first three are the component of the FDI, and therefore the 1, 2, 3 is the answer. So you should be able to understand the terms which are being used in the questions. Consider the following statements. The effect of devaluation of currency. Effect of devaluation of currency is that it necessarily improves the competitiveness of the domestic exports in the foreign markets, increases the foreign value of the domestic currency, or improve the trade balance. Improve the trade balance. This is also a question of the last year or last to last year. What my students did the mistake here, that obviously first is the answer. I hope everybody knows what devaluation is. Devaluation is when the government deliberately reduces the value of your currency in terms of any other currency. For example, today is the exchange rate between rupee and the dollar is say rupee 70 is equal to $1. And suppose government today reduces the value and government is willing to say 75 rupees per dollar. It means the value of rupee is declined. Value of rupee is devalued. And therefore, this devaluation of rupee will obviously improve the competitiveness of the exporters. Why? Because the exporters now are having the more profit to earn. When they earn $1, earlier they were getting 70 rupees, now they are getting 75 rupees in terms of the dollar. And on the other hand, the dollar price of the exports fall in the international market, and the domestic price of imports have increased. You see the impact of devaluation. Impact of devaluation is domestic price of the imports have increased, and the foreign price of exports have fallen, and therefore the exporters find it profitable to export more and produce more, and therefore the answer is one is correct. But it increased the value of for foreign value of the domestic currency is wrong. It reduces the foreign value of the domestic currency. Improve the trade balance. This is not necessary. It may or may not improve the trade balance. If the exports have increased to such an extent that your trade balance had turns from deficit to positive, only then it improves. But maybe that when your competitiveness improves, your level of income improves, and you may import more. And therefore, it is not necessary. It is not necessarily true that as and when the devaluation is done, it will always lead to improving the trade balance. But what is certain is that it will definitely improve the competitiveness of the domestic exporters in the foreign markets. That concept should be very, very clear to you, because devaluation has the dual impact. Devaluation or depreciation of the currency has the dual impact. When we call it depreciation, when the currency is the value of the currency has fallen on account of the demand supply in the market, and devaluation is when government does it deliberately to improve the exporters' competitiveness. Therefore, in this situation, it may or may not improve the trade balance. It depends upon the final outcome, whether with the increase in the exports, the imports have not increased. That we have to ensure, only then trade balance will improve. If along with the increase in exports, imports is also rising, then trade balance may not improve. That's why we have to be very, very careful in answering the questions. So you need to think of the in the long run what is going to be the impact of a particular action by the government. Therefore, one is the only answer. I hope the devaluation is very, very clear to everyone. Then, which one of the following is likely to be one of the most inflationary in its effect? Most inflationary in its effect. A repayment of the public debt, is it inflationary? No, it is not inflationary. Repayment of the public debt. Borrowing from the public to finance a budget deficit may or may not be. Because borrowing from the public means that you are reducing the availability of money in the hands of the public. When government is borrowing 17 lakh crore rupees in a year, then the money availability in the hands of the people will reduce. And when money available in the hands of the people reduce, they will not be able to raise the demand. And that's why it is the second is not the answer. Borrowing from the public to finance the budget deficit, it will not raise the, because money supply has not changed in the economy. You have taken the money from the bank and finance the budget deficit. The total money supply remains same in the economy. Third is creation of new money to finance a budget deficit. This is called deficit financing. When it was allowed in 50s, 60s, 70s, up to 85, whenever there was a deficit in the government budget, they used to issue the treasury bills to RBI, and RBI used to create the new money supply to finance the budget deficit. And if that situation is, every time RBI has to create the new money supply in the economy. When new money supply is increases in the economy, means the availability of money supply in the hands of the people rises. And therefore, when you have more money to spend, obviously you will raise more demand in the market. And more demand in the market means the more inflation. Therefore, the answer is the as and when or through any means, if your purchasing power rises, if the funds available at your disposal for expenditure rises by any amount, any way, then it might be inflation. But here the important is, if only your rises and somebody else falls, it may compensate. But when the new money is created, then it is not compensating anybody. It is the additional purchasing power is being created in the economy, which will always be inflationary unless and otherwise supply increases commensurately. That's why this question is kept here, because the today the government is not able to create the new money supply to finance the deficit, and therefore the financing the government deficit, various means are there, and the UPSC may ask you which means may be less inflationary or more inflationary in the economy. Similarly, what is the importance of the term interest coverage ratio? This is also very, very important term which is normally used or normally observed by the banking system when they sanction the loan to any company or corporate house. Interest coverage ratio means that the earning before in payment of interest and taxes by the company, that is gross profit by the company, divided by the interest payment obligation. How much interest payment obligation the company has towards the banking system or towards the institution from where they have taken the loan. So therefore, the ratio between the and the this is basically the EBIT, earning before payment of interest and the taxes, divided by the interest payment obligations. What is your interest payment obligation? That you here divide here, that is give you the interest coverage ratio. And normally bank says that it should be greater than equal to 2, means your gross profit should be twice or more than twice of your interest payment obligation. Only then bank will consider that it is not risky for the bank to provide a loan to you, provide a loan to you. And therefore, given the definition, you read the sentences. It helps in understanding the present risk of a firm. Yes, it will help you. If the interest coverage ratio is less than 2 or nearly 1 or less than 1, obviously that firm is very risky. The firm will not be able to pay back even the interest payment on the loan. And therefore, it is first is correct. Understanding the present risk. It helps in evaluating the emerging risk of a firm. No, it cannot be. And therefore, the third is higher a borrowing firm's level of interest coverage ratio, worse is its ability to service its debt. And therefore, if interest coverage ratio is very high, then obviously the firm may find it difficult to repay the loan of the bank. And bank will consider the interest coverage ratio of every firm before sanctioning any loan. That I'm leaving this as a factual question, and this is also a factual question. And then let me explain the 27. Consider the following statements. Weightage of food in consumer price index is higher than in the wholesale price index. Wholesale price index does not capture changes in the price of services, which CPI does. RBI has now adopted WPI as its key measure of inflation and to decide on changing the key policy rates. The three statements are very, very important, because if you understand these, if they are used in any of the questions in any form, that will help you in understanding this. Now you see that in this, what is this? What does this mean? You know that consumer price index is a basic indicator of the retail inflation in the country. Is a basic indicator of the retail inflation in the country, and CPI is obviously calculated by the Labour Bureau, Ministry of Labour and Employment, and the whole group of commodities which are included in the CPI are classified into the five six groups, and one of the group is obviously the food and beverages. Food and beverages is given the weightage of around 47% in consumer price index, while in wholesale price index it is much less than that. Therefore, the first statement is correct. The weightage of food in CPI is higher than in the wholesale price index. And you have to remember that in CPI combined, we have around 47%, round figure. It is something 46 point something, but round figure is 47% of the weightage of the total commodities included is given to the food and beverages. And food and beverages form a very, very important component of the CPI. The other weakness of the wholesale price index is it doesn't capture into the services we normally consume in our day-to-day life and pay for them. WPI does not take into account. The second thing WPI do not take into account is the output of the manufacturing sector in the informal sector. Meaning thereby that unorganized manufacturing sector output is also not taken into account while calculating the WPI. In this question, it is only mentioning about the prices of the services. I have added one more thing which you may remember is that WPI it also doesn't include the output of unorganized manufacturing sector. And both the two, services and the output of unorganized manufacturing sector, is included in CPI. And therefore, CPI is considered to be the best anchor of inflation in our country and best anchor of the inflation in our country. Therefore, the second is correct and first is also correct. But Reserve Bank of India is not adopted after 2014. And just let me qualify this third statement also. Till 2014, the WPI was considered to be the anchor of inflation by the RBI. Till 2014, WPI was there till 2014. But after 2014, when we introduced the inflation targeting policy and we have given the inflation target to RBI, then based on the recommendations of various committees of the RBI, the CPI combined is taken as the anchor of inflation. And therefore, this third part is wrong. That's why the 1 and 2 is the answer. Of course, if you have read some old book, they will still mention that WPI is the anchor of inflation adopted by the RBI. But as I said, this position was true only up to 2014. After 2014, situation has changed and the RBI has adopted the consumer price index combined. I'm saying combined word because CPI is computed separately for urban areas and separately for the rural areas. And when we combine together, we have a combined CPI. And the combined CPI is used as an anchor of inflation, as an indicator of inflation in the country. And the target we have given to the RBI, that is 2 plus minus 4, is basically the CPI, Consumer Price Index. And RBI has to maintain the price inflation somewhere between 2% to 6%. That is the range we have given to the RBI to maintain the inflation. Therefore, you keep in mind that the consumer price index combined is the anchor of the inflation in India. Now, in India, this is again I have taken from the previous year question. Which of the following can be considered as public investment in agriculture? Public investment in agriculture. And this is also a factual question basically. The fixing minimum support price is not an investment. This is only announcement of the government for the 24 crops. They announces the MSP in Rabi and Kharif season. But the computerization of the primary agriculture society is investment because you are installing the computer and related machinery in the primary agriculture commodity credit societies to make them more efficient. The social capital investment It means you are essentially investing in creating the social capital. Means you are improving the behavior of the rural people to be more development oriented, to be more the change their habits toward the development, and therefore the lot of investment is being made through education and through training, etc., for creating the social capital in the rural areas. The free electricity distribution is not an investment. Waiver of agricultural loans is not an investment. But setting up the cold chain facilities is an investment. So therefore, you have to identify the actual investment by the government in the agriculture sector. Now, this is obviously very factual question, but still we have included it because it was asked in the previous year questions. With reference to the Indian economy, consider the following statement. Commercial paper is the short-term unsecured promissory note. Certificate of deposit is a long-term instrument issued by RBI to a corporation. Call money is short-term finance used for interbank transactions. Zero coupon bonds are the interest-bearing short-term bonds issued by the scheduled commercial banks to corporations. Again, here the 2-3 terms which I thought I should explain to you before you understand this question. What is commercial paper and what is the certificate of deposit? The three term we are using, call money and the zero coupon bonds. Zero coupon bond. These 4 terms, if you have understood them properly, obviously you will not do the question wrong. Commercial paper is only a undertaking, only an agreement between the two persons that I will make this payment to you along with the rate of interest, say after 3 months. If such a note is issued by person A to person B, then it is called as a commercial paper. It is called a commercial paper which is unsecured because no mortgage, no security is placed against that paper. Only he said that I am giving you this paper to you and asking you to make a payment on my behalf to the third person. That is a commercial paper, unsecured commercial paper. It may be direct, it may be indirect. Suppose somebody is going from your place to the other place and you have to pay somebody to the person who is staying at that place. You may ask the person B who is going from here, say to London, may you pay something to person C on my behalf. And that commercial paper you have issued so that when the person B comes back, you will pay him the money back. So that kind of, any kind of the promissory note issued is called commercial paper. Is commercial paper. That is only within the in the informal channel or within the personal business or personal transactions. But certificate of deposit is a instrument not issued by the RBI but issued by the commercial banks and the other banks as designated by the RBI. The certificate of deposit is that if you want to deposit some of your money in any of the commercial bank, you can deposit that money there on discount and get the certificate of deposit from the bank. Suppose you have 1 crore rupees extra and bank is willing to issue a certificate of deposit to you of 1 crore if you deposit 95 lakhs today. It means 5 lakhs is the discount the bank is giving to you, and that is your income. And suppose banks ask you deposit 1 crore rupees for 3 years, and but I'll give you the discount on this, the 5 lakh rupees. After 3 years, I'll return to you your 1 crore rupees. If such kind of any certificate is issued by any commercial banks or any other financial institution as designated by the RBI, it will be called certificate of deposit. This is an official document. This is the official document. And the first one was the personal kind of document. This is here the financial institutions are involved. This is the RBI's approval is there for commercial banks to issue the certificate of deposits. This is different from fixed deposits. In fixed deposits, when you deposit the money with the bank will give you some rate of interest, and that may accumulate over a period of time. And when the FD matures, you get your money back along with the rate of interest. The difference between certificate of deposit is they are normally, I'm not saying always, they are normally, or 99% cases, the commercial banks issued the certificate of deposit in after discounting them, and therefore the benefits is immediately given to the person who is depositing the money. In case of fixed deposit, you are getting the advantage of depositing the money with the bank after your FD is matured. But here, you immediately get the benefit. You deposit 95 lakhs and 5 lakhs you have saved. Because after 3 years, you will get back your 1 crore back. So therefore, the certificate of deposit is an official instrument for mobilizing the resources by the banks. Sometimes banks issued these kind of deposits to mobilize the resources from the public. Call money, you know that the call money market is the short-term finance market, which is normally called today is bank money market. Interbank money market. The interbank money market is the market which is prevailing amongst the banks. No third party, no outside any financial institution is involved here. Suppose the Punjab National Bank need the 50 crores immediately today because somebody has withdrawn the 100 crores from the particular bank branch, and the bank is failing or facing the currency crisis or the shortage of funds. What happens is that Punjab National Bank may approach the nearby state bank or any other bank and raise the loan from that particular bank equivalent to 50 crores, which they require. And this kind of loan, other bank can give to the PNB at the interest rate. Interest rate charged by the bank is repo rate, that is policy rate. That is policy rate. And therefore, the call money market is a short-term money market, and maximum period for which this loan is given by the State Bank of India to PNB is 14 days. The maximum tenure of the loan is 14 days. So therefore, immediately the PNB financial crisis is addressed by taking the loan from nearby SBI branch, and the interest has to be paid by the PNB to SBI at the rate which is determined by the policy rate. Policy rate is the rate which RBI charges from the banks when they take the loan from the RBI. So therefore, the call money market is a very important market, particularly when we discuss the effectiveness of the monetary policy. Then the call money market plays a very, very important role, because the moment the repo rate is changed in the economy, immediately call money market rate change. Interbank money market interest rate will change, and that will further influence the lending rate of the banking system. That is a long process that we may discuss sometime else. But the importance here is you need to understand importance of the interbank money market. Zero coupon bonds. If zero coupon bonds are issued by anybody, maybe banks or maybe anybody else, it means the bonds are issued on discounting. When there is no interest on the bonds, then obviously bonds are issued on discounting. Means if 100 rupees bond is issued by the issuer at the rate of say 95 rupees, then the bond is discounted. No coupon rate is there, but 5 rupees advantage is given to you in making the investment. So you invest 95 rupees and get the bond of 100 rupees. 5 rupees you have saved. So therefore, if zero coupon bonds are issued, then obviously they are not the interest-bearing short-term bonds. They are not. Zero coupon means there is no rate of return on the banks on the bonds, and these bonds are issued only only on the discounting basis. Therefore, the answer is 1 and 3. Certificate deposits are not issued by the RBI. Call money market is short-term finance is very good. And therefore, the zero coupon note is wrong. Therefore, answer is 1 and 3. So therefore, the next question is that if the RBI decides to adopt an expansionist monetary policy, which of the following would it not do? You read the question carefully. Which of the following would it not do? Expansionary monetary policy. Then will it cut and optimize the standing statutory liquidity ratio? RBI decides to adopt an expansionary monetary policy. What it will not do? I hope everyone is aware of the expansionary monetary policy or contractionary monetary policy. Expansionary monetary policy is when the RBI wants to increase the liquidity in the system. And if system is facing the liquidity crisis, then RBI may adopt the expansionary monetary policy. But if there is excess liquidity, the RBI may adopt the not expansionary but the narrow monetary policy where they want to extract the liquidity from the system. That is tight monetary policy. So under this system, this is an expansionary monetary policy. So for having expansionary monetary policy, whether the RBI will go for this option, cut and optimize the statutory liquidity ratio, because which of the following would it not do? Is it when the government cut and optimize the statutory liquidity ratio? Is it following? Will it increase the money supply or will it decrease the money supply? Will it increase the money supply or will it decrease the liquidity in the, not money supply, but liquidity in the system? What the expansionary monetary policy means? Expansionary monetary policy means the funds easily available, availability of funds. Whenever you say expansionary, availability of the credit funds. That is one thing. And the second is the cost of credit. Two things we have to target. If we want expansionary monetary policy, then cost of credit has to fall. Only then people will take more credit from the bank and spend. And you have to ensure the more availability of funds in the banking system. Therefore, if you really want expansionary monetary policy, these two things have to be taken care of. When the RBI cut and optimize the statutory liquidity ratio, will it lead to expansionary or contractionary monetary policy? That is the point. That is the point. Increase the marginal standing facility rate. As I said, marginal standing facility rate is a penalty rate on the banks. If they borrow more beyond their ceiling limit, then RBI charges the extra interest on the loan, and that is called the marginal standing facility rate. As I mentioned in the LAF, the upper part of the LAF is MSF rate. Cut the bank rate and repo rate. Bolo ji. Which of the following would it not do? Obviously, it will not raise the MSF rate, because if they raise the MSF rate, then obviously cost of funds will rise. When cost of funds will rise, then obviously the credit is available in the market at the higher cost, higher interest rate, and therefore that will lead to reduction in the money supply. Only thing is the number 2. If you cut the statutory liquidity ratio, then obviously money supply will increase. If you cut the repo rate, you are reducing the cost of funds. So therefore, the only issue is MSF rate is the answer. MSF rate is the answer here. MSF rate is obviously the answer of is a penalty rate if on the one hand bank reduces the repo rate and on the other hand bank increases the MSF rate, that turns out to be contradictory to each other. That's why it will not be done simultaneously. Obviously, this is the next question is again is a kind of factual question. What is the district central cooperative banks? They deliver more to the directly to the farmers or to the primary agricultural societies. Obviously, they deliver to the primary agricultural societies, not directly to the farmers. It's a factual question. Now, the other question, which is related to the money market, is which one of the following is not the most likely measure the government or RBI takes to stop the stop the slide of Indian rupee? Which of the following is not the most likely measure? You read the question very carefully. Sometimes they put the note. As a result, the whole flavor of the question changes. Not the most likely measure to take the to stop the slide of Indian rupee. Slide of Indian rupee means the value of rupee is falling in the Indian market, in the international market. Then what the which is not the measure which should not be taken, which should not be taken in the by the government or by the RBI, by the RBI, by the RBI. Obviously, in this case, the curbing imports of the non-essential goods and promoting exports is the favorable question, because once your trade balance improves, your currency will obviously stabilize in the market, encouraging Indian borrowers to issue rupee-denominated masala bonds. It means when we issue the denominated masala bonds in the international market, the supply of rupee will rise. When supply of rupee will rise, we shall be able to control the value of the rupee in the market. When ease the conditions of ECB, external commercial markets, external commercial borrowings, their terms and conditions are eased by the institutions. Only then we can reduce the or stabilize the value of rupee. What will not be done and which will not be helpful at all is expansionary monetary policy. Expansionary, expansionary monetary policy. If RBI adopt the expansionary monetary policy, how it will impact the value of rupee in the market. When we are following the expansionary monetary policy, means the money supply in the economy rises. It means that the money supply in the economy rises. Money supply increases, which is some multiple of the high powered money. And therefore, when money supply increases in the economy, then obviously the rupee value will fall and rupee will further depreciate. Therefore, if you really want to control the value of the rupee, then you should not adopt the expansionary monetary policy. You should not adopt, because you have to reduce the supply of money, supply of rupee in the market. Only then rupee value will stabilize. That's why this the important part is if the rate of exchange is falling, if rate of exchange is falling means rupee is depreciating. In that situation, you should not adopt the expansionary monetary policy. Now, the another important area in this is purchasing power parity. Purchasing power parity exchange rates are calculated by comparing the prices of the same basket of goods and services in different countries. Then, in terms of the PPP dollars, India is the sixth largest economy in the world. The two statements are given. Which one is the correct? Obviously, we are not aware of the second, whether we are sixth or seventh or tenth. But certainly, first is a statement which need to be analyzed. Purchasing power parity. Purchasing power parity means if law of one price prevails all over the world, then you are able to buy a particular goods at the same price no matter from where you are buying. Either you are buying in Washington, or you are buying in Bombay, or you are buying in Delhi, or you are buying in Tokyo, you have to pay the same price. If that happens, then it is called purchasing power parity. Then it called the purchasing power parity. And that can happen only when the rate of inflation is constant all over the world. If prices are stable and constant all over the world. And therefore, if prices remain the same, then if you are buying one burger, say 70 rupees in Delhi, then that same burger you can buy at $1 in Washington, because rate of exchange is $1 is equal to 70 rupees. If that kind of situation is possible, then it is called purchasing power parity. And therefore, purchasing power parity is calculated keeping in view the prices of the same basket of goods and services across the countries. If the prices remain the same, only then we calculate the purchasing power parity. You see that when we made comparative analysis across the countries, if we want to compare the per capita income across the countries, we always measure the per capita income across the countries on PPP basis. We always write on PPP basis. If you look at the Human Development Index conducted by the UNDP, when they take the third measure, that is the standard of living measured in terms of per capita income, they always write it is calculated on PPP basis, means purchasing power parity basis. They assume if price remains the same, then the per capita income is in India is comparable with per capita income with US and any other country if prices are kept constant. So therefore, you have to keep in mind that whenever the term purchasing power parity is used, it always related to the prices, and we assume that prices remains constant. Only then we can find out the PPP value of anything which we want to measure. Here again, in the above question, we have discussed the certificate, the deposit, commercial paper, promissory note, and here we are added one more note that is called participatory note. Participatory note is a concept which, of course, we have abolished from the Indian system now. It is no more valid in case of India. Here is that in Indian capital market, only those investors can make the investment who are registered with the SEBI, or any other institution required by the government of India. And therefore, those who are not registered with SEBI or any other institution required by the government of India, then they cannot make the investment in the Indian capital markets. But some investors, of course, they are not registered, but they would like to make the investment. Maybe that Indian market is more attractive for them. In that case, they may enter into an agreement with those investors who are already registered with SEBI or any other institution in India. And they make their money through these registered investors in the Indian market. And that was the system prevailing in India at least 5-7 years back. And thereafter, the government has abolished the practice of participatory note. And therefore, to control the money laundering, to control the black money, etc., etc. But the 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 participatory note is the agreement between those who are not registered in the Indian institutions and those who are registered, and the agreement between them is participatory note, and that kind of system is abolished now from Indian market. Is abolished from Indian market. Which of the following is not included in the assets of the commercial banks? Obviously, the you know that the commercial banks assets, why we are measuring these assets to to calculate their capital adequacy ratio. Capital adequacy ratio, which has been defined, every bank has to maintain, and therefore we have to find out the total assets of the banking system. And therefore, out of the four options given to you, obviously the money at call and short notice is not the asset. It is flying from here and there. The advances, that is credit given by the banks, deposits with them, or investments, deposit made by the banks and the investment made by the banks, they are part of the advances. This is a very, very simple question. Similarly, this economic cost of food grains to the Food Corporation of India is minimum support price and bonus paid to the farmers, plus is the procurement incidentals and distribution cost, because FCI also incur the cost of procurement, making the statutory charges in some of the markets, and may also pay the distribution cost. These are added to the MSP. Normally, the thumb rule is that the total procurement price of the food grains is MSP into 1.25. If you multiply this will give you the total procurement cost of the food grains. 25% margin is taken over MSP to cover all kinds of procurement and procurement incidental and distribution cost. This is there, and this is the procurement cost. This is the procurement cost of food grains, and government issued the CIP, central issue price, at which these procured food grains will be distributed to the targeted population under the PDS system. And that central issue price is also fixed by the Government of India. And the difference between this MSP into 1.25 minus CIP is called the food subsidy. That is the subsidy given by the government on per kg of food grains. This is the huge subsidy given by the government. And you are aware that under the National Food Security Act, the price of rice is rupees 3 per kg, and price of wheat is rupees 2 per kg, and price of other grains is 1 per kg, and the procurement price of rice is around 27 rupees per kg. 27 rupees. The 27 rupees into 1.25 minus rupees 3 will be equal to per kg subsidy borne by the government on procuring the rice and supplying it through the public distribution system. So therefore, this is a very important concept, and therefore normally I am seeing that in last many years a question relating to this aspect is coming in the prelim. That's why I've kept this question, to make you understand what is the minimum support price, and what is the central issue price, and what is the food subsidy which government is paying in this. I hope this is very clear to you. Let us take one or two more questions. Which of the following statements correctly describe the meaning of the legal tender? This is a factual question. I hope I don't want to waste time. Now, this is a very, very important. This question came last year, 38 number. And that is very, very important question relating to the opportunity cost. If a commodity is provided free to the public by the government, then what does it mean? Does it mean its opportunity cost is zero? That is the first option. Second is opportunity cost is ignored by the government, or opportunity cost is transferred from the consumers of the product to the tax paying public, or opportunity cost is transferred from the consumers of the product to the government. Therefore, first you need to understand what is the opportunity cost. What is the opportunity cost of a particular product or a commodity? So if commodity is provided free to the public by the government, but it involves some prices. Government has bought made some expenditure in buying these. The best example I'm giving to you here just now, that government is providing 5 kg food grains free of cost to the poor target group, and therefore this is free. The opportunity cost, does it mean opportunity cost is zero? No, opportunity cost is not zero. Opportunity cost is the cost which you have to bear in the next best alternative use. So therefore, opportunity cost of the food grains is not zero, and government has not ignored the opportunity cost. So what government has done is, government has procured from the farmers and transferred to the government, and government is providing free of cost to the to the targeted customers, and therefore the opportunity cost is transferred from the consumers of the product to the government, and therefore the government is bearing the burden, not the customers. Customers are getting free of cost. It doesn't mean that if somebody or something is provided free of cost by the government, that is that doesn't have the opportunity cost. That has the opportunity cost, but the opportunity cost is borne by the government, not by the consumers who are consuming it. This is the question last time came. Normally, the people have answered A. If any commodity is provided free of cost, opportunity cost is zero. Its opportunity cost is not zero, because somebody has to bond the cost of the commodity. Then it is for you to decide whether you want to give it free of cost or in any other way to the targeted group. So therefore, this question came last to last year, and I think most of the people have done it wrong. Now, let us say one more question. Then, increase in the absolute and per capita real GNP do not connote a higher level of economic development. This is a directly question relating to the economic growth and the inequality. Economic growth and the inequality. And if the economic growth of the country is rising, the GNP per capita, both in real terms and absolute terms, is rising. But at the same time, the poverty, unemployment is also rising in the economy. Then we may not call it the economic development. It means the question directly gives you the indication that the rising per capita GDP or rising GDP is not the real indicator of the economic development of a country. Therefore, you have to take into account other factors also in account while deciding whether the rising GDP or GNP is reflecting the economic growth of a country. I hope, thank you very much, and time is over. The new teacher, educator will take over from me. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, welcome to Sriram IAS on Unacademy platform. So today is MCQs marathon. We'll begin our questions. So I'll be with you for environment session. Myself Shivashankari, alias Shiva Ignatius. So we'll start with a question. See this. Consider the following statements related to the first question. Let us see the first question. Consider the following statements related to Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. Okay, WCCB. Has written in the short form. First statement number 1. It says that the body is a statutory multidisciplinary body established by the Government of India under the Ministry of Environment and Forest. Okay, and WCCB also assists and advises the custom authorities in inspection of the consignment of flora and fauna as per the provisions of Wildlife Protection Act. CITES means the Convention of International Treaty on Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna. Generally we call this as CITES, and it's known, so it's given as CITES only. An EXIM policy governing such an item. So this was the question which is related to WCCB. Which of the above statements are correct? This is a question. So here with respect to this particular question, the WCCB. Yes, let us take a pen. Okay. See, the first statement is saying that it's a multidisciplinary body and it's a statutory body. So, through which act this WCCB has been established? Is there any act? That way we have to think. Yes, the Wildlife Protection Act is there, 1972, which was amended in 2006. During that amendment, they established this body. WCCB was founded at the same time during the amendment of WPA. And this point is right. So, under the Ministry of Environment and Forest, we are having this body. And the second point is WCCB assists and advises the custom authorities. Yes, the function. When you are studying about a body, I have already told several times when we are interacting again and again, that respective to a body, first you have to know whether it's a legal body or it's in without any statutory recognition this body has been established, or it is under a government body, intergovernmental body or government body or a foundation. This way you have to note. That is the first thing you have to do. Second is the objective of the body. So second point is related to the functions of the body, functions, objectives, aims and functions. All this we have to keep in mind. So this is also right. Okay. So which of the above statements is correct? Then the answer is C. Okay. C is the right answer. Extra you can, what and all you can read about this particular body is that, as we have said that this body was established under the Wildlife Protection Act 1971 and 72 only. Then the main function of this body is to collect the information related to wildlife crime. Okay, wildlife crime activities they will collect and they will disseminate, they will spread this information throughout, so that information will help the other enforcement agencies also, okay, to take immediate action. For that purpose only this body has been created. And another thing which you can note is that this acts as a data bank. The wildlife crime, which they have the data related to wildlife crime which they have created, they will be established as a data bank. A centralized data bank will be created by this body. Then apart from this, they also coordinate the actions of various enforcement agencies. Okay, see, you can see this, coordinating the actions by various agencies in connection with the enforcement of the act. Now this will be the third function you can note. The first and second function is also mentioned here. And again, apart from that, it assists the authorities and international organization also for this particular action against the wildlife crime only. How to control the wildlife crime, for that they will assist. And apart from this, they also do capacity building, okay, of the enforcement agencies, wildlife crime enforcement agencies. Okay. And for scientific and professional investigation, they are doing this. Okay. And see, advise the government on issues relating to the crimes having national and international ramifications. So this is another important function. And last is this, the point which we have given in our question. So it also advise the custom authorities in inspections. Okay. So if there is any item and there is a doubt, then they will give the necessary information that how you have to check that. They don't know any idea. They don't have any idea related to wildlife. So there should be a specialized body which should be there to advise them regarding this matter. That will be done by WCCB. Okay. Now we'll move to the second question. We'll move to second question. So this is how you have to prepare related to WCCB. Now, as per, see this, consider the following statements. This is a second question. As per Biological Diversity Act, the central government are empowered to notify in the official gazette, in consultation with state governments, areas of biodiversity importance as biodiversity heritage site. Now, last year there were a lot of news related to biodiversity heritage sites, BHS. So I have just given this. Okay. And the question itself is regarding the biodiversity heritage site only. Okay. The first point is saying that as per the Biological Diversity Act, the central government are the body who are announcing the biodiversity heritage sites. See the second point, also the state government in consultation with the central government may frame rules for the management and conservation of these sites. Third point says that the state governments are empowered to frame schemes for compensating or rehabilitating any person or section of people economically affected by such notification. So the question says demands to you that which of the above statements are correct. See, in this case, the first statement, if you take, if you have already read this act, the Biological Diversity Act, if you have done it, definitely would have come across there is a provision for announcement of biodiversity heritage site. But who will do this? Who has that authority to notify an area as a biodiversity heritage site? Here we have given the central government. This is wrong. Who has that authority? The state government. Okay, the state government are empowered to notify an area as the biodiversity heritage site, okay, in consultation with the local bodies. In consultation with local bodies, they will do that. Okay, so this is the right one, and as the biodiversity heritage site. And see the second point. So this point is wrong. Point number 1 is wrong. Keep this in mind. So what you have to do when you are eliminating your answers, see for all those with 1, 1, 1, 1. So the answer will be definitely B only. So we need not check again and again whether B is right or wrong. So this will be the right answer. So that the state government, while making rules and regulations, will consult the central government. Only for making rules and administration and management of the BHS, they will consult the central government. But who will notify the BHS? State government will notify in consultation with the local government. And this point is also right. So for framing the schemes, or for compensating, or for rehabilitating the people, who are affected by this notification, all will be done by the state government only. Okay, now we are moving to the rest. First, you should know what is biodiversity heritage site. So I have defined here. You can see this. BHS means they are areas that are very unique, even ecologically very sensitive ecosystem, we can say. And having, see, these are some of the necessary things to declare a BHS. Having rich biodiversity. They should be rich in biodiversity, but they are not protected at all. They are under threat. Okay. So rich biodiversity comprising of any one or more of the components, such as, that means either there should be lot of species richness. It should be abundant with species. Okay. Or that is called species richness, or high endemism. Endemism means that is a species which is only present in that area, endemic to that area, that is called high endemism. No, so this way you would have studied. And presence of rare, where you will not find this anywhere, rare, endemic and threatened species. Okay, that species is also threatened. Then keystone species, this already we would have studied. When you are studying ecological succession and all, we would have studied keystone species also there, like pioneer species, flagship species. Keystone species is also a species. So it's very important. This species is very important for the ecosystem health. If the species is removed, the entire ecosystem will be affected. So keystone species. And species of evolutionary significance, okay, and wild ancestors, that is the species which are adapting to the changing environment, that is evolutionary significance. And wild ancestors of domestic or a cultivated species. See this, we would have domesticated that, but the wild species are still remaining there in the wild. So those areas, in those areas they will be present. That's why we have mentioned like this. And land races of their varieties, past preeminence of biological component represented by fossil beds, and having cultural, these all can be a factor for assigning an area as BHS. And as per the Biological Diversity Act, the state governments are empowered to define the official gazetте. This only we have done, committed a mistake, so I have given again for you. Come to the next question. See, some questions can be from basic areas in our discussion. Most of all in the alternate years, UPSC is repeatedly asking these questions, like which of the following are producers, which of the following are detritivores, which of the following are decomposers. This way the questions will be there. So I have given this question, which of the following are saprotrophs. Okay, see, first one fungi, second protists, third bacteria. Which of the following? All the three are right only. Fungi, protists and bacteria can be a saprotroph. So first you should know what is meant by saprotroph. Saprotrophs means, those, just a minute. Okay, see this? The pen is not in operation. Let's check and then again, just 2 minutes, Yes, see, now I think it's right. Saprotrophs means those who use saprophytic feeding. The saprotrophs are the one which uses saprophytic feeding. They are called as saprotrophs. That means what? Saprophytic feeding means what? We all are having a common way of eating. We will take the food inside, then we will digest it, and then the nutrients will be absorbed by the body. Everything happens inside. But this kind of organisms will secrete an enzyme outside, will digest the food outside, and then they will absorb the nutrients from outside. That is called saprophytic feeding. That is the speciality of fungi, and that is the speciality of few protists, not all the protists. Protists is a kingdom, fungi is a kingdom, bacteria is a kingdom. They belong to Munira, kingdom Munira, bacteria. Okay, but protists is a separate kingdom and fungi is a separate kingdom. Protists, few protists are saprotrophs. So all are right only. We can select answer D is the right answer here. Okay, so D will be the right for a third question. Now we are moving to the next question. See this, okay, these are some extra information which I have discussed with you only is here. The fourth question, the first Environment and Climate Sustainability Working Group, that is ECSWG, under the G20 Sherpa track, commenced in Bangalore with the side event on ecosystem restoration and biodiversity enhancement. This is one point. Point number two, ECSWG, that is the same, the group, working group is there, aims to collectively define a new development paradigm that supports stable and sustainable climate, environment, and biodiversity. Third point, the global assessment report on biodiversity and ecosystem is given by this group only. Okay, so this way we have 3 points. Which of the statements related to the environment and climate sustainability working group are correct? We are asking which of the statements are correct. So there was recently the first environment working group has conducted its meeting under the G20 Sherpa track. It took place in India only. It took place. Okay, so this statement is right, and mainly that meeting was for related to ecosystem restoration only, for ecosystem restoring the ecosystem, and to increase the biodiversity. Once you restore the ecosystem, the biodiversity will get increased. No, so both are vice versa. So for that, the meeting was conducted. And the main aim was to bring in a new development framework in order to bring a new phase, okay, that supports a stable and sustainable biodiversity, ecosystem, climate, like everything. So both are right only. For that only they have started, and the first meeting went on. See this third point, the global assessment report on biodiversity ecosystem is said it is given by ECSWG. No, it is not given by ECSWG. It is given by IPBES. BES. Okay. So this is a body which gives this, and we will be discussing more points related to that body. So this point is totally wrong. So it's a policy based platform. This IPBES is. So I'll explain more about it. First, we'll see the answer. So third point is wrong. Then the answer would be definitely A. For this question, A is the right answer. Okay. Now we'll move to the discussion for IPBES. Why this report is given by IPBES? Not regularly, not annually they release this report. Last time in 2018, when United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity demanded them to prepare this report, they have given this report during that period. So this is that full form of that body, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform. It's a platform on the biodiversity and ecosystem. So that's called as IPBES. So what this body has done, it is an intergovernmental body. Though it is an intergovernmental body, it is not managed or controlled by United Nations. So it's not coming under United Nations. It's an independent body only. And the secretariat peoples are employed by the UN, and the UN is hosting this body. But though UN is there, and UN does not control or interfere in this body, so it's an independent intergovernmental body, and it's a science-based platform only. And their main duty is to do research works related to biodiversity. So every people who can contribute for the improvement in biodiversity and ecosystem will be the members. See, at present 140 governments are its members now. Because it's an intergovernmental body, we have government as members, and India also is a member of this body. So if there is a question which they are asking about this body, they will ask these types of points only, whether India is member or not. In 2012, this body was established. So based on the year-wise classification, we have given this body now. So let us go to the next one. See the fifth question. Consider the following statements with respect to battery waste management rules. In the current affairs, this has come related to circular economy. You know, so when they are talking about circular economy, they have made few changes in the e-waste management rules, battery waste, plastic waste. All this has been modified. So this question, see this. Consider the following statement with respect to battery waste. The rules cover, the statement number 1 says that the rules cover all types of batteries, that is electric vehicle battery, portable batteries, automotive battery, industrial batteries. All types of batteries will be covered by this rule. Statement number 2, the rules function based on the concept of extended producer responsibility, that is EPR. Already UPSC has asked this when the first time this term was introduced in the e-waste, they asked this in the exam. So extended producer responsibility, where the producers, including the importer, okay, not only the one who is manufacturing, including the importers of batteries, are responsible for collection and recycling, refurbishment of waste batteries. Okay, this is point number 2. Statement number 3, on the principle of polluter pays principle, not only extended producer responsibility, here we are bringing polluter pays principle also. The environmental compensation will be imposed for non-fulfillment of EPR targets. So you have to pay money, compensation. Responsibility, an obligation set out in the rules. Which of the above statements is or are correct? That's the question. See, let us analyze the rules. The rules, if you have definitely studied under, read about these rules, you can easily answer this question. So the first point number 1 is right only. The rules cover all types of batteries. It covers all types of batteries. See point number 2, the rule function on the concept of extended EPR, extended producer responsibility. Previously for e-waste only, now batteries also it is applicable. So those who are producing it and those who are importing it has to take responsibility after when the end period, the life ends. At that time they have to recycle it. Most of the batteries has to be recycled and refurbished. It should be used again. The parts which and all you can take and again use it, you have to use that. And the polluter pay principle also is applicable. If you are not following this EPR, then environmental compensation has to be paid. So all are right with respect to this question. And so the answer is D. D is the right answer for this question. Okay. Then we'll move to the next question. So we shall move to the next question. See here, question number 6. Consider the following statements. Point number 1. The Aravalli Green Wall project is implemented by UNCCD to create green corridors across the country to combat land degradation and desertification. This is point number 1. Statement number 2. The project will also focus on agroforestry and pasture development to enhance the livelihoods of local communities. Okay, so if you have definitely read about this particular topic, Aravalli Green Wall project, you know whether this is right or wrong. This is a project which was started by Indian government, by our own ministry, Ministry of Environment and Forest, and ministry's vision. Okay, to improve the, to restore the ecosystem, to stop the land degradation, to stop the desertification, and to improve the ecosystem and to enhance the biodiversity. In that vision, they introduced this project. Okay, already UNCCD has done some project in Africa, along with the Africa, the African Great Green Wall project, that is totally different. But here the Aravalli Green Wall project was introduced by the ministry to create 5-kilometer buffer zone across the Aravalli ranges. Okay, and this was not implemented by UNCCD. UNCCD, no, you know this convention. So this is given in a short form: United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. That is a full form. United Nations Convention to Combat. It's a very important convention. One and only convention to inhibit or prohibit, stop the desertification. Convention to combat desertification, not only desertification, but also poverty, to eradicate poverty. Okay, so this way, this was a one and only convention which is existing. And this Aravalli Green Wall project is not implemented by UNCCD, it is implemented by Ministry of Environment and Forest. So this point is totally wrong, but aim is right. Okay, to create green corridors across the country to combat land degradation and desertification. It will this for this they are focusing on agroforestry. So prepare a note about agroforestry. Anytime there might be a question related to agro. Instead of asking this project, they may ask about agroforestry and pasture development. So they are focusing on agroforestry and pasture development to enhance the livelihood of the local community. This is right. So point number 2 is right. Now the question is about which of the above statements is or are correct. That is the question. So 2 is the right, then B is the right answer. If 1 is wrong, so A will not come, or C will not come, and D will not come. B is the right answer for this question. See, and much more details about this Aravali Greenwall project. You can take a few more details. As we said, it's a ministry's project to create the green corridors across the country. The project covers the states of Haryana, Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Delhi. These 4 states, this project will cover the 4 states. Like, okay, where the Aravalli Hills landscape and all is there. And they are going to cover around 6 million hectares of land under this project. Okay. So this will involve that planting native species, not only planting trees, but planting native species, through that increasing the livelihood of the people. And also not only planting trees, that you have to be careful. Along with that, they are going to regenerate and restore the surface water bodies such as ponds, lakes, and streams. Okay, so these are some of the important points. Why they are doing this? On the vision, that vision to satisfy or implement the UNCCD, that is United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, and CBD, Convention for Biological Diversity. See this, and UNFCCC. All these are to contribute to this only, not by UNCCD. Okay, to contribute to this convention, they are doing it, right? So this is the question, the answer, the extra points related to that. We'll move to the next question. See question number 7. Consider the following statements. Biosolids. See, if you see your old question paper, mostly you will find nowadays, I already told you the pattern has completely changed, no? So you will be finding questions related like this also. Bio related questions will be appearing. So here, biosolid are the nutrient. Statement number 1, we will see what is it. Biosolids are the nutrient rich organic materials resulting from the treatment of domestic sewage in a wastewater treatment facility. That is statement number 1. Statement number 2 is saying biosolids are applied to promote the growth of agricultural crops, fertilize gardens and parks, and reclaim mining sites. Statement number 3, the plant nutrients in biosolids are slowly released throughout the growing season, enabling the crop to absorb these nutrients as the crop grows, and thus lessens the likelihood of groundwater pollution of nitrogen and phosphorus. These are some of the points related to biosolids. In this case, if you are read, you would have definitely known the answer, and the first point is right. Okay, how we are creating this biosolids? These biosolids are created by treating the wastewater, domestic sewage especially, in the wastewater treatment plant, and they are applied to promote the growth of agricultural crops. We are using, okay, in the agricultural land for crop growth and as a fertilizer. Okay, we are using it. Even for to reclaim the mining sites, we are using this. This, one unique feature of this biosolid is that when you are applying this to the farm, what happens? It will be slowly releasing the nutrients to the crop. So at one go, if you are taking a chemical fertilizer, at one time that it will fertilize the plant, and it is not good for the plant's health and the soil health. So here what happens, whenever the plant require that nutrient, it will be satisfied because it is slowly releasing the nutrients to the plants. In this way, it is also reducing the groundwater pollution. Okay, in that way, it is reducing the groundwater pollution. This is an important point to note. Okay, so which of the above statements is or are correct? All are correct. D is the right answer. Okay, D is the right answer related to biosolids. Right, now we'll move to the next question. See, consider the following. They have given bacteria, plant incorporated pollutants, okay, called as PIPs. In shortly, we'll call like that. Then fungi and insect hormones, compounds extracted from flowers, vegetables. Okay, so they have given 5 things. Which of the above can be used as biopesticide? This is a question. So they are asking which of them are acting as a biopesticide. Okay, so see this, bacteria. Certain bacterial strains are used as biopesticide. Even you can see that BT crops, that's the main problem now. They extracted a soil bacteria, they inserted it into the plant. Okay, now that plant is with this bacteria, and what happens because of this, it is resisting certain pest. So that is true, bacteria is right only. Then plant incorporated pollutants, yes, they are trying to incorporate certain chemicals into the sorry, not chemicals, the in the PIPs in the form of plant incorporated pollutants. We are introducing certain pesticides, okay, biopesticides only again, that is extracted from the plants. Fungi, again fungi can also act as a biopesticide because it will act against certain bacterial bacteria or certain virus, it will act. Insect hormones, yes, we are deriving from insects. No, like from the insect, certain hormones are secreted, and we are trying to extract that, and you're using it in the using it as a biopesticide for plants. Even compounds extracted from flowers like pyrethrin you take, chrysanthemum flowers are secreting that, no, pyrethrin. So from that we are extracting it. Even vegetable, you take capsicum. Capsicum secretes certain enzymes, and that is also used as a against a pollutant. Even for plant incorporated pollutants, you can use garlic oil. Like this, lot of things can come under this. This way, we are using all these can be used as a biopesticide. Okay, all plants, fungi, bacteria, insects, everything can be used as a biopesticide. Okay, so that D is the right answer for this. D will be the right answer. So this is an additional information related to biopesticide. You can see here, they are, what are biopesticide? They are made of living things. Without the one which you are manufacturing in the lab, we are doing it in the natural way. So they are made from living things, and they, at least they come from the living things. They will secrete, no, the living things are secreting something, that is also, the tree secretes certain enzymes. Even the black walnut tree, not only black walnut, all walnut trees will secrete a hormone enzyme called juglone. Okay, this way some trees secrete certain enzymes out, and it seeps into the soil, and it's also harmful for other certain other crops. But you can extract that, and you can use it for weeds. Weedicide, you can use as a weedicide. So this way we are extracting the secretion from living things, or from the living things we are taking some enzymes or hormones, and then we are using it, and they are found in nature. The solution is in nature, that is biopesticide. So they are saying the microbes like bacteria you take, fungi you take, that can act as a biopesticide, and even the substances like we are finding in nature, like the corn gluten, garlic oil, black peppers, and even insect hormones can be used as a biopesticide. Apart from this, these are plant incorporated pollutants, we can say. These are the plants, and that's how like a bt crop was made in that way only. Same way, there are lot number of, this bt is known to us. Now they are in the research phase. They are trying to introduce the genes and proteins inside the plant, okay, and that is used as against the pest. And even the hormones are the things which are extracted from the flowers. Compounds which are extracted from flowers, also vegetables, also can be used against the pest. Come to the question number 9. Which of the following are considered as environment friendly agricultural techniques or agriculture techniques? So most of all nowadays UPSC is focusing on agriculture oriented climate environment also. So in that, if you see the questions like climate smart agriculture, they have asked. Permaculture, they have asked one time. Organic farming, they have asked. In this way, they are continuously asking some certain, even rice intensified system, the way of cultivation, method of cultivation also, which is going to be environment friendly, they are asking in exams. So on that basis, we have made this question. You can see agriculture techniques. So the first, they have given surface or soil residue cover. That is first statement. Second, trickle irrigation. Third, green manure. So choose the correct option from the below, which can be an environment friendly agriculture technique. If you have studied this topic, you definitely know the soil residue cover means over the soil, instead of leaving the soil open, we are putting all the residues. You are growing a crop, you're taking the after it is harvest, you are removing that haze, and then you are just spreading over the farm. Residues cover, this is called soil residue cover or surface residue cover. Even if they are not able to do that, what they will take a what we call that, a mat kind of thing, and they cover entirely, or straws from the field. They take that, they put over the soil will not be visible outside. Why? In order to reduce the intensity of light. If it is exposed directly to the light, there will be loss of water in the form of evaporation. Water will get evaporated from the soil. So once water get evaporated into the soil, you have to water it continuously. So wastage of water happens. That's also one big problem, a crisis, because water is a very important resource. So that's how this residue cover is an environment friendly agriculture practice only. Trickle irrigation. What is trickle irrigation? You might have heard about an irrigation called as drip irrigation. So the other name of drip irrigation only is called as trickle irrigation. And we know that in drip irrigation, what we are doing, we are trying giving, sending the water directly to the roots of plants. Drip by drip, drip by drip, it will go to the root, and not continuously you will pour water. So one drop droplets, the speed can also be adjusted. Based on that, the plant will receive the water, and it is in the sustenance way. So it's also a good environment friendly practice. And green manure, definitely we know that instead of going a chemical manure or chemical fertilizers, chemical pesticides, we are going for green manure, green fertilizer. So these are the right options. All the three are right. So the right answer is D. D is the right answer. Okay. Now move to the next question. See the 10th question. Consider the following statements. Okay. More than 90% of human exposure to dioxins is through the food supply, mainly meat and dairy products, fish and shellfish. Statement number 2. Dioxins belong to the so-called dirty dozen, a group of dangerous chemicals known as persistent organic pollutants, which is banned in India. WHO and UNEP are undertaking global breast milk survey, including in many developing countries, to monitor trends in dioxin contamination across the globe. So these are three statements which are given to us, and they are asking which of the above statements is or are correct. Okay, which are correct? See this very often nowadays they are also focusing on the pollutants. Any pollutants, if it appears in the newspaper or recently it has made a news, they will definitely shoot question from that. So since the conventions also, the Rotterdam and Stockholm Convention, all these conventions which are existing there, and also celebrating its year-wise classification, it's very important to focus on the persistent organic pollutant. Okay. See, in that case, the first statement, which is talking about the 90% of human exposure to dioxins. Dioxins is a very dangerous pollutant, and we call this as persistent organic pollutant. Why this is called persistent organic pollutants? Because persistent organic pollutants are the one which stays longer period, okay, which stays for longer period in the atmosphere, and it has the capability of moving to various places. Okay, so this way we define POPs. And it is said that more than 90% of the human exposure to dioxin is through the food supply. Okay, mainly meat and dairy products, fish and shellfish. This is right only. This is right. This is the main source for exposure to dioxins. Second statement is saying dioxins belong to the dirty dozen. Okay, a group of dangerous chemicals as called as persistent organic pollutants, which is banned in India. See, note this point. Till this, everything is right. They belong to persistent organic pollutant only. They are called as dirty dozen only, but they are banned in India. This is wrong because India has banned 7 POPs only. Okay, the persistent organic pollutants, India has banned only 7 POPs and not the so-called dioxin or any form of dioxin is not yet banned in India. We will see what are those 7 which are banned in India. Okay, we will see later. As you can also see this in that line, when I am talking itself, I will show you this one. See, these are the chemicals, these are the POPs we have banned in India, but not the dioxin. Okay, so this is totally wrong. Come to the third point. WHO and UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, and World Health Organization, both of them jointly are undertaking the Global Breast Milk Survey. It's a survey by analyzing the breast milk of the mothers. They are trying to identify like how this dioxin contamination has spread throughout the globe. In that way, they are going to analyze. So very recently, they are, for the past few years, they are conducting this survey. And what are the above statements? So this is right. So when you are saying what are the above statements is or are correct, you have to definitely say that 1 and 3 are right, and if so, then C is the right answer in this question. C is the right answer. Okay. So now we'll move to the next question. You can see, like, I'll take a different color because it's not very visible. Yes. See, these are some additional information which you can read. So it's a POP only. So these are some of the sources where you can see this POPs. Already we are having the background exposure to this POPs and all. Okay. And WHO and the other body UNEP is trying to conduct a survey in order to see how this dioxin has spread throughout the globe. And you see this, these are the 7 chemicals which has been banned in India, 7 POPs which has been banned, but not the dioxin. So you have to be very clear. Right. Consider the following statements. Agrivoltaics frameworks. Now we are going to talk about agrivoltaics. Agrivoltaics framework are the future of modern agriculture, especially in warmer regions such as India. First statement. Agrivoltaics is a concept of harvesting maximum synergy between photovoltaic energy and agriculture by installing solar panels on agricultural lands. So third, statement number 3, agrovoltaics helps in dual usage of land to solve the food security and energy security concern. Which of the above statements are correct? See, if you have heard this term or have read in the newspaper or in any site, in any article, under any article, if you read this, you will definitely know what is agrivoltaics. This has been introduced in the world long time before. Very recently, last year, in India, this project agrivoltaics was introduced. Okay, right? So the first area where they have introduced is in Rajasthan only. So a few cities has introduced this project. Okay, and you can see this project was introduced by the Central Arid Zone Research Institute. This institute is the one who have introduced this project. Okay, now we will come to the question. See, this framework acts as future of modern agriculture. Yes, especially it is going to support the warmer regions like India where there is water scarcity. Okay, then this is right. This point is right. See the second point. Agrivoltaics is a concept of having both the synergy between the both, that is photovoltaic cells, solar cells and agriculture by installing the solar panels on the agricultural land. This is also right. That is why this is called as agrivoltaics. And this helps in the dual usage. This system, this framework helps in the dual usage of land. No, so since previously what you will do, you will only use the land for cultivation, or you will only use the land for installing solar panels. But now what you are going to do, you are going to do cultivation also, and the solar panel also installed in the same places. So mainly the problem related to the drier regions, the hotter regions is due to the intensity of sunlight over the plants, the crops. And what happens, the crops have high rate of transpiration. We call this as transpiration. No, from the soil, if the water is taken, it is called as evaporation. If it goes in the form of vapor, it is called evaporation. From the plant, if it is released or if it is taken, it is called transpiration. So lot of water is lost due to transpiration, process of transpiration. In order to avoid that, the solar panels will be put above, not above means over the plant, but they at certain height they will place the solar panels. So the shade of the solar panels will try to reduce transpiration rate for the plants. At the same time, the solar panels, so you are washing the solar panels, and that water can be reused in the agriculture. So this way it is benefiting in both vice versa, as well as the electricity generated through the solar panels is utilized for the farm activities. So we are trying to maximize the efficiency and minimize the waste. That's why this is also trying to solve two problems. One is food security and the energy security. Okay, we are utilizing the solar panels and harvesting the energy at one hand, and water like this, resources like this are saved, and wastage is reduced, and the food security is also protected, because previously they started losing the crops for a dry season, warm seasons. The infestation starts increasing because of dry conditions. Okay, and lot of problem due to pest, but now everything get reduced. So this project is for that only. All the points are correct. So what is right? Then 1, 2, 3, all. So answer is D in this case. See, these are some additional information you can use. Okay, this was this in India. Last year only they introduced this project in the name of agrivoltaics. Okay, so especially in the dry conditions only. So in Rajasthan only they started introducing this project. Okay, now we'll move to the next one. Consider the following statements. The first session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee (INC) to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, took place at UK. This is first statement. Second statement, the new plastics economy global commitment. It's a commitment, okay? New plastics economy global commitment launched in 2018 by Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and the UN Environment Program. This is statement number 2. Statement number 3, India is also one of the current global commitment government signatories. Okay, in this commitment, India has signed. That is the third point which is given. Which of the above statements are correct? If you have read about this particular committee, Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee, which is the meeting is taking place to bring a convention to end the plastic pollution, including the marine pollution. Okay, now they are trying to bring a new convention in this field. For that, the negotiating committee meeting is keep on going, and the first negotiating meeting committee to frame a legally binding instrument for plastic pollution took place at UK. This is right. See the second one. The new plastic economy global commitment was launched in 2018 by one foundation and United Nations Environment Program. This is also right. But India, at this point, India is also one of the current global commitment government signatories. So India has not yet signed this commitment. So this is wrong. So then which of the above statements are correct? That means A is the right option. A is the right option. That is 1 and 2 is right. Okay. So now we will move to the next question. Question number 13. And these are some additional information which you can use. Okay, which has what is the aim of this convention, why they are trying to bring this convention, and what's the aim of the commitment. Commitment also aim to reduce the plastic pollution only. Okay, for that only they are bringing this, and circular, to promote circular economy, to reduce the waste. So this way they are trying to bring this commitment. They are doing this commitment. Question number 13. The only mountain ungulate in southern India and which is endemic to Western Ghats. See, this way sometimes question appears. They will give description in the question and they will ask what species is this or what place is this. Okay, that way they will ask a question. So now reading the description. This mountain ungulate is in southern India and which is endemic to Western Ghats, which is also listed as endangered in the IUCN. It inhabits the open montane grassland habitats and shola grasslands at elevations from 1200 to 2600 meter, and as a result of extreme habitat fragmentation, its population has declined drastically in the last few years. Which of the below species is described above? See, there are a lot of keywords for us. One is that it is said it is a mountain ungulate, then it's a goat kind of thing, goat variety, which is found in southern India. You have to be very careful, which is one and only mountain ungulate in southern India. That means in southern India, in the peninsular India mainly, we are finding one mountain ungulate only. And if you have read about that species, you definitely will identify from this statement only, you can identify what species is that. And even it is endangered. Okay, and it is endemic too. If you have not identified here, definitely after this you would have definitely identified it is endemic to Western Ghats. Okay, so which of the species is this? Ibex? No. Nilgiri tahir is the species. Nilgiri marten also no only, markar also not no only, because markar is a species, is again a wild goat which is found in northern, that is in the Himalayan region you will find markar. Ibex also it's found in the northern side only. Okay, it's a mountain ungulate. So markar is also a mountain ungulate. Ibex is also a mountain ungulate, but they are not found in southern India. The one and only mountain ungulate which is found in southern India is Nilgiri tar. And the Nilgiri marten is not a ungulate at all. Okay, it is a predator of Nilgiri tar. It's like it looks like a cat mixed with a tiger, it looks a bit cute also, with the red and black fur mixed. It looks like that. So Nilgiri marten is simply an animal which is not a ungulate, which is not a goat at all. Okay, so the answer is Nilgiri tar only. And Additionally, one information that this Nilgiri Thar is found in the Iravikulam National Park. Now, previously they were spread throughout Western Ghats, but now they are found in only few pockets of Western Ghat, and the largest population can be seen in the Iravikulam National Park in Kerala. Okay. Iravikulam. So you can see that additional information you can use. Now we'll move to the next question. Consider the following statements. The Global Ecosystem Dynamics Investigation, that is called JD mission, was launched by ISRO in 2018. We have launched this mission. The JD sensor uses lasers to measure the structure and health of the earth forest to better understand drivers of biodiversity, loss and global heating. Which of the above statements is or are correct? See, if you have read this mission somewhere in the newses, because the last year it made news. It was launched around 2018 only. For 2-year period they launched it. Then when they thought of destroying it, because the first time the forest 3D forest map was made by the pictures sent by this JD mission only. So when they started, they came to a decision that they have to, stop this mission. They have to dismantle it around 2 years after the launching, 2018. But they thought of incinerating it. But what the world started opposing it, and then the mission was the mission's life was increased around 2030. Still 2030, we can use this mission now. That is JD mission. So this was the first point. See this, it was launched by ISRO in 2018. No, that is wrong. It was launched by NASA. It was sent to ISS, International Space Station is there, no? They sent this mission to space station. From there, they started clicking pictures, okay, to see that how the forest is, mainly the forest loss, the biodiversity loss, and what are the problem this global temperature, global warming is impacting on the biodiversity or on the ecosystem. This way they try to map certain thing and they send us a picture, and first 3D map of forest was also released by this JD mission only. So the first statement is wrong, the second statement is right. Okay, so which of the above statement is or are not correct? You have to be very careful while reading the question. They are asking not correct. So first statement only is not correct. That means answer is A. A is the right answer. Okay, A is the right answer. See, the extra information, if you want, you can read the JD mission, that it produces a high resolution pictures, 3D pictures, 3D pictures of the earth, especially the forest. Okay, by the measuring the canopy density, height, structure, this and all, they are trying to give that. And it was deployed to the ISS by NASA in 2018. For 2-year period only they did it, but now it is extended till 2023. Okay, and now even they're talking that till the life of the mission, that is International Space Station over, they're trying to extend it. Okay, in that way they have disclosed certain information. Now come to the next question. In which of the following protected areas we can find the great one-horned rhinoceros? It has to be a single word. By mistake it has come down. So this is a question. In which of the following protected areas we can find the great one-horned rhino? So they have given 4 options. Lakau Barachpori Wildlife Sanctuary, Gorumara National Park, Dudhwa National Park, Iravikulam National Park. Just now I discussed about one national park. If you have listened to my discussion, you would have definitely know which is not the right answer here. That means which is the odd answer, which is the odd point. If you are removing the odd point, you will get the answer. So this Iravikulam is wrong because this national park is not in the northern side. Rhinos, you will be only finding them near the northeast and northern side only you can find them. Okay, and they are not native to India only. That you will be knowing why I am saying this. So these 3 national parks which are in Assam, UP and West Bengal, this is right. But this is in Kerala, it's in the southern side. It's totally contradictory and it's totally illogical. So we can exclude this, and if you're excluding this, you will easily get the answer. All these 3 you can strike it out simply and say the answer is A only. Okay, see other national parks and wildlife sanctuaries where that the rhino can be found is Kaziranga National Park in Assam, and the Barachpori Wildlife Sanctuary in Assam, and Pobitora Wildlife Sanctuary in Assam. All the 3 is in Assam. And apart from Assam, you can find him in West Bengal. In West Bengal, in Gorumara and the Jaldapara National Park, you'll find the one-horned rhino. And even Manas you can add in Assam. Manas also will come. So 4 areas, Manas you can put here. And Dudhwa is in Uttar Pradesh, UP. Okay, Dudhwa National Park. Apart from that, they are also found in Nepal and Bhutan, not only in India. So this rhino is not native to India. They are found in India also, native to India only. If they are mentioning like that, then that is wrong. But if they are mentioning it is native to India, yes, it is native to India because it is present naturally in the natural environment in India. But only is not the right answer. This UPSC one time asked this question in the question paper. They have mentioned this statement as such. So because it is found in Nepal also, it is found in Bhutan also. Okay. So here and all you will find them. So now we will move to the next question. See this. Consider the following statements. The first statement number 1, Environmental Performance Index is an international ranking system of countries based on their environmental health marking the environmental performance of a state policy. That is statement number 1. Second, it is given by Dual Citizen LLC, a private US based consultancy. So if you have come across this environment performance index, if you have read something related to this statement is right. So this is trying to analyze, it's an international ranking system only by analyzing the environmental health of a country, how well they are performing in the environmental sector, how well they are inducting this environmental health inside the policy making. This way they are analyzing and they are giving, are using certain indicators. They are trying to plot the index. Okay. Yeah, but this is not given by private US based consultancy called Dual Citizen LLC. This was given by World Economic Forum along with 2 universities. Okay, along with 2 universities. So this is wrong. First we will see the answer. Which of the above statements are correct? So one only correct, no. That means A is the right option. A is the right option. So now we are going to see that who is giving this. Who is giving this? As you can see, this is given by the Yale University. 2 university I told you, Yale and the Columbia University. Okay, along in collaboration with the World Economic Forum. So in collaboration with the body called as World Economic Forum, and also the Joint Research Center of European Commission, funded by the McBrain Foundation of Canada. All these are joining together. One is funding, one is involving in research. So, but main thing you have to keep in mind is Yale University, Columbia University under the alliance with the World Economic Forum are doing this, not the US based consultancy. Okay. Now we will move to the next question. See, which one of the following is a symbiotic association? It's a very direct question. Symbiotic association. Long back they asked this question. 2 times it has appeared in UPSC question. Very recently they are always focusing on other kind of interactions like rhizobium. These types of interactions are given importance. So anytime this may also get repeated, okay, in the recent years, the coming years. That's why this question we have put here. Which of the following is a symbiotic association between plants belonging to the angiosperm family and the soil bacteria? So come analyze the option. First is ericoid mycorrhiza. So if you already listened to my interaction video, you will definitely find the answer for this very easily. Mycorrhiza is an association between fungi. Mycorrhiza, from the name itself you can understand. This is a name given to a fungi only. Fungi and a plant. Okay. Association between a fungi and a plant. This is not right. Okay. This is not right then. We are saying association between the plant and a bacteria we are searching. Zoocholereae. Come to zoocholereae. Zoocholereae you definitely know, like when you are studying about coral reef, the association between the animal coral polyp and algae. So this is also not the right option. Okay. Then come to the next one, antinorhizal. This is the right option. So answer is C only. Antinorhizal is the association which is between a plant and a bacteria, Frankia. The soil bacteria name is Frankia. So this association is called as antinorhizal. And the last one, see this proto-cooperation, it's an association name. Okay, it is an association name. Totally a different association. Okay, so it's also a type of symbiotic association only, but it's not mandatory. So that is totally different. Answer is C for this question. Now we will move to the next question. Next question C. Consider the following statements. The Nature Conservancy is an intergovernmental organization which is dedicated to conserve the land and water. This is point number 1. Okay, the Living Planet report. See this, the Living Planet report, which produce report about biodiversity, is given by the Nature Conservancy. These are points which are given. They are asking which of the above statements is or are not correct. You have to choose which one is not correct. Okay. So, in the first statement, it is talking about a body. The body name is Nature Conservancy. Why we have put up this body is the CB, that is the biodiversity framework. Global biodiversity framework has been formed in the Convention of Biological Diversity meet of Conference of Party, the 15th meet, which took place in Montreal, Canada. So in that they formed a global biodiversity framework. At that time, this body was present there. That is why we have taken this body. And I have already gave a guidance for you. Whenever you are considering a body, you have to look into keywords like whether it's an intergovernmental body, whether it's a body under UN, or whether it's a national body, or whether it's a statutory body, or it's a NGO, foundation, or an alliance where everyone will be present. This way you have to be very careful. In this case, see, the first point is saying that the Nature Conservancy is an intergovernmental organization. So this is wrong. It is a foundation. It's a NGO, non-governmental organization. Okay, and the Living Planet report, which produce the Living Planet report, which is about, sorry, this is a slight mistake is there, which is about the biodiversity, is given by Nature Conservancy. Nature Conservancy is a body which is giving this report. That is also wrong. So both are wrong. Therefore, the answer should be C only. Both are incorrect. Why? See, for that first one I gave you the answer. Second one, the Living Planet report, is given by body called WWF, Worldwide Fund for Nature. Already UPSC has asked question related to this body, Worldwide Fund for Nature. They have asked, but anytime there may be a repetition in different way. Okay, they may give a point like this inside a question. Inside a question, when they are framing, they may give a point. Insert this point inside. Okay, and lot of success stories are there related to WWF, because they have started 1961. They have crossed a lot of path, and lot of achievements has been made by WWF. So just go to the site and give a reading. Okay, it's more than sufficient. So in this case, we have given the answer, that is both 1 and 2 only. Come to the next question. See, these donkeys are native to Saurashtra region of Gujarat. They are white in color. The Barwad and Rabari pastoralists are the main community which use this donkey as a pack animal to carry luggage during migration. The donkeys, which are very docile in temperament, is currently in a threatened state and requires immediate step towards conservation. Can you identify the species? So here we have given 4 donkeys only. All are donkeys. So which one is the right answer for this? Kachi, Halari, Spiti, Gudkar donkey. Anna? So see, the first 3 varieties are domesticated varieties, domesticated donkeys. The last one, the Gudkar donkey, we call him as Gudkar. No, this is another name for him. This is nothing but Indian wild ass. Kur. Indian wild, another name is Kur. Okay. So this is not a domesticated one. It lives in the wild. So this is totally wrong. For the moment you see this, you can cancel this. You can strike it out. So, but see here, this Halari donkey, if you have read a newspaper, definitely when reading the news related to species, to breed the domestic species, you have to give importance related to some conferences took place, and there they put Halari donkey the first prior species before that in the conference, and all the statement related to Halari donkey are right. And they were also used by Kumbar community. One who do part, no, they use this Halari donkey only to carry the parts also. And even the Maldari tribes are the one who are breeders of this Halari donkey. This is additional information I am giving you. Maldari tribes. For various reasons, you have known about them. Maldari, who used to reside in the near the Gir forest along with the lion ranges. So even the project Lion, which was started long back, has been converted to the social upliftment project of Maldari tribe. So this also you would have definitely known, or if you do not know, just add it now. So in based on that only these people are also the breeders of Halari donkey, and they are also breeders of one more species, Anna, called as bunny buffalo. Bunny buffalo, the bunny grasslands. Bunny buffalo. It's also bred by these people only. Same with Halari donkeys also is bred by these people only. So these are the this is the right answer. Now we'll move to the next question. Consider the following statements related to pulverized fuel ash. PFA. So I already told related to some product or any pollutant, any small material or component which are in the news, they will be asking a question. So related to this pulverized fuel ash, what is this? There are certain statements related to it. This pattern of questions are also there in your question paper. It's a byproduct of coal powered power plant. This is statement number 1. Statement number 2, it adds strength to buildings when added to cement and used in construction. Third, statement number 3, it is highly economical and environment friendly practice. Which of the above statements is or are not correct? We are asking is or are not correct. Okay. See, this is right only. It's a byproduct of the coal powered power stations only. This is right. Second, it adds strength to buildings when added to the cement and used in construction. Yeah, this gives strength to the building. They are mixing this with the the cement, and they are using it in the construction, and it is giving benefit. And third, this is economical also, environment friendly practice also. This is also right only. So all the statements are right. Therefore, there is nothing wrong, and answer is D. Okay. So now see, these are some extra information related to PVA, that is pulverized, sorry, PFA, fuel ash. So it's another type of Portland cement that is called PFA, and it's a byproduct of coal powered power plant only. So it is giving strength to the cement, that is strength to the building when it is added to the cement. And you notice that this materials has microscopic particles, small, which makes the concrete, when applied, when it's mixed with the cement and you're using as a concrete, it becomes highly dense, thick. Okay, so and it reduces the permeability, so it is very durable, and therefore it gives strength to building. So this is good, right only. Now we are moving to the next question. Consider the following statements. FAO, that is Food and Agriculture Organization, is designating the globally important agricultural heritage system, GIAS, since 2005. Okay, since 2005 they are doing this. And Koraput, statement number 2. So they are the one who are designating this globally important agricultural system. Statement number 2, Koraput traditional agriculture is one of the GIAS from India. And traditional agriculture is one of the sustainable farming method also. We are saying like this. There are 3 statements. See, analyze the first statement. If you definitely have read about this GIAS, it is done by FAO only. FAO is the one who is doing this GIAS, who is announcing this GIAS. And since 2005 they are doing it. So the first statement is right. See the second statement. In India there are 2 sites. Okay, one is Koraput traditional agriculture, another is Kuttanad in Kerala. Kuttanad. Okay, Kuttanad agricultural system, which is in Kerala, is also under this GIAS. Now, the third point you see, traditional agriculture is one of the sustainable farming. That is also right only. So, second is also right. We have said it is one of the GIAS only. Third is also right. All are right. So, which of the above statements are correct? Answer is D. D is the right answer. Okay. See, these are some additional information related to GIAS. The GIAS represent not only the stunning landscapes. Now, when you see, it looks very beautiful. Not only those, but also the agricultural practices are also included under GIAS. So, through which it is trying to increase the livelihood of that area, or enhancing the biodiversity, and are protecting the ecosystem, or acting against the climate change, or protecting against the climate change. This way it has to be. There should be some uniqueness in that side. They will be added. Okay, and it's like a GIAS is in such a way that it's like a system. It's a new evolving system where the human communities will have a relationship with their territory. So here we are recognizing that man has to live in relation with the territory, a culture or agricultural landscape. Okay, so in that angle, this is introduced. This has been introduced, and since 2005, FAO has designated 67 systems all over the world in 22 countries. They have identified this GIAS. Okay, In India, there are two systems. One is Koraput. Since 2012 itself, they announced Koraput, and next year they recognized the Odisha, the Koraput in Odisha. And the next year, Kuttanadu below sea level farming system was recognized in India, has been designated as Kihas. Okay, so this is right. Now we will move to the next question. See, consider the following statements. Both harvested crop variety and non-harvested non-harvested species like soil microbes, green flies, etc. are included in agro biodiversity. So there is a word called agro biodiversity. See, in India, western and eastern Himalayas are the only agro biodiversity hotspots. Okay, which of the above is are correct? So we have seen biodiversity hotspots, but there is something called as agro biodiversity hotspots. You have to take care of this. Anytime the question may appear in UPSC. Which of the above is are correct? Now we are going to see the statement again. Both harvested crop variety and non-harvested species like soil, microbes, everything. Now harvesting crops are the one which is living in the soil, and microorganisms are also included in the agrobiodiversity. Yes, that is right, because it's a biodiversity, agriculture related biodiversity. So what are the things which are present in the land, in that cultural land, agricultural land, we are considering as agrobiodiversity only. In India, only western and eastern Himalayas are the one and only agrobiodiversity hotspots. No. In India, we are having more number of biodiversity hotspots. Around 17 or 18 agrobiodiversity hotspots are there in India. So, like even the islands are one agrobiodiversity hotspots only. Northeastern hills, even Garo, Kasi, Jaintia hills of Meghalaya, peninsular India, Western Ghats, Eastern Ghats. This way, we are having a lot of agrobiodiversity hotspots in India. So, which of the above is or are correct? Which of the above is or are correct? First is right, second is wrong. So, we are saying that A is the right option here. Okay. See this? There are some additional information. Which of the followings are can be considered as agrobiodiversity? Okay. So, we have said that it's a result of natural selection process and the careful selection and incentive development of farmers, herders, and fishers. It also includes, this includes all these things: harvested crop varieties, okay, and livestock breeds, fish species, non-domesticated resources within the field. Okay, like this it goes on. Wild fish, all these will be included. Then non-harvested species. One is harvested species, crop variety, another is non-harvested species in production ecosystem that supports the food provision, like soil microbiota, pollinators, other insects, like bees, butterflies, earthworm, green flies, this and all we are including. And even non-harvested species in the wider environment, not only in the production ecosystem, but in the wider environment that supports food production, that is supporting the food production like ecosystem, agricultural, pastoral, forest, etc. Okay, all this will be included. So we will move to the next question. Which of the below statement is or are incorrect? This is the next question. So the statement 1, that is A, option A, Just Transition Initiative for Waste Pickers. That's an initiative for waste pickers initiated in by India. There is a small mistake. Initiated by India along with the International Alliance for Waste Pickers, okay, and other stakeholders. There's a body called International Alliance for Waste Pickers. So India is the one who has introduced this initiative, and along with the other people, they have introduced this. Like we have given, like the International Alliance for Waste Pickers. Statement number B: This is an initiative to end plastic pollution. Statement number 3: The initiative tried to end plastic pollution in a way that is as fair and inclusive as possible to everyone concerned. Statement number D: The initiative also aims to create decent work opportunity for waste pickers and other workers in the plastic value chain. Okay. So this is related to some plastic waste. From the questions we can understand. But now we have to check what are the statements which is right and what are the statements which is wrong. You can see all these two most are more or less it's like similar way. Okay, and when you have read about this particular transition initiative, definitely you would have known that for this purpose only they have created this initiative in order to end the plastic pollution. Okay, and also this initiative try to create a decent work opportunity for the waste pickers, because they are going and picking the waste. No, they are touching with the bare hands, they are coming into contact with dangerous chemicals also sometimes. So they are trying to create a decent work opportunity for these people. who are working in the plastic value chain. Okay, so the B, C, D all are right. All are right. See the statement number A. This initiative was initiated not by India. So India has not started this initiative. Okay, and the International Alliance for Waste Pickers is one organization which has started this, initiated this process, but India is not the country which has done it. So this statement is totally wrong. So answer is A for 23, and the description I have given here, you can see that it is initiated by the Kenya and South Africa. Both of them, African countries, has done this along with the International Alliance for Waste Pickers. So recently they are talking about the plastic pollution. We also said there is a negotiating committee to bring a convention. Next year the convention will come out. So even this year there might be a question related to the plastic pollution. That may be from any area. Even it can be related to the waste, pollution, that is this banning of single-use plastic. There is a EPR extended for single-use plastic also. So that from that the question might be, or it might be related to that negotiating committee itself, or it might be relating to this initiative which was launched by Kenya and South Africa. So you have to be very careful while reading this. Okay, we are going to the next question. See, consider the following statements. Eco-based adaptation is a nature-based solution that harness biodiversity and ecosystem service to reduce vulnerability and build resilience to climate change. The Global EBA Fund, implemented by Global Green Growth Institute, is providing grants to innovative approaches to ecosystem-based adaptation. The fund contributes to the achievement of Sharm el-Sheikh Adaptation Agenda launched during the Conference of Parties 27 and specifically addresses Target 8 of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So there are three statements. Which of the above statements is or are correct? So this is right. This is a new topic. Okay, so even you have to know what is ecosystem-based adaptation. So it's nothing but using nature-based solution. You are going to use nature-based solution. The problems for which you are facing, that is going to use the biodiversity and ecosystem services, okay, and building the resilience, that is how well you are resisting to the climate change. It improves that also. So this statement is right. Come to this, the Global EBA Fund. This was not implemented by Global Green Growth Institute. They are not implemented by Global Green Growth Institute. As of now, you can say this is wrong. So this statement is wrong. Keep this in mind. And while I'm describing, I will tell you that which is the body which is running this fund and for what purpose they are doing it. Okay. And mainly this is right only. The aim is right. Providing grants to innovative approach to the ecosystem based adaptation. The second part is right, but the first part is wrong. The fund contributes to achievement of this adaptation. Conference of 27th Conference of Party UNFCCC. Yes, that is true. And also the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. There is 23 targets are there. No, 4 goals and 23 targets. The targets has to be reached by 2030, and it is addressing the target 8. This is also right only. Which of the above statements is or are correct? 1 and 3 are correct. That means C is the right answer. Okay, so who is running this? Who is managing this fund? EBA fund. You can see here it's a national. The EBA fund is implemented by the IUCN, a body called IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature, along with United Nations Environment Program. So you have to be very careful. They may give an option not like that, but they may give an option like it is a fund which is implemented one and only by IUCN. Or IUCN is the sole authority for implementing this fund. Implementation is done by IUCN and UNEP. Contributions are coming from different bodies with funding from who and all the body who are contributing to it. International Climate Initiative, IKI, of the German Federal Ministry, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection. These are some of the bodies which are giving fund to the EBA fund. Okay. So it is implemented, but the fund is implemented by IUC and UNEP. So you have to be very careful while you are reading this question. Right, now we'll move to the next question. See, what is coral spawning? A direct question to you. What is coral spawning? In that, A saying that rising temperature, that means coral spawning means rising temperature resulting in apoptosis or apoptosis or programmed cell death, we are saying, effectively a form of cell suicide or amputation. We are doing amputating, no. Suppose some infection is coming in our hand or leg, the doctor is saying it's better that this infection continues, it goes on deep inside. So it's better if you want to survey, you have to amputate your leg or you have to amputate your hand, then only you can survey. Even the sugar patients are facing the same problem only, no? So designated to protect the organism as a whole, that is called coral spawning, option A. Option B is saying it is one of the nature's most spectacular event where hard corals reproduce by releasing their eggs and sperm all at the same time. This is option B. Option C, it's a practice involving large scale removal of coral manually in patches throughout a reef. That is, you're cutting the coral and removing it. Okay, that is called coral spawning. Or option D, it is an event when corals are exposed to stressful condition, they expel the zooxanthellae. Zooxanthellae is an algae which lives inside the coral. The coral loses its color and turns white. That is called coral spawning. So what is the right answer here? Now we will analyze point by point, come from the last. See, we are saying it is during the stressful condition, the coral is expelling the zooxanthellae. Very recently, in the Australian Great Barrier Reef, under last 4 years, 7 times they met this problem. Okay, that the coral which is in beautiful color like pink, like blue, has turned white. What is the problem? The problem is that expulsion of the algae. What is the reason? Because of stressful condition like high temperature, the sea surface temperature is rising. Okay, because of that it cannot tolerate, and the salinity is increasing, it cannot tolerate that temperature. So these pollution, another side pollution overload is done. So all these are forcing the coral to expel that algae which is present inside, which is responsible for providing food for the coral. Okay, which is in symbiotic relationship with the coral. When that algae only gives color to the coral, and when the algae is out, the coral becomes colorless. That's why it loses its turns white. This event is not coral spawning. This event is coral bleaching. They may also go for coral bleaching. Okay. For that only, very recently, in order to protect the coral from that ecosystem, we invented a method called cryomesh. And removing them, storing them, freezing and storing them, and later introducing it in the wild. Then it's a practice involving large-scale removal of coral manually in patch throughout a reef. This means you are cutting the coral. This is called as coral mining, not coral spawning. Okay, coral mining. This is called coral mining. And it is one of the nature's most spectacular event. It's a biological phenomena, they are saying, where all the corals, hard corals, are releasing the eggs and sperms all at the same time. This is the right answer for coral spawning. And see the point number A, rising temperature resulting in apoptosis or programmed cell death. And this is called a cell suicide. This is something called coral suicide, not coral spawning. So this way we have given the definition for coral spawning. Okay. So when you are trying to write search answer, analyze the question, be careful while doing it. If you are read it, you will definitely know the right answer. Come to the next question. Which of the below are listed as community-based solutions to air pollution? Listen carefully. Which are listed as community-based solutions to air pollution? In that, point number 1, segregation of waste at source. Okay, segregating the waste at source point. Use of public transport, having valid pollution under control certificate, PUC certificate. Now, if you are owning a car, you will have the certificate, PUC certificate. Encourage use of diesel generator sets, or they will simply tell this as DG sets. Okay. So, like this, which of them are going to act as a solution to air pollution? Choose the correct option. Segregation of waste at source. So community has to involve in it. That is called community based solution. Everyone has to do this. Okay, that way the pollution can be reduced. Use of public transport. Yes, instead of taking your own car. No, I'm having car. I will only come by car. Every single person is driving a car. 5 members are there in your family. 5 members taking one car for work. What will happen? You 5 are polluting the environment. So use of public, instead why you can take a public transport for work. That's also encouraging the solution. It's a solution towards the air pollution. Okay, that's right only. Having valid pollution control, pollution under control certification. Yes, when you are driving a car, if you are having pollution under control certificate, it's every responsibility of every individual to take this certificate. My car is under condition only. It is not going to pollute the environment. Or encourage use of diesel generator sets. Okay, not encourage. Discourage the use of diesel generator sets. because recently the Delhi NCR's air quality became very much bad, and then they introduced an order that DG sets before 15 years has to be banned. This way an order has come, but people started opposing it. So now they have removed that order, but they are still saying that we should not encourage the use of diesel generator sets. If you are using the diesel generator sets, you have to use certain mechanism in order to reduce the pollution. This way, this has been rectified, remodified. But anyhow, they are saying the diesel generator sets is increasing the pollution. Okay, it's giving a lot of pollution outside. So encouraging is totally wrong. So except this point, all are right. That means the right option is answer A. Okay, option A is the right answer. See this? This is something related to the DG sets. Okay, that cause heavy air pollution. Major contributing factor for deterioration of air quality in the region. Okay, so some conditions and all they have given. For up capacity up to 800 kilowatt shall be permitted for industrial and commercial sector in the entire NCR, like that they have said. Okay, and even they should have the conversion to dual fuel system in that, in areas where gas infrastructure and supply is also available. That way they have said, given certain conditions. Now consider the following statements. Fridays for Future. Statement number 1. Fridays for Future, FFF, is a program launched by FAO to act against climate change. This program was chosen as a champion of the earth. Champion of earth by UNEP has selected this program. Which of the above statements is or are correct? Okay, now see this. Fridays for Future is a program launched by FAO. This is totally wrong. It is a program launched by an activist. Okay, and around 2018 she launched it. She was a schoolgirl while she was doing that. She was a schoolgirl. You can see that her name is also Greta Thunberg. Okay, this is the girl who has introduced this project. Every Friday they will go and sit in front of that government, especially the Swedish Parliament. They will go and sit, and then they strike, and they will say that school strike movement. It's also called a school strike movement. They will say that you have to act against the climate crisis, and because that future is ours, who are you to take it from us? So this way they started protesting, and now it has grown to be a big program, and this program was chosen as champion of earth by UNEP also recently. So which of the above statements are correct? The first is totally wrong, second is correct. So B only, that is option is B. We'll see next question. Okay, 28. See this. Consider the following statements related to National Mission on Natural Farming. This year they introduced this one. National Mission on Natural Farming. Related to that, there are few statements. First statement number 1. It is formulated by Government of India as a separate and independent scheme to motivate farmers to adopt chemical-free farming. Okay, this is the first point. To adopt chemical-free farming and to enhance the reach of natural farming. So generally you think natural farming means what? Chemical should not be, fertilizers should not be used, or chemical pesticides, weedicides, anything. You should not use it in the chemical input should not be given. So this is right only. That way you can guess. Success of NMNF will require behavioral change in farmers to shift from chemical based input to cow based locally produced inputs. This is additional point. If you have read about this national mission on natural farming only, you would have known that this is right. So this is also right only. Which of the above statements are correct? Both 1 and 2. 1 and 2 is correct. So see this additional information about natural farming. They may ask this question. They have already asked climate smart agriculture. They have asked organic farming. So anytime the natural farming can appear. It is a way of chemical free farming, that is called natural farming, based on the desi cow and desi cow products and locally available resources. They will be do farming activity with no chemical fertilizer or pesticide, and it promotes traditional indigenous practices only. In those days, our forefathers, they do not use chemicals. They used only natural practices, no? So which gives freedom to farmers from externally purchased input and is largely based on farm biomass recycling only, with major stress on biomass mulching. These are some techniques. You can also read what is meant by mulching. And use of an on-farm desi cow dung urine formulation. From the cow you are getting dung and urine, and you using panchkavya, you are making no. So managing pest through diversity, on-farm botanical concoctations. That means there only you are mixing up all the herbs from the nearby farm. You are taking neem leaf, you are taking tulsi, all like this. There are a lot of herbs, you are putting everything together, mixing it and using it in the farm. Okay, this way. And also the synthetic chemical input should not be given, and emphasis is given on improving natural nutrient cycles and increase in organic matter in the soil. Okay, so this will try to bring a carbon sequestration in soils also and act as a climate change resilience technique. So now we'll move to the next question. See, the National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture (MNSA) focuses on integrated farming system for enhancing productivity and minimizing risk associated with climate variability. This is another mission. It's related to sustainable agriculture. Okay, so this is the first point. The second point, soil health management, SHM, is one of the component under NMSA. That means NMSA means National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, where SHM, that is soil health management, aims at promoting integrated nutrient management through judicious use of chemical fertilizer. Both the points are right only related to National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture. So which of the above is are correct? You can say both 1 and 2. Okay, so this you have to make a reading about National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, which was introduced long back, around 10 years back. It's a decade. So anytime the question may again appear. The question is not asked. It was introduced around 2014. So question may appear. This is a 10th year celebration. You have to be very careful. Not only that soil health management was a component which was under that National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, but the soil health card is also one which is introduced under this only. Even Rainfed Area Development Program is also implemented as a component under the National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture only. Okay. Now, we'll move to the last question. See, question number 30. Statement number 1. Wetland authorities in states or UTs are constituted by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change through Wetland Conservation Rules 2017. For what purpose they are constituting this authority? For notification, conservation and management of wetlands. Second, mission Sabyagita was launched by the ministry, participatory conservation and wise use of wetland to enable the society ownership approach. Okay, with communities leading at the forefront. Third, ministry has also launched Wetlands of India portal, a publicly available information and knowledge platform. So all the things are right related to this. All are right only. If you have studied about wetland management rules 2017, again year wise it is important. Wetland authorities are constituted by the ministry only. Okay, in every state. Mission Sabyagita was launched very recently by the ministry in order to bring people in conserving the wetland. That is why we are saying participatory conservation. Third, ministry has also launched Wetlands of India portal. This is a knowledge portal related to wetland. Which of the above statements are correct? All are correct. 1, 2 and 3 are correct. That's it. So with this we will end the session. Use all this information to read again and again, and you can do well in the exam. So all the best for all of you. Thank you.
सर स्टार्ट कर दिया
गुड इवनिंग सो वी शैल स्टार्ट। हम लोग अपना काम स्टार्ट करते हैं और मल्टीपल चॉइस क्वेश्चन जो सबसे ज़्यादा जो एक्सपेक्टेड फैक्ट होता है जहाँ से वहाँ से आप उसको कैच कर सकते हैं। जो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन है आपके स्क्रीन पर, फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन है आपके स्क्रीन पर, Which of the following statement does not apply to the system of subsidiary alliance introduced by Lord Wellesley? आपको पता है ये जो subsidiary alliance है, that's a very important application of the British for expansionist policies. इसको policy of indirect subordination भी बोलते हैं, इनडायरेक्ट सबऑर्डिनेशन भी बोलते हैं सब्सिडियरी अलायंस को। तो हियर दिस ट्रीटी, वैसे तो काफी सारा इसका हिस्टोरिकल फैक्ट है कि जैसे डुप्ले, ही वाज द फर्स्ट पर्सन हु यूज दिस ट्रीटी। आपको पता है कि जो फर्स्ट एंग्लो कर्नाटक वॉर था और फर्स्ट कर्नाटक वॉर था जो एंग्लो फ्रेंच वॉर था, उसमें डुप्ले ने मिलिट्री प्लेस की थी निजाम ऑफ हैदराबाद के यहाँ अपनी मिलिट्री पेश कर दी थी। सो डुप्ले काफी एग्रेसिवली इस पर काम कर रहा था और हालांकि प्रैक्टिकली इसको इंप्लीमेंट करने का क्रेडिट जाता है सब्सिडियरी अलायंस को द ब्रिटिश गवर्नर जनरल लॉर्ड डलहौजी को। तो लॉर्ड डलहौजी काफी एग्रेसिव कैरेक्टर का आदमी था to maintain a large standing army at others' expenses. तो subsidiary alliance में क्या था कि soldiers will be placed in the capital of Indian states, जो native states होते थे उसके ऊपर soldiers को place करना था native states के ऊपर, ठीक है। So large standing army at others' expenses. उसके बाद देखिएगा तो टू कीप इंडिया सेफ फ्रॉम नेपोलियनिक डेंजर। इस ऑब्जेक्टिव में, इस ऑप्शन में काफी सारा प्रॉब्लम था स्टूडेंट्स को। इनफैक्ट आप जानते हैं नेपोलियन, ही वांटेड टू इन्वेड, जब नेपोलियन फर्स्ट कॉन्सल के पोजीशन पर पहुंचा था तो उसी समय से नेपोलियन का एक ड्रीम था टू इन्वेड ओवर इंडिया, इन्वेड ओवर इजिप्ट, and then at the same time you can invade, Napoleon had a plan to invade over Turkey. तो नेपोलियन का जो एम्बिशियस प्लान था वो डेफिनेटली डेंजर फॉर द ब्रिटिश रूल। तो वेलेस्ली हमेशा से ही फॉरवर्ड वॉर पॉलिसी में बिलीव करता था। तो वेलेस्ली का कहना था कि द वॉर विथ नेपोलियन would not be on the border of British, but far away from the border of the British. और इसीलिए नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न इंडिया में, खासकर सिंध में जितने भी स्टेट थे, उन सबको नेपोलियन के डेंजर से एक बचाने के लिए लॉर्ड वेलेस्ली ने उन सभी स्टेट्स के रूलर्स को टच किया एंड देन फाइनली द सब्सिडियरी अलायंस ट्रीटी वाज इंप्लीमेंटेड विद देम। तो इस तरह से नेपोलियनिक डेंजर वाला जो ऑप्शन होगा बिल्कुल 100% होगा इसका करेक्ट ऑप्शन। मतलब ये जो है नेपोलियन, ये रियल में दिस इज अ रीजन ऑफ द सब्सिडियरी अलायंस ट्रीटी। उसके अलावा टू सिक्योर अ फिक्स्ड इनकम फॉर द कंपनी, ये ऑप्शन नहीं होगा। देयर इज नो इकोनॉमिक रिलेशन एज सच, नो इकोनॉमिक रिलेशन एज सच। केवल जितने भी सोल्जर्स होते थे जो वेलेस्ली प्लेस करता था नेटिव स्टेट्स में, जितने भी सोल्जर्स होते थे उसका एक्सपेंडिचर और प्लस साथ में जो ब्रिटिश रेजिडेंट का खर्चा होता था वो भी वहां पर रखा जाता था। सो इस तरह से ब्रिटिश रेजिडेंट और ब्रिटिश सोल्जर्स का जो एक्सपेंडिचर था वो काफी इंपॉर्टेंट था टू सिक्योर अ फिक्स्ड इनकम फॉर द कंपनी। ठीक है, तो ये ऑप्शन गलत होगा। केवल उसका एक्सपेंडिचर जो था नेटिव स्टेट्स बियर करता था, इसके बदले में कोई इकोनॉमिक रिलेशन नहीं था। एंड टू एस्टैब्लिश ब्रिटिश पैरामाउंट्सी ओवर इंडिया, ये जो ब्रिटिश रेजिडेंट अपॉइंट होता था, ब्रिटिश रेजिडेंट अपॉइंट होता था, दैट रेजिडेंट वाज इन फैक्ट taking part in the administrative affairs of the company. ये लगातार कंपनी के एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव अफेयर में पार्टिसिपेट करता था। और इसका दूसरा जो कॉन्सिक्वेंस है कि इसने फॉरेन और डोमेस्टिक अफेयर्स को, फॉरेन एंड डोमेस्टिक अफेयर्स वाज एक्चुअली मैनेज्ड बाय कंपनी। तो दिस इज कॉल्ड ब्रिटिश पैरामाउंसी। ये जो पैरामाउंसी है, पैरामाउंसी इज a stage in which ruling power exercises complete control over the foreign and domestic affairs of ruled. Ruling power exercises complete control over the foreign and domestic affairs of the ruled. मतलब जो शासक वर्ग है, जितने सर्वोच्च सत्ता बोलते हैं इसको पैरामाउंसी। सो ब्रिटिश पैरामाउंसी ओवर द इंडियन स्टेट्स, British paramountcy over the Indian states. So ruling power exercises complete control over the foreign and domestic affairs of the ruled. इसको बोलते हैं सब्सिडियरी अलायंस ट्रीटी। तो इसमें से केवल और केवल जो ऑप्शन नहीं था, टू सिक्योर अ फिक्स्ड इनकम फॉर द कंपनी, ठीक है, और दैट हैज टू बी द राइट आंसर। तो इकोनॉमिक रिलेशन जो था ओनली रिलेटेड टू द पेमेंट ऑफ द सोल्जर्स एंड ब्रिटिश रेजिडेंट, उसका सारा एक्सपेंडिचर नेटिव स्टेट्स बियर करता था, बट हियर नो सिक्योर्ड इनकम वाज प्रॉमिस्ड। ओके, सो दिस इज हाउ द native states were having the plan to understand about the system. ठीक है बच्चे, तो इसको आप कैरी करिए यहाँ से। फर्स्ट पॉइंट, फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन था ये प्रिंसली स्टेट्स के बारे में कवर करता था। What was the immediate reason for Ahmad Shah Abdali to invade India and fight the third battle of Panipat? थर्ड बैटल ऑफ पानीपत आप जानते हैं कि हिस्टोरिकली इट्स अ ह्यूज इवेंट which changed the course of political objectivity in India in due course of time. थर्ड बैटल ऑफ पानीपत, इसकी सिग्निफिकेंस को आप ऐसे समझिए कि दिस बैटल डिड नॉट डिसाइडेड हु इज गोइंग टू रूल इंडिया, बट दिस बैटल हैड डिसाइडेड हु इज नॉट, और हु इज नॉट में मराठा। मतलब मराठा वाज कंसिडर्ड एज the Maratha was considered as biggest successor of Mughal, right? Biggest successor of Mughal. Maratha was considered as the biggest successor of Mughal, and at the same time Maratha was the strongest challenger to British. मगर जो थर्ड बैटल ऑफ पानीपत है, उसकी डिफीट ने जैन सरकार बोलता है कि इट डिड नॉट डिसाइडेड, जैन सरकार जो थे इसके ऑफिशियल हिस्टोरियन है मराठा पीरियड के, सो इट डिड नॉट डिसाइडेड हु इज गोइंग टू रूल इंडिया, बट इन टर्न इट हैड डिसाइडेड हु इज नॉट, और हु इज नॉट का मतलब होता है मराठा, यानी मराठा जो था वो आउट ऑफ द रेस था। मराठा वाज आउट ऑफ द रेस फ्रॉम द रियल बैटल ऑफ द पानीपत। तो ऑप्शन देखिए, he wanted to avenge the expulsion of his viceroy Taimur Shah from Lahore by the Maratha. अहमद शाह अब्दाली, इसका क्लेम था पंजाब तक, पंजाब तक क्लेम करता था। अहमद शाह अब्दाली ने तो कई बार भारत पर आक्रमण किया था और मथुरा तक पहुंच गया था, मगर पंजाब को, पूरा पंजाब वो अफगान मानता था, अफगान टेरिटरी मानता था, और जो मराठा था वो पूरा मुल्तान मानता था। तो सिंध से लेकर के, तो सिंध और पंजाब के बीच में जो टेरिटरी था, दैट वाज एक्चुअली द डिस्प्यूटेड टेरिटरी बिटवीन मराठा एंड अहमद शाह अब्दाली। तो इसी को लेकर के मेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट था। मराठा सिंध तक अपना कंट्रोल चाहता था और अब्दाली पंजाब तक अपना कंट्रोल करता था, मगर जो बालाजी बाजीराव थे, he went to Punjab and expelled the viceroy Taimur Shah। जो वायसराय था वो अब्दाली का वायसराय था पंजाब में, उसको एक्सपेल कर दिया था, एंड देयरफॉर दिस इज द फीट ऑफ एंगर दैट फोर्स्ड अब्दाली टू इन्वेड ओवर इंडिया। ठीक है, ये ऑप्शन गलत है। देयर इज नो अदीना बेग खान इनवाइटेड He wanted to punish Mughal administration for non-payment of the revenues of the Char Mahal, and then he wanted to annex all the fertile plains of Punjab up to the borders of Delhi to his kingdom. So immediate region ये पूछता है, not the region. Region maybe these all those three factors, but immediate region was definitely the expulsion of his viceroy Ahmad Sabdani. ठीक है, आइए हम लोग जो नेक्स्ट अपना क्वेश्चन है उसको देखते हैं. Consider the following statement. The most effective contribution made by Dadabhai Naoroji to the cause of the Indian national movement was. आप जानते हैं दादा भाई नौरोजी, he was among the earliest nationalist who challenged the Britishers on the basis of drain theory. Drain theory. He wrote a book way back in 1860s, 1867. He wrote a book, Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Look at his approach, poverty and un-British rule. ये अन-ब्रिटिश रूल का क्या मतलब है? अन-ब्रिटिश रूल का मतलब ये हुआ कि according to him, the institution and function there in India is not a British institution and function. It is un-British character. It is actually what? Un-British character. So therefore, poverty and un-British rule in India, इसको हम लोग देखते हैं कि how he explained beautifully the drain of wealth. There are various forms of the drain of wealth. So definitely first option तो होगा ही होगा. First option very clear है. First option is that poverty and un-British rule. तो ये तो option में definitely है. It exposed the economic exploitation of India by the British. जितने टाइप्स हैं, जितने फॉर्म्स ऑफ ड्रेन हैं, वो सब दादा भाई नौरोजी ने पॉइंट किया था. Particularly, he was very critical about the rupees and pound exchange rate, which is considered as a big form of drain. And then home charges. इसको लेकर के अर्ली नेशनलिस्ट जो थे वो काफी एग्रेसिव थे ब्रिटिश पर. And the home charges as well was considered as the biggest problem with the drain of wealth. So exposed the economic exploitation of India by the British, interpreted the ancient Indian text and restored the self-confidence of the Indians. No, it stressed the need for eradication of all the social evils before anything else. First option is the only correct option. So this is a forms of drain. So Dada Bhai Naoroji categorically he pointed all the exploitation made by the British and biggest contribution. Dada Bhai Naoroji ने एक और जर्नल लिखा था, England's Debt to India. So England's Debt to India ये एक जर्नल है, काफी एग्रेसिव जर्नल था, बहुत शानदार जर्नल था, जिसमें कि जितने भी फॉर्म्स थे which actually making it as a debt, उसको हम लोग डिस्कस करते हैं. With reference to Swadeshi movement, consider the following statements. देखो स्वदेशी मूवमेंट जो था वो शुरुआत में ये तो 1903 से ही एक्चुअली स्वदेशी मूवमेंट की फॉर्मेशन या उसका जो रूट है दैट हैड ऑलरेडी लेट डाउन. संजीवनी पब्लिश करते थे अक्षय कुमार दत्त, अश्विनी कुमार दत्त, और उसमें लोगों ने एडवोकेट किया था हाउ टू प्रिजर्व द बंगाली कल्चर. मगर रियल इम्पेटस जो स्वदेशी मूवमेंट का आया था 1905 में, जब पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल को इम्प्लीमेंट किया गया, एंड स्वदेशी मूवमेंट हैड टर्न आउट टू बी एंटी विदेशी, that is a boycott movement. सो दैट मूवमेंट बिकेम वेरी एग्रेसिव मूवमेंट। तो बायकॉट मूवमेंट जो है इसको खासकर जो एक्सट्रीमिस्ट सेक्शन ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस, दे वेयर वर्किंग वेरी हार्ड टू इम्प्लीमेंट इट। 1905 में जब बनारस में कांग्रेस का सेशन हुआ था, सो बनारस सेशन ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस जिसका प्रेसिडेंट थे गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले। सो गोपाल कृष्ण गोखले बनारस सेशन में चाहते थे कि जो बायकॉट मूवमेंट है वो पूरे इंडिया में एक साथ लॉन्च होना चाहिए, बायकॉट मूवमेंट अगेंस्ट द पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल। और बायकॉट जो है इट शुड नॉट बी कन्फाइंड ओनली टू द ब्रिटिश गुड्स बट अलॉन्ग विद द सर्विसेज एज वेल एंड अलॉन्ग विद द काउंसिल में काउंसिल का भी बहिष्कार करेंगे। तो इस तरह से बायकॉट मूवमेंट को लेकर के जो एक्सट्रीमिस्ट सेक्शन ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस था वो काफी एग्रेसिव था, जबकि जो मॉडरेट सेक्शन थे इस 1905 के बनारस सेशन में, इनका कहना था कि पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल इज अ लोकल इशू, इसीलिए स्वदेशी मूवमेंट जो है वो केवल लोकल इशू पर ही होना चाहिए। तो 1905 के बनारस सेशन में एक रिजोल्यूशन पास हुआ जिसमें पहली बार किसी भी वायसराय के पॉलिसी का क्रिटिसिज्म हुआ था और लॉर्ड कर्जन के पॉलिसी का क्रिटिसिज्म हुआ और बायकॉट मूवमेंट इन बंगाल चलाया गया था। मगर 1906 में स्वदेशी मूवमेंट को और भी ज्यादा एग्रेसिवली परस्यू करना चाहते थे एक्सट्रीमिस्ट। सो 1906 कलकत्ता सेशन ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस, it is really a very wonderful session because first time extremists were emboldened by their spirit। और 1906 के कलकत्ता सेशन में आप देखिएगा कि पहला तो इशू यही हो गया कि दादा भाई नौरोजी प्रेसिडेंट बनेंगे या फिर बाल गंगाधर तिलक बनेंगे। लाला लाजपत राय या बाल गंगाधर तिलक एक्सट्रीमिस्ट के साइड से और दादा भाई नौरोजी मॉडरेट के साइड से थे। दूसरा ये था कि एक्सट्रीमिस्ट बोलते थे कि एकदम स्वराज के ऊपर रिजोल्यूशन पास करना है। तो स्वराज के ऊपर जो रिजोल्यूशन पास करना है तो उसको लेकर के एक्सट्रीमिस्ट जो था उसने जबरदस्त प्रेशर बनाया था ब्रिटिश उसमें कांग्रेस के ऊपर। तो फाइनली 1906 में एक कंप्रोमाइज हुआ कि प्रेसिडेंट जो होगा कांग्रेस का वो दादा भाई नौरोजी होगा, प्रेसिडेंट कांग्रेस का दादा भाई नौरोजी होगा। मॉडरेट की बात को मान लिया और उसमें 4 रिजोल्यूशन पास किए गए थे। उसमें पहला था स्वराज का रिजोल्यूशन। सो स्वराज रिजोल्यूशन वाज पास्ड फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम। स्वराज के बाद स्वदेशी, बायकॉट एंड नेशनल एजुकेशन, नेशनल एजुकेशन। ठीक है, ये 4 इंपॉर्टेंट रिजोल्यूशन पास किए गए थे कलकत्ता सेशन में, स्वराज, स्वदेशी, बायकॉट एंड नेशनल एजुकेशन। और पहली बार स्वदेशी इंडस्ट्री को काफी बूस्ट मिला था, इसीलिए सभी जो हिस्टोरियन हैं खासकर सुमित सरकार बोलते हैं कि इट इज अ वेरी कंप्रिहेंसिव मूवमेंट which shape all the future movements of India. So it contributed to the revival of the indigenous artisans craft and industries. और दूसरा, नेशनल काउंसिल ऑफ एजुकेशन वाज established as a part of the स्वदेशी मूवमेंट। सो इसका आंसर होगा बोथ 1 and 2। इसका आंसर होगा बोथ 1 and 2। बोथ 1 and 2। ठीक है, स्वदेशी मूवमेंट के ऊपर इसका डिस्कशन था। 4th क्वेश्चन, फिर आ जाओ 5th क्वेश्चन देखते हैं। देखिए अभी मैंने इसका एक्सप्लेनेशन आपको दे दिया है कि 4 रिजोल्यूशंस वेयर पास्ड एट द फेमस कलकत्ता सेशन ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस इन 1906। कॉम्प्रोमाइज फार्मूला था ये। कॉम्प्रोमाइज फार्मूला का मतलब होता है कि प्रेसिडेंट बनेगा मॉडरेट साइड से और एक्सट्रीमिस्ट का जो रिजोल्यूशन का डिमांड है स्वराज का उसको एक्सेप्ट कर लिया जाएगा। So the question of either retention or rejection of these 4 resolutions became the cause of the split in the Congress at the next Congress session held in 1907। मगर 1907 में कांग्रेस इस चारों रिजोल्यूशन जो अभी मैंने बताया आपको कि जो पास किया था इसको वापस लेना चाहते थे, जबकि एक्सट्रीमिस्ट जो थे वो वापस होने देना नहीं चाहते थे। और इसका रिजल्ट क्या हो गया? सूरत स्प्लिट ऑफ 1907। राइट. सो देयरफॉर एन्यूलमेंट ऑफ द पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल, ये तो आप अगर रिकॉर्ड में होगा तो ये दिल्ली दरबार में हुआ था 1911. 1911 दिल्ली दरबार में एन्यूलमेंट ऑफ द पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल हुआ था. ठीक है. बायकॉट, नेशनल एजुकेशन, स्वदेशी एंड स्वराज, ये 4 रिजोल्यूशन पास किया गया था. स्वराज का मतलब इंडिपेंडेंस नहीं था, इसमें बिल्कुल क्लियर नहीं था. और स्वराज का मतलब कांग्रेस के मेंबर्स जो समझना चाहे समझ लें, इट इज अप टू देम. सो देयरफॉर स्वराज वाज प्रेजेंटेड. सो बायकॉट, नेशनल एजुकेशन, स्वदेशी एंड स्वराज. सो दिल्ली दरबार को हम यहां पर देखते हैं कि दिस वुड नॉट बी देयर, व्हिच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग वुड नॉट बी देयर. ठीक है. एन्यूलमेंट ऑफ द पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल. मगर प्रेसिडेंट जो 1906 में थे वो दादा भाई नौरोजी थे. ये कॉम्प्रोमाइज फॉर्मूला था, वरना एक्सट्रीमिस्ट ने तो डिमांड किया था कि तिलक या लाला लाजपत राय को बनाइए. और पहली बार पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल के चलते जो मोमेंटम था इंडिया में, इट वाज इन द फेवर ऑफ एक्सट्रीमिस्ट. सो एक्सट्रीमिस्ट वांटेड टू एक्सर्ट ऑल द वेज. और फिर 1907 सूरत स्प्लिट में डिवीजन ऑफ कांग्रेस भी हो गया. 1907 because extremists wanted that more strict resolutions should be passed. और जो मॉडरेट थे वो चारों रेजोल्यूशन को वापस लेना चाहते थे. और इसके प्रेसिडेंट थे रास बिहारी घोष. ठीक है बच्चे. तो 5th क्वेश्चन था ये. आइए हम लोग 6 पर आते हैं. What was the main reason for the split in the Indian National Congress at Surat in 1907? ओके. तो मैंने बताया आपको कि जो 1906 का रिजोल्यूशन था उसको लेकर के काफी टेंशन तो कांग्रेस और ब्रिटिश के बीच में हो ही गया था, क्योंकि पहली बार स्वराज वर्ड पर रिजोल्यूशन पास किया था, बायकॉट, स्वदेशी, नेशनल एजुकेशन. तो 1907 जो सूरत सेशन था, पहली बात तो टेंशन यही हो गई थी कांग्रेस, मॉडरेट और एक्सट्रीमिस्ट में. मॉडरेट चाहते थे कि सूरत में सेशन हो, और जो एक्सट्रीमिस्ट थे वो चाहते थे कि नागपुर में सेशन हो. और नागपुर एक्सट्रीमिस्ट का काफी हब हुआ करता था, तो बोला कि नहीं, नागपुर में सेशन होना चाहिए, सूरत में सेशन नहीं हो बल्कि नागपुर में सेशन. फाइनली एक कॉम्प्रोमाइज एक्सट्रीमिस्ट ने किया कि चलो सूरत में ही बुला लेते हैं. मगर 1907 के सेशन में ये डिमांड किया गया मॉडरेट से कि वी आर टेकिंग बैक all the resolution passed in the Calcutta session, because the Britishers had approached the moderate and assured them that we are coming with a very big constitutional reform. तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल रिफॉर्म को लेकर के मॉडरेट जितने ज्यादा आश्वस्त थे, इतने ज्यादा पहले कभी नहीं थे. और ब्रिटिश ने मॉडरेट को अप्रोच किया था कि वी आर कमिंग विथ अ वेरी बिग कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल रिफॉर्म. सो एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लैक ऑफ फेथ in the capacity of the moderates to negotiate with the British government. Extremist समझता था कि because of your appeasement policy, British is getting so much encouragement. इसलिए एक्सट्रीमिस्ट ने पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल के लिए ब्रिटिश को कम और कांग्रेस को ज्यादा डॉक पर रखा था. सो एक्सट्रीमिस्ट lack of faith in the capacity of the moderates to negotiate with the British government. ऑप्शंस को बहुत अच्छे से स्टडी करेंगे. ठीक है. लॉर्ड मिंटो ने बाद में इंट्रोड्यूस किया था. अरविंदो घोष वाज नेवर द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ कांग्रेस एंड फाउंडेशन ऑफ मुस्लिम लीग. फाउंडेशन ऑफ मुस्लिम लीग. तो ये सारा जो फैक्टर है उसी को हम लोग देखते हैं. ओके. तो वेरी गुड. काफी बच्चे ने काफी कमेंट किया था, मैंने देखा नहीं. सो एक्सट्रीमिस्ट लैक ऑफ फेथ इन द कैपेसिटी ऑफ द मॉडरेट्स टू नेगोशिएट विद द ब्रिटिशर्स. राइट. 1906 स्वराज. 1907 स्वदेशी। ये सारी फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स को आप अच्छे से टैप करिए और ये आपको काफी काम देगा। देखो, पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल मेड बाय द लॉर्ड कर्जन इन 1905 लास्टेड अंटिल, इट्स अ वेरी इजी क्वेश्चन। आपको मैंने बताया था कि partition plan was prepared by Lord Curzon. Partition plan was implemented by Lord Minto. कर्जन बोलता बहुत था बट होता कुछ नहीं था, और इधर जो मिंटो था एकदम साइलेंट किलर आदमी था। ये जितने भी प्लान थे ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट के to implement the aggressive policy of divide and rule, that all the plans was actually implemented by Lord Minto. So he was a real implementer of the policy of divide and rule. तो बोलता है कि the partition of Bengal made by the Lord Curzon lasted until the World War First, when Indian troops were needed by the British and the partition war ended. No. King George V, he came to India in 1911. एंड उस समय 1911 में करीब 5 लाख लोग आए थे किंग को देखने के लिए। अपने देश में भीड़ कैसे लगती है आप जानते हैं। अपने देश में तो जेसीबी की भी खुदाई होती है तो 200-400 लोग जमा हो जाते हैं। तो यहाँ तो किंग इंग्लैंड से आया था, तो पूरा का पूरा जो राजस्थान, उत्तर प्रदेश और ये सब के लोग थे, हरियाणा के लोग थे, एकदम दिल्ली में उठ के थे, क्या तो किंग को देखना है। और खासकर राजा नवाब एकदम फ्रंट लोड में जितना ज्वेलरी लाद सकते थे उस पर लाद लेते थे। सो किंग जॉर्ज फिफ्थ एब्रोगेटेड द पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल। किंग मेड 3 अनाउंसमेंट्स। पहला तो था एन्यूलमेंट ऑफ द पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल, दूसरा था कि द कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया शिफ्टेड फ्रॉम कलकत्ता टू दिल्ली, और तीसरा स्टेटमेंट है कि उड़ीसा, बिहार वॉज सेपरेटेड फ्रॉम बंगाल। बिहारीज और बंगाली कल्चरली बिल्कुल सेम है मगर लिंग्विस्टिकली काफी डिफरेंट है, इसलिए देयर वाज अ डिमांड ऑफ सेपरेट बिहार फ्रॉम द पीपल ऑफ बिहार इटसेल्फ। इसीलिए इसको एब्रोगेट किया था और फिर बिहार को अलग किया था। सो काफी कंफ्यूजिंग था इसका, कुछ लोग तो ईस्ट पाकिस्तान तक मान लेते थे इसको। 1920 Which of the following changed its name to स्वराज्य सभा? बड़ा शानदार क्वेश्चन था और रिसेंट क्वेश्चन है ये। देखिए, होम रूल लीग मूवमेंट का फेट भारत में कुछ अच्छा नहीं रहा था। हालांकि होम रूल लीग मूवमेंट जो था, HRL मूवमेंट, दिस वाज अ ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट ऑफ गांधी, दिस वाज अ ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट ऑफ तिलक एंड एनी बेसेंट। बट अब जानते हैं कि एनी बेसेंट और तिलक ने स्टार्ट तो किया, बट 1917 में एनी बेसेंट को ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट ने अरेस्ट कर लिया था। 3 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया था, एक तो एनी बेसेंट को, दूसरा जॉर्ज अरुंडेल को किया था, और तीसरा जो था वो था बीपी वाडिया को। बीपी वाडिया फेमस लेबर लीडर थे। सो जॉर्ज अरुंडेल, बीपी वाडिया और एनी बेसेंट को ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट ने अरेस्ट कर लिया, और अरेस्ट इतना जबरदस्त था कि एकदम इंटरनेशनल हेडलाइन बन गया था ये अरेस्ट। यहां तक कि जो अमेरिकन प्रेसिडेंट थे उनको इंटरवेन करना पड़ा था। वुडरो विल्सन ने इस अरेस्ट के ऊपर काफी क्रिटिसिज्म किया था, तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट कितना प्रेशर में होगी। सो वुडरो विल्सन ने जब इसको क्रिटिसाइज किया ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट को, तो जाहिर है कि उसको एनी बेसेंट को रिलीज करना पड़ा, और मॉन्टेग्यू रिफॉर्म लेकर के आया था। तो मॉन्टेग्यू रिफॉर्म के बाद एनी बेसेंट ने होम रूल लीग वापस ले लिया। तो एक तो ये कारण था जो होम रूल लीग मूवमेंट डोरमेंट हो गया। उसके बाद तिलक चले गए इंग्लैंड टू फाइल अ लीगल केस अगेंस्ट वैलेंटाइन सिरोल, जिसमें उन्हें फादर ऑफ इंडियन अनरेस्ट कहा गया था। तो लीगल केस अगेंस्ट वैलेंटाइन सिरोल। सो तिलक वेंट टू इंग्लैंड। मगर आप देखिए कि 1919 में जब गांधी ऑल इंडिया होम रूल लीग के प्रेसिडेंट बने, गांधी ने होम रूल लीग मूवमेंट को कई सारे ओकेजन पर यूज किया। 1919 में गांधी वाज द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ ऑल इंडिया होम रूल लीग मूवमेंट, और गांधी ने होम रूल लीग मूवमेंट को पहले तो रॉलेट सत्याग्रह में यूज किया अच्छे से, ही मोबिलाइज द होम रूलिंग मूवमेंट इनटू द रॉलेट सत्याग्रह, और बाद में होम रूलिंग मूवमेंट को उन्होंने नॉन कॉपरेशन मूवमेंट में मर्ज कर दिया था। तो गांधी ने होम रूलिंग को नॉन कॉपरेशन मूवमेंट में मर्ज कर दिया और उसे उसका नया नाम रखा था स्वराज्य सभा। ठीक है, तो ऑल इंडिया होम रूलिंग मूवमेंट, ये काफी, ये दिस इज द आंसर ऑफ द ऑल इंडिया होम रूलिंग मूवमेंट। विथ रेफरेंस टू रॉलेट एक्ट, ये देखिए रॉलेट सत्याग्रह, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट आर करेक्ट। ठीक है, द रॉलेट एक्ट वॉज बेस्ड ऑन द रिकमेंडेशन ऑफ द सेडिशन कमेटी। आप जानते हैं कि जब वर्ल्ड वॉर स्टार्ट हुआ तो डिफेंस ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट इंप्लीमेंट हुआ था। डिफेंस ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट का मतलब होता था कि देयर इज कंप्लीट बैन ऑन द फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच। आप वॉर के अगेंस्ट में बोल नहीं सकते, कंप्लीट बैन ऑन द फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच। ठीक है, तो वॉर के अगेंस्ट में आप बोल नहीं सकते। और जब वॉर खत्म हुआ तो ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट ने उसी एक्ट को एक्सटेंड किया और एक सेडिशन कमेटी कॉन्स्टिट्यूट किया रॉलेट के लीडरशिप में, और उसी सेडिशन कमेटी को का जो रिकमेंडेशन था उसी को हम लोग क्या बोलते हैं, रॉलेट एक्ट बोलते हैं। फिर बोलते हैं कि इन रॉलेट सत्याग्रह गांधी जी ट्राई टू यूटिलाइज द होम रूल लीग। मैंने अभी आपको बोला कि गांधी जी जब प्रेसिडेंट बने थे 1919 में, देन ही knows about the how to use the different section of Indian society in the mainstream of nationalist movement. So Gandhi ji tried to utilize the home ruling movement in the Rowlatt सत्याग्रह। ठीक है, और फिर उसके बाद देखिए जो रॉलेट सत्याग्रह है, demonstration against the arrival of Simon Commission coincided with the Rowlatt सत्याग्रह। ओके, तो इसका जो आंसर होगा वो 1 and 2 होगा। 1 and 2 is the right answer। तीसरा नहीं होगा, because that is how the demonstration against the साइमन कमीशन जो भारत में आया था 1928 में भारत में आया था, इसलिए रॉलेट कमीशन से, रॉलेट सत्याग्रह से इसका कुछ भी लेना देना नहीं था। रॉलेट सत्याग्रह में पहली बार गांधी जो थे अरेस्ट हुए थे, पहली बार गांधी अरेस्ट हुए थे रॉलेट सत्याग्रह, और उनके अरेस्ट में डिटेंशन हुआ था, उनको वापस फिर से पुनः भेज दिया गया था। सो ये सब फैक्ट्स आप याद करेंगे रॉलेट सत्याग्रह के कंसर्न में। विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग वर द मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ द खिलाफत मूवमेंट। देखो बहुत ही इजी क्वेश्चन था, बट इसमें कई सारे लोग टेंशन में आ गए थे इस बात को लेकर के। देखो, खिलाफत मूवमेंट वाज द रिलीजियस मूवमेंट ऑफ द मुस्लिम्स। खिलाफत मूवमेंट वाज रिलीजियस मूवमेंट ऑफ द मुस्लिम्स। इन फैक्ट फर्स्ट वर्ल्ड वॉर में ब्रिटेन डिफीटेड टर्की। So after defeat of Turkey, Ottoman Empire was disintegrated and post of Khalifa was also humiliated. तो दुनिया भर के मुसलमान they wanted to restore the post of Khalifa in Turkey, and therefore it was a Khilafat movement. So Khilafat movement was basically a religious movement of the Muslims. खिलाफत मूवमेंट का जो एजेंडा था, इट वाज अ रिलीजियस मूवमेंट ऑफ द मुस्लिम्स। फाइन, टू रिस्टोर द पोस्ट ऑफ खलीफा इन टर्की, टू रिस्टोर द पोस्ट ऑफ खलीफा इन टर्की। ठीक है, तो रिलीजियस मूवमेंट ऑफ द मुस्लिम्स टू रिस्टोर द पोस्ट ऑफ खलीफा इन टर्की। टू रेज एंटी ब्रिटिश फीलिंग्स among the Muslims in India, to reform the Muslim society, to demand separate electorates and preserve the Khilafat, to save the Ottoman Empire and preserve the Khilafat, right? So इसका जो ऑप्शन है 1 and 4 है, बिकॉज खिलाफत मूवमेंट को किस तरह से, आप जानते हैं इंडिया में जो ऑल इंडिया खिलाफत कमेटी बनी, ऑल इंडिया खिलाफत कमेटी बनी थी, ओके, तो ऑल इंडिया खिलाफत कमेटी इसको एस्टैब्लिश किया था मोहम्मद अली और शौकत अली ने, एंड इट्स फर्स्ट मीटिंग वाज हेल्ड इन दिल्ली। और इस मीटिंग में गांधी जी बिकेम द प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ ऑल इंडिया खिलाफत कमेटी, एंड द गांधी ही इंटीग्रेटेड दिस खिलाफत मूवमेंट, जो कि एक एंटी ब्रिटिश सेंटिमेंट्स था, उसको उन्होंने नॉन कॉपरेशन मूवमेंट में इंक्लूड किया था। इसीलिए नॉन कॉपरेशन मूवमेंट को हम लोग खिलाफत स्वराज मूवमेंट भी बोलते हैं एंड रिलीजियो पॉलिटिकल मूवमेंट भी बोलते हैं। गांधी वॉज वेरी कीन टू अंडरस्टैंड द नेचर ऑफ द डिमांड ऑफ द इंडियन नेशनल मूवमेंट, इसलिए ही वांटेड टू इंटीग्रेट ऑल सेक्शन ऑफ इंडियन सोसाइटी। So that is how to raise the anti-British feeling among the Muslims of India and to save the Ottoman Empire and preserve the Khilafat. खिलाफत मूवमेंट इतना एग्रेसिव था, आप जानते हैं अली ब्रदर्स ने ये अनाउंसमेंट भी कर दिया था कि ब्रिटिश जो सेना है उसमें मुसलमानों को ब्रिटिश सेना छोड़ देना चाहिए, मुस्लिम शुड लीव द ब्रिटिश आर्मी। ओके, तो यही फार्मूला था जिसको कि हम लोग ऑल इंडिया खिलाफत कमेटी में देखते हैं। So Gandhi was very positive about this, and therefore he started religio-political movement, that is All India Khilafat Committee. हालांकि इस बात के लिए जो उन्होंने बोला था कि अली ब्रदर्स ने, मोहम्मद अली और शौकत अली ने, कि मुस्लिम शुड लीव द ब्रिटिश आर्मी, इसको सेडिशन माना था ब्रिटिश ने। और वायसराय रीडिंग ने बुलाया था गांधी को, और वायसराय रीडिंग ने बोला था कि क्या आप इसकी आलोचना करते हैं, इस स्टेटमेंट की आप आलोचना करते हैं? वायसराय रीडिंग ने बोला था। तो गांधी ने उसकी आलोचना करने से मना कर दिया था, और गांधी का कहना था कि शायद ब्रिटिश जो है वो खिलाफत लीडर्स और हमारे बीच में दरार डालना चाहता था, डिफरेंसेस क्रिएट करना चाहता था। और इसी बात के लिए जब 1922 में गांधी ने नॉन कॉपरेशन मूवमेंट को वापस लिया, तो ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट हैड चार्ज्ड गांधी, एंड देन गांधी वाज इम्प्रिजन्ड फॉर 6 years। 6 साल के लिए गांधी यरबदा जेल में बंद हो गए थे। सो दिस इज द रीजन ऑफ व्हाई इट हैड चार्ज्ड। इलेवेंथ क्वेश्चन देखिए, बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन है। फॉर द कराची सेशन ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस, बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन है, कराची सेशन ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस, फॉर द कराची सेशन ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस। कराची सेशन ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस। आप जानते हैं कि गांधी इरविन पैक्ट जो 5 मार्च 1931 को हुआ था, जिसको हम लोग दिल्ली पैक्ट भी बोलते हैं, गांधी डेमोक्रेटिक टेम्परामेंट के आदमी थे, तो ही वांटेड टू रेटिफाई दिस एक्ट इन द सेशन ऑफ कराची। और उन्होंने कराची 29 मार्च को कराची सेशन ऑर्गेनाइज किया था कि वहां पर गांधी इरविन पैक्ट पर डिस्कस करेंगे। मगर 6 दिन पहले इस सेशन के गांधी तैयारी कर ही रहे थे कराची जाने का। दैट 23 मार्च 1931 भगत सिंह वाज हैंग्ड। और उसके बाद जो गांधी का अपोजिशन हुआ था, आप जानते हैं, पूरे रास्ते जो कराची से वो दिल्ली जा रहे थे, एवरीवेयर देयर वाज अ ब्लैक फ्लैग्स ऑन टू गांधी, गांधी गो बैक, गांधी गो बैक, एकदम जबरदस्त शाउटिंग स्लोगन था, गांधी गो बैक, गांधी गो बैक। ओके, सो 1931 प्रिसाइडेड बाय सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल। ठीक है, तो कराची सेशन का प्रेसिडेंट थे सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल। और इस सेशन में मैंने कहा आपको कि बहुत ही हिस्टोरिक सेशन था ये कराची सेशन। कराची सेशन में कई सारे रिजोल्यूशंस पास हुए थे। कराची सेशन में पहली बात तो गांधी इरविन पैक्ट को रेटिफाई किया। दूसरी बात कि गांधी को ऑथराइज किया एज अ सोल मेंबर ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस, एक ही आदमी कांग्रेस से जाएगा और वो गांधी था। ठीक है, और तीसरा कि फंडामेंटल राइट वाज कोडिफाइड, The resolution on the fundamental right was prepared. ठीक है, और इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसीज वाज आल्सो डिस्कस्ड. इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसीज का मतलब होता है, इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसीज का मतलब होता है क्या? इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसीज का मतलब होता है कि एग्रीकल्चरल रिफॉर्म, लेबर रिफॉर्म, इससे रिलेटेड डिमांड. बट क्वेश्चन इज, फंडामेंटल राइट का जो रिजोल्यूशन है उसको प्रिपेयर कौन किया था? तो पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू. ठीक है, इन्होंने, प्रेसिडेंट थे सरदार पटेल, और महात्मा गांधी को ऑथराइज किया था टू गो टू लंदन टू पार्टिसिपेट इन सेकेंड राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस. और उस समय भीमराव अंबेडकर, डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद, एनीवे पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू जो थे उनको ऑथराइज किया था, और उन्होंने ही इस रिजोल्यूशन को ड्राफ्ट किया था. अभी जो आप 6 फंडामेंटल राइट्स देखते हैं ना, दैट इज ऑल ड्राफ्टेड इन द कराची सेशन ऑफ इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस. इट वाज अ हिस्टोरिक सेशन. ठीक है, वैसे क्वेश्चन अगर ये आता है कि व्हेन फर्स्ट टाइम द कांग्रेस डिमांडेड द फंडामेंटल राइट, तो आप बताएंगे नेहरू रिपोर्ट. इसमें आप, देयर इज नो चांस ऑफ कंफ्यूजन. आप क्या बताएंगे? नेहरू रिपोर्ट. नेहरू रिपोर्ट वाज द फर्स्ट रिपोर्ट व्हिच डिमांडेड फंडामेंटल राइट फॉर द इंडियंस, और कराची सेशन में इसको फर्दर रेटिफाई किया था. ओके, फिर देखिए, गांधी इरविन पैक्ट इंक्लूडेड व्हिच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग? तो Gandhi Irwin Pact, that's an invitation to Congress to participate in the Roundtable Conference. Yes. Withdrawal of ordinances promulgated in connection with the civil disobedience. All the emergency ordinances to be taken back. ठीक है, बट एक्चुअली जो तीसरा ऑप्शन दिखाई दे रहा ना बच्चे, ये इस पूरे एपिसोड में गांधी इरविन पैक्ट में लगभग सभी डिमांड जो गांधी ने पुट फॉरवर्ड किए थे उसको ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट ने एक्सेप्ट कर लिया था. राइट, इवन द रिलीज ऑफ दोज पॉलिटिकल प्रिजनर्स नॉट इन्वॉल्व्ड इन वायलेंस, इसको भी वायसराय ने एक्सेप्ट कर लिया था. बट वायसराय रिजेक्टेड 2 डिमांड्स ऑफ गांधी. सो वायसराय रिजेक्टेड 2 डिमांड्स ऑफ गांधी. तो पहला डिमांड जो गांधी का था कि कम्यूटेशन ऑफ द सेंटेंस ऑफ भगत सिंह, कम्यूटेशन ऑफ सेंटेंस ऑफ भगत सिंह. और दूसरा जो डिमांड था वो था कि जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी ऑफ द पुलिस एक्सेसेस, कि जितने भी पुलिस ने सत्याग्रह पर ज्यादती की है, सो उसको गांधी ने, ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट ने, इरविन ने एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया था. सो थर्ड ऑप्शन इसमें नहीं होगा. ठीक है, और फोर्थ ऑप्शन होगा. सो ये 1 to 4 इसका ऑप्शन है. 1 to 4 इसका आंसर है. राइट, 1 to 4 इसका ऑप्शन है, एक्सप्लेनेशन है. सो दो डिमांड रिजेक्टेड बाय वायसराय इरविन. फर्स्ट, कम्यूटेशन ऑफ द सेंटेंस ऑफ भगत सिंह, और दूसरा था कि द इंक्वायरी ऑफ द पुलिस एक्सेसेस, बिकॉज मेनी सत्याग्रहीज वेर अरेस्टेड विदाउट एनी फॉर्मल ट्रायल. ओके, सो दिस इज हाउ इट शुड बी. और गांधी ने इरविन की बात को एक्सेप्ट किया, और गांधी सिविल डिसोबीडियंस मूवमेंट को सस्पेंड करने के लिए तैयार हुए, एंड देन एग्रीड, and then finally he also agreed to participate in the second roundtable conference. 13th नंबर क्वेश्चन देखिए, हु अमॉन्ग द फॉलोइंग ऑर्गेनाइज्ड अ मार्च ऑन द तंजौर कोस्ट टू ब्रेक द सॉल्ट लॉ। देखिए गांधी ने स्टार्ट किया था, और गांधी ने स्टार्ट किया था साबरमती टू डांडी, और सबसे बड़ा जो उनका सॉल्ट लॉ के वायलेशन के लिए जो कंपेनियन थे वो थे सी राजगोपालाचारी। सी राजगोपालाचारी, he was very firmly behind the Gandhi, and he also organized the salt march in the Tanjore coast, right? So he also went on the same line that Gandhi started from Sabarmati to Dandi. So C Rajagopalachari. वैसे पूरे इंडिया का एक हम देखें कि वेयर वाज द लॉ गोइंग टू फॉर द सिविल डिसोबीडियंस मूवमेंट, इसमें जो कोस्टल एरिया था दैट वाज एक्चुअली रिलेटेड टू सॉल्ट सत्याग्रह, सॉल्ट सत्याग्रह, ठीक है। और जो फॉरेस्ट एरिया था सेंट्रल इंडिया में और नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, जो फॉरेस्ट एरिया था उसमें आप देखिएगा तो उसमें फॉरेस्ट सत्याग्रह चलाया था गांधी ने। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी फॉरेस्ट सत्याग्रह चलाया था इस एरिया में। मतलब ब्रिटिश फॉरेस्ट लॉ इंप्लीमेंट करके फॉरेस्ट कटिंग कर रही थी। खासकर पहली बार जब फर्स्ट फॉरेस्ट एक्ट इंप्लीमेंट हुआ था 1878 में, तभी से हजारों एकड़, थाउजेंड्स ऑफ द एकर्स ऑफ द लैंड वाज डिक्लेयर्ड एज रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट। थाउजेंड्स ऑफ द एकर्स ऑफ द लैंड वाज डिक्लेयर्ड एज रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट। तो वैसे हालत में जो रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट था तो उसमें ब्रिटिश ने ट्राइबल राइट्स को इनक्रॉच कर लिया, और ट्राइबल्स दे सस्टेन फॉरेस्ट, फॉरेस्ट सस्टेन देम। दोनों के बीच में एक सिम्बायोटिक रिलेशंस हो, तो इसीलिए फॉरेस्ट सत्याग्रह को लेकर के काफी एग्रेसिव कैंपेन चलाया था। और फिर नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न इंडिया में वहां पर नाई धोबी बंद चलाया, और बिहार और बंगाल में नॉन पेमेंट ऑफ चौकीदारी टैक्स, और पूरे इंडिया में नॉन पेमेंट ऑफ लैंड रेवेन्यू, पूरे इंडिया में नॉन पेमेंट ऑफ लैंड रेवेन्यू। तो राजगोपालाचारी जो थे, ही वॉज वेरी एक्टिव इन मद्रास एंड ही स्टार्टेड द सॉल्ट लॉ फ्रॉम देयर। The 1929 session of Indian National Congress of significance in the history of the freedom movement. Very easy, you know, first time। देखो क्या है कि 1928 के कलकत्ता सेशन में कांग्रेस ने अल्टीमेटम दिया था ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट को कि इफ यू एक्सेप्ट रिपोर्ट विद इन ईयर, एक साल के अंदर, 1 ईयर के अंदर, you have to accept the Nehru report, otherwise Congress will start mass movement, otherwise Congress would start the mass movement। 1928। बट एक साल होने के बाद भी कांग्रेस को कोई मिला नहीं अल्टीमेटम, कांग्रेस को कोई रिस्पांस मिला नहीं। दीपावली डिक्लेरेशन आया था 1929 को लॉर्ड इरविन का, आप जानते हैं, जिसमें लॉर्ड इरविन ने बोला था कि अल्टीमेट ऑब्जेक्टिव तो है ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट का टू ग्रांट द डोमिनियन स्टेटस, बट इट्स डिसीजन विल बी टेकन आफ्टर राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंस। और इसी के अगेंस्ट में लाहौर रेजोल्यूशन पास किया था, जिसमें बोला कि अब हमें डोमिनियन स्टेटस चाहिए नहीं, अब हमें क्या चाहिए, कंप्लीट इंडिपेंडेंस चाहिए। डोमिनियन स्टेटस चाहिए नहीं, हमें क्या है, कंप्लीट अटेनमेंट ऑफ पूर्ण स्वराज was adopted as the goal of the Congress. Attainment of the Purna Swaraj was adopted as a goal of the Congress. ठीक है। So 1929 session of Indian National Congress. Attainment of Purna Swaraj was adopted as a goal of the Congress. Then again लाहौर सेशन से एक और क्वेश्चन बन सकता है, कांग्रेस passed resolution demanding complete independence. Fine, a rift between the extremists and moderates, there's no point. And then third option is also a useless option, two nation theory in that system. So first only. The 15th question was a very easy question. नेहरू रिपोर्ट पर एक क्वेश्चन बनता है। नेहरू रिपोर्ट बहुत ही लेंदी रिपोर्ट था और आप जानते हैं इसमें बहुत सारे जो लीडर्स थे उन्होंने पार्टिसिपेट किया था इस नेहरू रिपोर्ट में। देखो स्टोरी लाइन ये है कि व्हेन साइमन कमीशन decided to pull back after a violence at Lahore when Lala Lajpat Rai died in a police लाठी चार्ज, तो जब साइमन कमीशन वापस जा रहा था तो सेक्रेटरी ऑफ स्टेट फॉर इंडिया उस समय थे लॉर्ड बर्कनहेड। सो लॉर्ड बर्कनहेड ही गेव अल्टीमेटम टू द कांग्रेस, चैलेंज किया था कांग्रेस को, इफ कांग्रेस मैन कैन फ्रेम द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, लॉर्ड बर्कनहेड चैलेंज किया था कांग्रेस को, इफ कांग्रेस मैन can frame the constitution, if Indians can frame the constitution, then why don't they frame? Why every time they are looking towards the British? Okay, so Nehru report को हम लोग ऐसे देखते हैं। So complete independence for India. Okay, complete independence for India, ये ऑप्शन गलत है क्योंकि इस रिपोर्ट में जो मेंबर्स थे उसमें केवल नेहरू और सुभाष दे वांटेड कंप्लीट इंडिपेंडेंस, जितने भी रेस्ट ऑफ द मेंबर्स थे दे वेयर इन फेवर ऑफ डोमिनियन स्टेटस। सो नेहरू रिपोर्ट डिमांडेड डोमिनियन स्टेटस इंस्टीड ऑफ कंप्लीट इंडिपेंडेंस। उसके बाद ज्वाइंट इलेक्टोरेट्स फॉर रिजर्वेशन ऑफ द सीट्स फॉर द माइनॉरिटीज, बिल्कुल गलत, बिल्कुल करेक्ट। ज्वाइंट इलेक्टोरेट्स, सेपरेट इलेक्टोरेट्स के फॉर्मूला को रिजेक्ट कर दिया, ठीक है। तो फर्स्ट ऑप्शन ऐसे गलत हो गया, दूसरा ऑप्शन करेक्ट है। प्रोविजन ऑफ फंडामेंटल राइट्स फॉर द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया इन द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, यस, मैंने अभी आपको बताया कि नेहरू रिपोर्ट वाज फर्स्ट रिपोर्ट हु डिमांडेड फंडामेंटल राइट फॉर इंडियंस। कई सारे थे, सेकुलर स्टेट, राइट, एडल्ट फ्रेंचाइज, बाइकैमरल लेजिस्लेचर, लिंग्विस्टिक रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑफ, तो इन सभी डिमांड्स को देखते हैं। तो प्रोविजन ऑफ फंडामेंटल राइट्स फॉर द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया इन द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, इन द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, तो ये 2 और 3 ऑप्शन जो है वो एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट होगा, ठीक है। तो ज्वाइंट इलेक्टोरेट्स को रिजेक्ट कर दिया, बट इसने बोला कि जो माइनॉरिटीज है उसके लिए रिजर्वेशन ऑफ सीट्स कर दीजिए, जहां भी माइनॉरिटी ज्यादा है वहां पर सीट रिजर्व कर दीजिए, बट ज्वाइंट इलेक्टोरेट्स रखिए। सो रिजर्वेशन ऑफ सीट्स फॉर द माइनॉरिटीज, राइट, बट फेवर ज्वाइंट इलेक्टोरेट्स, और जो सेपरेट इलेक्टोरेट्स का डिमांड था उसको रिजेक्ट कर दिया था नेहरू रिपोर्ट ने। ओके फाइन, तो 16th नंबर क्वेश्चन था, दैट इज विथ रेफरेंस टू द पीरियड ऑफ इंडियन फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल नेहरू रिपोर्ट में। देखिए कितने माइन्यूट ऑब्जर्वेशंस पर ये क्वेश्चन फ्रेम किया गया था। सो ये सब क्वेश्चंस आपको काफी हेल्प करेगा इन शेपिंग द आंसर। 17th क्वेश्चन देखिए, विथ रेफरेंस टू साइमन कमीशन, सो रिकमेंडेशन व्हिच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट। साइमन कमीशन का जो प्रोविजन था वो 2 वॉल्यूम में आया था, एंड द लास्ट प्रोविजन वाज देयर इन द May 1930. So when already civil disobedience movement had started, then Simon Commission so presented its report. इसने बोला कि जो प्रोविंस है उसमें डायरकी हटा दीजिए। डायरकी वाज एस्टैब्लिश्ड इन प्रोविंसेस इन द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1990, और वहां पर इलेक्शन करवा के रिस्पॉन्सिबल गवर्नमेंट एस्टैब्लिश कर दीजिए। बिल्कुल करेक्ट ऑप्शन है, बिल्कुल करेक्ट ऑप्शन है, ठीक है। अब इसमें एक ही ऑप्शन है तो फर्स्ट ही करेक्ट हो गया, बट देखिए इट प्रपोज द सेटिंग ऑफ इंटर प्रोविंशियल काउंसिल अंडर द होम डिपार्टमेंट, नो। 1935 एक्ट, इट सजेस्टेड द एबॉलिशन ऑफ बाइकैमरल लेजिस्लेचर एट द सेंटर, नो, नो। सो it recommended the creation of Indian police service with the provision of pay and allowances, no. So this is the first option is the right option, ठीक है। फिर देखो, he wrote biographies of Majini He wrote biographies of Majni, right? Garibaldi, Shivaji and Sri Krishna. आप जानते हैं कि 1907 में जब सूरत स्प्लिट हुआ था, so in the Surat split, Lala Lajpat Rai, he was expelled from Punjab. He went to London and finally he settled in America. And he was also elected to the Central Assembly. जब इलेक्शन हुआ था इधर स्वराज पार्टी के लीडर्स अंदर में, तो ही इलेक्टेड फॉर द असेंबली. और लाला लाजपत राय, दिस मैन, he was a philosophical personality who died in police lathi charge where he was for the anti-Salmon demonstration. Anti-Salmon demonstration. So Lala Lajpat Rai, he died in a police lathi charge. Anti-Salmon demonstration. He died in a police lathi charge while he faced the Saunders. Saunders was a person responsible for, and he killed Lala Lajpat Rai, and thereafter the Salmon Commission decided to pull back. Salmon Commission decided to pull back. So this man was Lala Lajpat Rai. Bipin Chandra Pal, he already turned moderate. Bipin Chandra Pal, he already turned moderate. So उन्होंने moderate leadership accept कर लिया था बिपिन चंद्र पाल ने 1907. Which one of the achievements of the Chola is the most unique achievement? Yes, look, if there will be so many options, then we can think for the others also. But the answer is nothing less than the bronze statue of Nataraj. Right? And then obviously the Brihadareshwar temple of Tanjore rises to a height of 190 feet and is crowned by a massive dome of a single block of stone weighing 80 tons. आप इमेजिन करिए 190 फीट के ऊपर इस 80 टन का डोम कैसे और किस टेक्नोलॉजिकल फेनोमेनन से ड्राफ्ट हुआ होगा. दिस इज अ वेरी वेरी एक्साइटिंग. ठीक है, बट और भी है इसमें. द फिगर स्कल्पचर ऑन द टेम्पल्स तंजौर, चिदम्बरम एंड अदर प्लेसेस आर वेरी माइन्यूट एंड डेलिकेट. ये सब चोला के अचीवमेंट थे. द चीफ फीचर ऑफ द टेम्पल्स आर द विमान्स एंड द टावर्स. देखो क्या था कि चोला जो था उसके देखें तो टेम्पल्स डेफिनेटली, so Dravid style of architecture had reached to its zenith. Dravid style of architecture had reached to its zenith. और Dravid style of architecture के जो सुपर स्पेशलिटी हैं उसमें जो लॉफ्टी टावर है above the गर्भगृह उसको बोलते हैं विमान. This is something very unique, right? So lofty tower on the top of the गर्भगृह is called विमान. उसके बाद दूसरा जो इंपॉर्टेंट डायमेंशन है वह है कल्याण मंडपम, जहां पर कल्चरल फेस्टिवल करते थे. कल्याण मंडपम, ठीक है. और तीसरी सुपर स्पेशलिटी थी गोपुरम की. गोपुरम की. सो विमान, कल्याण मंडपम, गोपुरम, तो ये तीनों द्रविड़ स्किल की सुपर स्पेशलिटी है. एंड देयर आर टू बिगेस्ट टेम्पल्स ऑफ द सदर्न इंडिया दैट वाज मेड. एक तो बृहदरेश्वर टेम्पल जिसको राजराजेश्वर टेम्पल भी बोलते हैं. इसकी अचीवमेंट मैसिव है, सरप्राइजिंग है, वंडर है. ठीक है, 190 फीट का एक विमान और उसके ऊपर 80 टन्स का डोम, दैट इज समथिंग लुकिंग वेरी एक्सेप्शनल. बट यहां पर बोलता है मोस्ट यूनिक अचीवमेंट, इसका जो डायमेंशन है वो है फिलॉसफी एंड आर्ट. फिलॉसफी एंड आर्ट, और ये आंसर है द नटराज स्टैचू। नटराज स्टैचू को आप बहुत ही केयरफुली एग्जामिन करिए। नॉट अ सिंगल स्टैचू विच गिव यू ऑल द फिलोसॉफिकल डायमेंशन ऑफ द लाइफ। आप देखते हैं जो नटराज है, ही इज अ नटराज, मतलब ही इज अ किंग ऑफ डांसर्स, सो नटराज बोलते हैं इसको। एंड ही यूज्ड टू डू अ डांसिंग इन द तांडव स्टाइल। तो तांडव दो तरह के होते हैं, एक तो होता है आनंद तांडव और दूसरा होता है रौद्र तांडव, राइट। सो देयर आर टू वेज ऑफ तांडव। सो आनंद तांडव इज, तो सिवाय जो नटराज स्टैचू में है उसमें एक हाथ में वो ड्रम रखा है। सो ड्रम इज अ साउंड ऑफ क्रिएशन, राइट। एंड दूसरे हाथ में उसका जो है वो फायर है, एंड फायर इज ऑब्जेक्ट ऑफ डिस्ट्रक्शन, राइट। सो ड्रम इज अ साउंड ऑफ क्रिएशन and fire is object of destruction. So drum is a sound of creation and fire is an object of destruction. ये लॉर्ड शिवा का रूप देखिएगा उसमें, ठीक है। एक हाथ में ड्रम है, एक हाथ में फायर है, जिसका मतलब नथिंग इज परमानेंट, दोज हु हैड बॉर्न आर बाउंड टू एंड, बाउंड टू डिस्ट्रॉय। सो दिस इज समथिंग वेरी यूनिक। और दूसरा एक टाइम साइकिल के अंदर में यूनिवर्स है, और यूनिवर्स के अंदर में ये सारे फिलोसॉफिकल एक्सेप्ट एग्जिस्ट करते हैं। सो ड्रम एंड फायर, ड्रम एंड फायर। दूसरा है कि शिवा इज एक्चुअली डांसिंग ऑन अ ड्वार्फ, और ड्वार्फ जो है वो ड्वार्फ बेसिकली जो ड्वार्फ है वो ईगो है, इग्नोरेंस है। शिवा बोलता है कि एवरी टाइम यू हैव टू बी वेरी कॉन्शियस, यू हैव टू इग्नोर योर इग्नोरेंसेस। ये नटराज के इस स्टैचू का काफी बड़ा डिपिक्शन है। एवरी टाइम यू मस्ट इग्नोर योर इग्नोरेंसेस। ओके, सो बृहदेश्वर टेम्पल तो है ही, बट नटराज ब्रॉन्ज स्टैचू, ठीक है। एक हाथ में एक कान में कुंडल है, इसका मतलब क्या होता है कि दैट ही इज एक्सप्रेसिंग द अर्धनारीश्वर, अर्धनारीश्वर, फाइन। उसके बाद आप देखेंगे स्नेक कमिंग फ्रॉम द स्पाइन एंड द आर्म्स, इसका मतलब है कि स्नेक ऑलवेज डॉर्मेंट। उनका कहता है कि व्हेन इट अराउज द रियल एनर्जी इज इन योर स्पाइन, व्हेन इट अराउज द ट्रू कॉन्शियसनेस कैन बी अचीव्ड। So that is how the statue of Nataraj is building a great dimension of the achievement of Lord Shiva and all the philosophical aspect of expression of. So ये सबसे बड़ा achievement है चोला का लोकल सेल गवर्नमेंट का। फिर देखो what was the special feature of Arikamedu that distinguished it from the other ports and trading stations of the period। खासकर टॉलमी की ज्योग्राफी, ओके, और पेरिप्लस ऑफ एरिथेरियन सी, ये दो ऐसा बुक है जिसमें इंडियन कोर्ट्स के बारे में काफी सारा डिस्क्रिप्शन देते हैं। टॉलमी की ज्योग्राफी, और दूसरा था कि जो अलेक्जेंड्रिया का एक ट्रेवल था, अलेक्जेंड्रिया आप जानते हैं, अलेक्जेंड्रिया मीन्स इजिप्ट। सो अलेक्जेंड्रिया का एक ट्रेवलर था जिसने कि अपना नाम नहीं लिखा, and he wrote a book, Periplus of Erythraean Sea, Periplus of Erythraean Sea, लाल सागर की समुद्री यात्रा। तो अलेक्जेंड्रिया का ये अननोन जो सेलर था उसने इसे प्रोजेक्ट किया था, लाल सागर की समुद्री यात्रा। अलेक्जेंड्रिया का नॉन सेलर जो है उसने इसे लिखा था। तो यहां से जब अरिकामेडू की अभी एक्सकेवेशन हुई है, तो अरिकामेडू के एक्सकेवेशन में आप देखिएगा कि यहां से रोमन कॉइन्स, पॉटरी, बीड्स, ग्लासेस, टेराकोटा, ये सब मिला है। तो रोमन कॉइन्स, पॉटरी, बीड्स, ग्लासेस। रोमन कॉइन्स आप जानते हैं कि जो नीरो था रोम का रूलर, जिसके बारे में आप जानते हैं कि रोम जल रहा था और नीरो बंसी बजा रहा था. सो दिस इज द सेम नीरो. उसके टाइम के कॉइन्स उस पर पिक्चर था. We have more detailed knowledge about this place on account of extensive conducted in 1945. Right. Certain commodities such as muslin were manufactured here. The Roman traced any specification and the ship back to Rome. This is the only Indian port mentioned in the Peripulus of the Erythraean Sea. So what was the special feature of Harikamidu that distinguished it from other ports and trading stations of the period? ठीक है, तो अरिकामेडू से ये सारे फाइंडिंग्स काफी इंपॉर्टेंट दिखाई पड़ते हैं. ठीक है, ये सारे स्टेटमेंट्स काफी दिखाई पड़ते, फाइंडिंग्स दिखाई पड़ते. Which of the following temples are found at a whole? देखो क्या है कि पूरे इंडिया में there are 3 types of the style of temple construction. ठीक है, और इसमें जो टॉप है एबव नर्मदा वो है नागर स्टाइल. नागर स्टाइल. और महाराष्ट्र से लेकर के कर्नाटक तक ये है बेशर स्टाइल. और रेस्ट पार्ट जो है वो है द्रविड़ स्टाइल. द्रविड़ स्टाइल. सो बेशर, नागर एंड द्रविड़. तो बेशर स्टाइल was definitely a contribution of the Chalukyas. और चालुक्यास टेम्पल्स could be found at 2 places. एक तो है ऐहोल और दूसरा है पट्टादकाल. पट्टादकाल. These 2 places are in Karnataka. Aihole and Pattadakal, these 2 places are in Karnataka. तो ऐहोल में हम देखते हैं कि लदखान टेम्पल, हाकिमल गुडी टेम्पल, जैन टेम्पल ऑफ मेगुटी एंड दुर्गा टेम्पल, मेरागिटी शिवालय, ये सब दिखाई पड़ेगा आपको ऐहोल में. राइट. सो दिस इज हाउ right. 1 3 4 5. राइट. 1 3 4 5. और पट्टादकाल में जो टेम्पल मिलता है वो है कैलाशनाथ टेम्पल एंड पंपानाथ टेम्पल. सो कैलाशनाथ टेम्पल एंड पंपानाथ टेम्पल. ठीक है, कैलाशनाथ टेम्पल एंड पंपानाथ टेम्पल, ये 2 टेम्पल आप देख सकते हैं पट्टादकाल में. कैलाशनाथ टेम्पल एंड पंपानाथ टेम्पल. कैलाशनाथ टेम्पल कई जगह है. एलोरा में है, पट्टादकाल में है और कांची में है. ठीक है, तो कैलाश टेम्पल, ये जो वर्ड है कैलाश है. सो कैलाश टेम्पल इसको मैचिंग करें तो एलोरा. हुशलेश्वर टेम्पल हेलबीत, कैलाशनाथ टेम्पल कांचीपुरम एंड केशव टेम्पल एट बेलूर. ठीक है, 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. कैलाशनाथ टेम्पल कांचीपुरम, कैलाशनाथ टेम्पल पट्टादकाल. पट्टादकाल में आप कर्नाटक और कांचीपुरम में अभी तमिलनाडु. तो यहां पर देखते हैं इसको. केशव टेम्पल बेलूर में, विश्वलेश्वर टेम्पल, कैलाश टेम्पल एंड कैलाशनाथ टेम्पल. तो जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया अभी कि जो 3 स्टाइल है टेम्पल कंस्ट्रक्शन का, उसमें बेसर स्टाइल और द्रविड़ स्टाइल, नागर स्टाइल. तो बेसर स्टाइल इज एक्चुअली हाइब्रिड स्टाइल. इसमें बहुत सारे फीचर तो नागर से हैं और बहुत सारे फीचर द्रविड़ से हैं। सो बेसर स्टाइल इज टेक्निकली इज अ हाइब्रिड स्टाइल। 25 देखिए, 25th क्वेश्चन देखिए। Which statement on Jahangir and Mughal paintings is not correct? Miniature painting was given great impetus. Definitely it's yes. ये जो मिनिएचर होता था वो 25 स्क्वायर इंच का होता था, हार्डली 25 स्क्वायर इंच, और उसमें जहांगीर ने एक बड़ा शानदार चीज इंट्रोड्यूस किया, दैट इज द ब्यूटीफुल डेकोरेटेड बॉर्डर्स। ब्यूटीफुल डेकोरेटेड बॉर्डर्स। ठीक है। उस्ताद मंसूर पेंटेड बर्ड्स। स्ट्रेस वाज लेड ऑन डिपिक्टिंग नेचुरल ब्यूटी। जो मुगल पेंटिंग की स्पेशलिटी होती थी, दैट इज मुगल कोर्ट कल्चर। मुगल कोर्ट कल्चर, नेचर, हंटिंग सीन्स, ये सब बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से हंटिंग सीन्स, नेचर एंड द मुगल कोर्ट कल्चर, इसको प्रेजेंट किया जाता था। So miniature was given so much of the focus during the time of Jahangir. Jahangir himself was a very good painter. ठीक है। और खासकर इसके जो पेंटर्स होते थे, अगर कोई स्ट्रेंज एनिमल दिख जाए, इंडेंजर्ड एनिमल दिख जाए, उसको तुरंत वो पेंट कर देते थे। सो दे वर द मास्टर्स ऑफ मेकिंग द स्ट्रेंज एनिमल। बट जहांगीर ने अपना पेंटिंग खूब बनवाया था। जहांगीर ने अपना पेंटिंग खूब बनवाया था, और उसमें ऑलवेज देयर इज अ ग्लोब एंड देन ही इज सिटिंग ऑन अ ग्लोब, तो उसमें कई सारे पेंटिंग्स थे। जहांगीर वाज अपोज्ड टू द पेंटिंग्स ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग। ये वाला ऑप्शन गलत होगा, बिकॉज हिमसेल्फ ही आस्क्ड हिज पेंटर टू पेंट ऑल हिज लाइफ स्टाइल। सो जहांगीर नामा, जो जहांगीर की बायोग्राफी है, उसमें लिटरेचर कम और पेंटिंग का फोटो ज्यादा है। जहांगीरनामा में लिटरेचर कम और पेंटिंग का फोटो ज़्यादा है, और ये जहांगीर ने अपनी बायोग्राफी लिखी थी और अपने सारे पेंटिंग्स को वहाँ पर उसने कलेक्ट किया था। सो हिज पेंटिंग मोस्टली कंक्लूडेड। एक पेंटिंग तो बहुत ज़बरदस्त है जिसमें कि जहांगीर और ईरान का रूलर है शाह अब्बास, दे वर एम्ब्रेसिंग ईच अदर, बट शाह अब्बास का जो फिजिकल अपीयरेंस है वो ऐसा डल बनाया गया है, और जो जहांगीर है उसका फिजिकल अपीयरेंस काफ़ी हाई बनाया गया था। ठीक है। तो इस तरह से जहांगीर और शाह अब्बास का जो, ठीक है ना, तो जहांगीर और शाह अब्बास का फोटो, और शाह अब्बास के नीचे जो है वो बकरी बनाया गया है, और जहांगीर के पैर के नीचे लायन बनाया गया था। सो दैट इज समथिंग विच इज वेरी मच डिस्क्राइब्ड। ओके, ओके फाइन। सो जहांगीर ने इससे डिस्कस किया। Which of the following points which of the following points related to the Akbar and the Mughal painting is not correct? So Akbar and the Mughal painting is not correct. More than 1,000 painters, portraits and big illustrations were the principal feature of Akbar's era. The two chief painters of the continued era on the court of Akbar. There was no foreign influence. Look, अकबरनामा में कई सारे पेंटर्स के नाम दिए हैं और उससे ज्यादा पेंटर नहीं था। सो मोर देन 1,000 पेंटर्स इज डेफिनेटली एंड ह्यूज एक्सगरेशन। अकबर ने एक नया पेंटिंग डिपार्टमेंट बनाया था, तस्वीर खाना। तस्वीर खाना एक नया क्वेश्चन बनाया था, डिपार्टमेंट बनाया था, तस्वीर खाना। तस्वीर खाना portraits and big illustrations were principal feature of Akbar's era. ठीक है, बिग इलिस्ट्रेशंस का मतलब होता है जैसे कि हमजनामा, आप जानते हैं ना हमजनामा, ये अकबर का था और हमजनामा ने हमजनामा में देखो तो हमजनामा में हम लोग क्या देखते हैं कि जो प्रोफेट मोहम्मद के चाइल्डहुड है वो दिखाई देता है इसमें। प्रोफेट मोहम्मद का चाइल्डहुड, हमजा उनके अंकल का, हमजा का पूरा लाइफ स्टोरी है। ओके, सो पोर्ट्रेट्स एंड अकबर्स। टू चीफ पेंटर्स ऑफ द हुमायूं, आप जानते हैं अब्दुल समद एंड मीर सैयद अली, ये दोनों पेंटर लेकर के हुमायूं आया था और उसी को लेकर के, खासकर मीर सैयद अली को लेकर के अकबर ने यहां पर अपना पेंटिंग डिपार्टमेंट एस्टैब्लिश किया था, राइट। सो अकबर एस्टैब्लिश द पेंटिंग डिपार्टमेंट विथ मीर सैयद अली, अंडर द गाइडेंस ऑफ मीर सैयद अली, जिसको तस्वीर खाना बोलते थे। सो दे वर डेफिनेटली रिमेन्ड विद द अकबर। और खासकर एक पेंटर था जिसका नाम था मिस्कीन, तो मिस्कीन जो था ना, ही वॉज वेरी गुड इन द यूरोपियन स्टाइल ऑफ पेंटिंग। तो अकबर के पेंटिंग में आप यूरोपियन स्टाइल्स को भी अच्छे से देख सकते हैं। तो मिस्कीन जो था वो काफी पॉपुलर पेंटर था। फिर एक क्वेश्चन देखिए फिरोज शाह तुगलक से आता है कि सुल्तान फिरोज शाह तुगलक, on account of which he has been compared by the historians with the Roman Emperor Augustus. ये जो रोमन एम्पायर अगस्टस था, he is considered as the symbol of welfare monarchy. सिंबल ऑफ वेलफेयर मोनार्की, ठीक है, सिंबल ऑफ वेलफेयर मोनार्की था अगस्टस। और रोमन एम्पायर, इसने जितना एक्सपेंडिचर किया फॉर द वेलफेयर ऑफ हिज पीपल विच इज अनपैरेलल इन द रोमन वर्ल्ड, ठीक है। और इसीलिए दिस पब्लिक एक्टिविटीज, फिरोज शाह तुगलक वाज आल्सो बिलीव्ड इन द वेलफेयर एक्टिविटीज। इसने करीब 23 to 24 टैक्सेस एबॉलिश किया था फ्रॉम द पब्लिक विच वाज कंसिडर्ड एज अन इस्लामिक। इसने इरिगेशन फैसिलिटीज के लिए सेपरेट कैनाल क्रिएट किया था, फाइन। इसने शराय कंस्ट्रक्ट करवाया था फॉर द रेस्ट हाउस। इसने पोस्ट ऑफिस सिस्टम इंट्रोड्यूस किया था। तो ही हैड लॉट्स ऑफ क्रेडिट फॉर हिज वर्क फॉर द पब्लिक एंड द इरिगेशन वर्क्स, एंड दैट इज अ रीजन व्हाई he was known for, he was comparable to the Roman ruler Augustus, ठीक है। कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ द रिलीजियस प्लेसेस, जजिया, ये सब तो इनके रिलीजियस फंडामेंटलिज्म का एक एग्जाम्पल हो सकता है, एंड बट हिज रिलीजियस सिटी का एक एग्जाम्पल हो सकता है, बट फॉर द पब्लिक वर्क्स एंड इरिगेशन, ठीक है। हक सर्ब के नाम से उसने एक एक्स्ट्रा टैक्स लगाया था, हक सर्ब। ये जो हक सर्ब है, %10%, ये जो हक सर्ब है वो 10% है, ठीक है। तो एक्स्ट्रा टैक्स लगाया था, उसको हक सर्ब बोला जाता था। मुनिहास ड्यूरिंग द टाइम ऑफ अलाउद्दीन खिलजी, अलाउद्दीन खिलजी का जो सबसे बड़ा अचीवमेंट था, दैट वाज कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ कैनाल, कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ मार्केट। ही कंस्ट्रक्टेड द 4 मार्केट्स of different goods: grain market, slave market, horse market and cloth market. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट मार्केट था ग्रेन मार्केट, जहां पर प्राइसेज वाज फिक्स्ड एंड इट मस्ट बी डिस्प्लेड एट द गेट, राइट। बट कोई भी आदमी उसमें कुछ ऐसा काम ना करे जिससे कि इलीगल एक्टिविटीज हो, जैसे कोई इन्फ्लेटेड प्राइस तो नहीं ले रहा है, वेट एंड मेजरमेंट करेक्ट है या नहीं है, ठीक है। तो इसीलिए मुनिहास जो है वो एक स्पाई था। Barid and Munihas, these two were the spies appointed by Alauddin Khilji, ठीक है, spies appointed by Alauddin Khilji, Barid and Munihas. Munihas अपॉइंटेड बाय अलाउद्दीन खिलजी, और ये दोनों सहनाई मंडी के अंडर में काम करते थे, सहनाई मंडी के अंदर में काम करते थे, राइट। सो सहनाई मंडी इज अ मार्केट सुपरवाइजर। सो इसका आंसर क्या है? दे वर स्पेशल ऑफिसर्स who used to give reports about the rates and working of the markets, ठीक है। So Barid and Munihas, they were the special officers. Which of the following can be considered as the cause of the decline of trade and commerce in the 750 to 1280? Yes, because this is a period which is considered as the period of Holocaust, where there was a period of transition from ancient to medieval, right? Land fragmentation led to the little surplus production. Local state evolve हुआ तो local taxation, local weight and measurement, local laws, decrease in the use of coins, unstable political conditions and the constant fighting wars, and of course the decline of Roman Empire and Sassanid Empire, मतलब जो ईरानियन एम्पायर था, ये सब डिक्लाइन हुआ। तो उसके चलते क्या हो गया कि इंडिया का जो ट्रेड था that had also declined, उसका जो पोटेंशियल था that had reached to the very low level. So 29 नंबर का क्वेश्चन है, all had contributed in decline of the trade and commerce. खासकर निकोलो कॉन्टी जो इटालियन था, न्यूनीज जो पुर्तगीज था, दोनों न्यूनीज और निकोलो कॉन्टी दोनों का नाम आता है, जिसने कि विजयनगर एम्पायर में सती सिस्टम को काफी डिस्कस किया था। सती सिस्टम, प्रोस्टिट्यूशन, कन्या सुनकम जिसमें खरीद के शादी की जाती थी। सो निकोलो कॉन्टी। मार्को पोलो तो खैर काफी पहले आया था, विजयनगर साम्राज्य से बहुत पहले आया था। अल बरूनी ये भी काफी पहले आया था। वेनसांग तो हर्षवर्धन के पीरियड में आया था। तो जाहिर है कि अल बरूनी तो महमूद गजनी के दरबार में था। मार्को पोलो काफी पहले आया था। निकोलो कॉन्टी ही इसका ऑप्शन होगा। तो नॉट नोइंग द थिंग्स दैट हु सेड, बट एटलीस्ट यू मस्ट नो दैट व्हेन दीज ट्रेवलर्स हैड विजिटेड इन इंडिया, तो उससे ये कॉन्साइट हो जाएगा कि निकोलो कॉन्टी, हालांकि ये डिस्क्रिप्शन निकोलो कॉन्टी और न्यूनीज दोनों देता है, राइट। सती सिस्टम के बारे में बोलता है कि थाउजेंड्स ऑफ द वुमेन जंप इन फायर व्हेन द किंग डाइड एक्चुअली। Temple architecture of the Gupta period was characterized by flat roofed square cell, shallow pillared porch in the front. Okay. Flat roofed square cell with the covered ambulatory around the cells and pressed by the pillared porch. Yes. The square cell, shikhar. Rectangular temple and spindle back. Circular temple and shallow rectangular projection. देखो क्या है कि गुप्ता पीरियड, इसके जो स्पेशलिटी थे, खासकर आप देवगढ़ का दशावतार टेम्पल देखिए, और उस देवगढ़ के दशावतार टेम्पल में सारे जो फीचर होते हैं द्रविड़ स्कूल ऑफ नागर स्टाइल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर, वो सब यहाँ पर दिखाई पड़ेंगे, राइट, नागर स्टाइल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर के। right? First time we have the panchayatan स्टाइल, मतलब एक टेम्पल के चारों ओर सब्सिडरी टेम्पल्स होगा, जिसको पंचायतन स्टाइल बोलते हैं। खासकर भीतरगांव टेम्पल जो कानपुर का है, उसके रूफ फ्लैट हैं। भीतरगांव टेम्पल ऑफ कानपुर, इसके रूफ जो है फ्लैट है। सो फ्लैट रूफ इज अ सुपर स्पेशलिटी ऑफ द गुप्ता एम्पायर, ठीक है। उसके बाद था कि रेक्टेंगुलर टेम्पल होता था, जिसके ऊपर बैरल वॉल्टेड रूफ होते थे, और सर्कुलर टेम्पल विद द सैलो रेक्टेंगल। सो ऑल द 5 इज द आंसर ऑफ दिस क्वेश्चन। तो आप गुप्ता पीरियड में जितने भी एग्जाम्पल्स हैं, क्लासिफिकेशन है, वो सब आप डिस्कस करेंगे कि जो नागर स्टाइल है, इसके जो 3 सब स्कूल्स हैं, नागर स्टाइल के 3 सब स्कूल हैं। एक तो उड़ीसा स्कूल है, दूसरा खजुराहो स्कूल है, और तीसरा सोलंकी स्कूल जो गुजरात का है, सोलंकी स्कूल जो गुजरात का है। सो उड़ीसा स्कूल के एग्जाम्पल भुवनेश्वर टेम्पल, लिंगराज टेम्पल एंड जगन्नाथ टेम्पल एट पुरी। खजुराहो टेम्पल के एग्जाम्पल जो आप जानते हैं कंदरियम महादेव टेम्पल, एंड सोलंकी टेम्पल जो सन टेम्पल है मोडेरा गुजरात का। इस तीनों के फीचर्स आप नागर स्टाइल में देखेंगे, so that will resemble with the beginning of the Gupta period. So that's all for the day. We will talk about the next phase of our discussion in coming time. So thank you for the day. That's all for the day.